Barcelona was the host of the 1992 Summer Olympics, and this stadium was used for Olympic baseball at that time. But it's cricket that's taken over this week as we've hosted the first Fancode European Cricket Series of 2021 here at the Montjuic Olympic Ground. Well, yesterday we saw Group B in action, but Group A returned to take centre stage. Their first day was ruined by rain, but let's see how they go. It's day 5 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. Well, hello there. Wherever you're watching around the world, it's Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu for the European Cricket Network, and welcome to the Montjuic Olympic Ground in Barcelona, Spain, for the 5th day of the Fancode European Cricket Series. We're going to start with match 21. It's going to be the 11 Stars taking on the Catalunya Tigers, and the match referee is here with me with the two captains. Let's toss the coin.
Head is the call. Is it 10? So 11 stars won the toss. What would you like to do? Ball first. 11 stars have won the toss and elected to bowl first.
Well, there you've got it, guys. It's the 11 Stars. Their captain, Asif Mahmood, he's won the toss and he's elected to bowl. And no surprise for me, we could have seen teams early in the day wanting to bowl first in the first match of the day. Often a little bit damp, and it's not easy to get the ball away as that ball can become a little bit heavy. And I think they might drop their star batsman, Tanvir Shah, down the order. He hasn't really fired at the top. Tabish Karkus, well, he batted well the other night, but fell at a crucial time. They're without a win so far in this series, but I'm sure they'd like to take a big scalp, the Catalunya Tigers, here in match 21. Well, speaking of the Tigers, their captain, Gulam Sawa, he told me he probably would have bowled first as well, but he's not too upset if he does have to bat. They'll be looking for some firepower at the top of the order, probably from Yasir Ali, and also they have the services of the Big Mac, Mohammad Amgan Khan. He said they won't be taking the 11 Stars lightly because they do have some good players, and in this form of the game, you only need 1 or 2 good performances to carry a team to victory. Well, it's going to be a big day of cricket here in Barcelona. Let's go over to Rico in the box as we get ready for match 21.
Thank you very much indeed. Namaste. Buenos dias, everybody. Salam alaikum. Sasri akal. And welcome back to day 5. Match 21 coming up. And what a big match this is going to be. What a big day this is. This is Group A. So it's the 3rd day of Group A competition. And everything to play for. Remember, Bengali Cricket Club are sitting comfortably there at the top of that group. They've had some good wins and they've beaten both these teams. So everything to play for. Well, this is a crucial day for Catalunya Tigers. Now they have got 3 games here today, and they will know that if they can win all of those, then they've got a very, very, very good chance of making up for it. Remember, next week we go to Group C and D, so they will have a chance to rest as well. Well, we see both these teams here. Catalunya Tigers, they'll be happy to be batting. They like to bat first. Yasir Ali, of course, we know all about him. I just got a feeling he's going to go big here today. We also got, of course, the Mac, Mohammad Amgan Khan. All of these guys been in good form at the moment, scoring runs. Yasir Ali, 27 quick-fire runs the other day in that game. Mohammad Amgan Khan, 25. But they will be missing Sohail Latif. He was 41 not out. So they are a little bit weaker in their batting department than they were the other day. But I just think that the Tigers, as we start this game with Zubair bowling the first ball, and the first ball gets put away. Balle, balle, balle. What a start to this day 5, match 21, with a Maximo. 6 carreras straight away. Top shot that. Well, the bowler got to have a think here. Zubair Ahmed, probably a little bit too short. Well, if he hadn't woken up, that certainly is going to wake him up. What's he got? What's he going to bowl next? Outside the off stump, that's better, but it still found the gap. There will be a chase on, as sometimes a little bit slow there. Diving effort from the fielder. Well, let's give him, well, I reckon that's a 10 for effort. But it's still gone all the way, so we're starting the day with a 6 and then 4 runs. You see there, the sun is also waking up and making his way up into the sky. A little bit overcast, the forecast more cloud than sun today. But, well, that can change. Well, the Tigers, they've come out roaring so far. Third ball. And, well, we say many a time, we like to see that. It's not all about just swinging and trying to crash the ball out of the ground. Well, Mustanza Iqbal. Well, he clubbed that away. Ginna, Badda, Shaka, Balle, Balle, Balle. Well, that's gone right out of the ground, that one. That's a big hit. One of the biggest boundaries on this ground. And just look at that, just power. Sheer power. Well, मेरा ख्याल आज सवेरे सवेरे अपना इकबाल परोंठे खा के आया 2 नहीं खाते 3 खाते शक्का शक्का y una choca. Well, what a start. So I was saying the Tigers, how important this day is for them. I think they were a little bit complacent against Bengali CC. I think they thought they had enough runs on the board. And in the end, well, Bengali, the last ball specialists got the target they were chasing of 108 in the last ball. This one's down the leg, just nicely tickled away. Takes the single. And we'll say to Ghulam Dasgir, there you go, you have a go. The left-hander. Dasgir being promoted up the order here, I think. Normally we would expect to see Yasir Ali opening the batting. Maybe even with the Big Mac. That's it going down the leg. He's asking the question. No, says the umpire. And a shout out to the umpires with his first game. That was Nisar Ahmed, who's been asked a question. And just see this again. Nisar Ahmed, the umpire, saying no. Yeah, I think he's quite right. The ball pitching outside the leg stump, and it's no way that can be out. And the umpire at the other end, Abdul Khan, who's now coming to take his position. So what a first over. 17 from it. So a fantastic start. Umar Reis, they're coming on to bowl. We like the look of him when we see him first up. Starts well, on the money you would say, but what a lovely shot that is. Well, this man, Iqbal, he really is in the groove and in the mood to party. Another fine shot. It's very nice to see a batsman playing some good shots out on the offside. We've seen a lot that go down the leg, of course. A lot of hitting across the line, but authentic shots there. And there are 3 men there on that offside, and they're unable to stop these going through. Mustanza Iqbal. Oh, got done with that one. A little bit movement away. Ray's coming in again. Oh, that's a poor delivery. Way down the leg side. There's a chase on for the fielder. I don't think he's going to get there. No chance there for the wicket keeper, Amir Hamza. He could have, no matter how much he dived, was going to get to that. Totally losing his direction, the bowler. Can Morales get it right now? Better ball, but punished anything that's out there. Any little bit of room, he's getting on the offside, he's putting it away. 6 more. Qué fuerte. Tiene mucha fuerza ese hombre, eh. Yo creo que comer bien de desayuno de esta mañana. Mamma mia. Well, it is a little bit chilly this morning, but well, these kind of shots are certainly warming us up here. Iqbal racing along. And this is another one. Over and out of the ground it goes. 6 more. He's just dealing in boundaries. Well, he's raced on to 33 off 9 balls. This is fantastic hitting. Well, it looks like he's spent, you know, maybe he was in the nets at 6 o'clock this morning, because he's come out here and it's like he's just into the groove straight away, finding the middle of the bat. He's just standing and delivering as umpire Abdul finds another kookaburra ball, as we've lost another somewhere out there in Barcelona. It's a better ball, not giving him any room to manoeuvre outside the off stump. And Mustanza Iqbal quite happy, as he did in the over before, just to take the single. To Ghulam Dastgir, the left-hander now on strike. And it's gone all the way through this time. Well, we saw him get away with trying to play a similar kind of shot before, and there was a big appeal for LBW in that first over with Ahmed. But this time, as we see here, Umar Reis has gone, well, I think a little bit of contact on the pads as the ball went through, but it was going to go on to hit anyway. So, well, the gamble with sending Ghulam Dastgir up the order, well, that certainly hasn't paid off for the Tigers, but, well, the way things are going at the moment, at the end of 2 overs, 39 for 1, thanks to Mustanza Iqbal, they won't be too disappointed with that. Quite amazing, isn't it? I mean, Ghulam Dastgir, okay, he only just faced 2 balls. He's out for a duck. And he's the opening batsman, but the score is on 39. Nice start there from Tanveer Shah, Shazib Ikram, the new batsman. Taking the pace of the ball very early. That's a good shout. I think a good bit of captaincy there from Amir Hamza, the wicketkeeper, deciding perhaps take the pace of the ball to the big hitters. And that could be close if it's straight. And he's gone. Yeah. If this was straight, I have no issues with this. So another wicket goes. And this is a good fight back. Let's watch this, flight it up, and yeah, that's hitting him right in front. An easy decision, but still nice to see the umpire taking his time. The finger goes up, and well, he's gone, first ball. So, no, Mustanza Iqbal there on 35 of his 11 balls. The 2 other batsmen have been and gone without adding anything to the score. Quite remarkable, really. And well, yeah, eventually Yasir Ali does come out. And well, sometimes I know you change the batting order around a little bit, it doesn't always work out for you, and it puts pressure on you. So Yasir Ali, now whether he wasn't ready to come out, I'm not sure. He's out there now. The one thing I was saying yesterday, after and during the afternoon, that game with Pakai Care, I was saying that though they are awesome and they hit the ball very well and score lots of runs, the likes of it's a nice shot. Fielder does get some hands onto it, and whether it will go all the way, no, he's done enough to stop it. So good fielding. Yasir Ali will have to hurry back. Does, gets 2, so gets himself off the mark. And I was saying in that game, what we hadn't seen, not just in that game, but all day yesterday, we hadn't seen any good slow bowling. As you see the replay there of Rohid Islam making a fine stop, saving 2 runs for his team. So it's nice to see a spinner not afraid to hold the ball back, give it some flight. Here we go again. That one just a little bit too wide, perhaps. The ball racing away. Fielder once more gets down very well. This is very good fielding. This time it's Amir Sohail. And well, if you ever needed an example of why saving these runs are so important, well, just look at the games that we had yesterday, all so close. Every run counts. That's a good ball, but he's picked it up well, picked it up early, sends it out of the ground. 6 runs. Well, I don't mind that. He had to try it, and well, as a slow bowler, as any coach will tell you, well, you know, you are going to get hit a little bit once in a while, but you know what? You've got to stick with it, because eventually the batsman is going to miss time, or is going to miss it, and if he does, if you've got the right line, you're going to get him. Well, we've seen that already with Ikram that went LBW plumb in front. But it is the end of the power play, and a good power play it's been as well, and an exciting one as well. Score exactly on 50 with 2 wickets down. And we're seeing another change in the bowling department. So Ali Ahmed. Important session of play this now for the Stars. They need to try and break this partnership. They can, of course, spread the field out as well a little bit. And that started down the leg side. Keeper's done well. Captain Amir Hamza. The Stars, they have a point registered on the table. That was because of the abandoned game. Remember, we had 3 games abandoned due to the weather on the very first day of this Pancade European Cricket Series. That's short, and that's put away. That's going all the way. Smashes into the netting. That's protecting, if we did have spectators there in the stands. 6 more. How quick he latched onto this. Super shot. And just seeing the class here of Iqbal. He's in some form. It's unbelievable. Hitting the ball so well. And this time he's gone too wide. Iqbal racing along here on 41, and now we just can't get. Well, that was not good there, it was a wide ball anyway. There's no need to do that. The runs are coming freely off the bat anyway, you don't need to give them away. This time on the offside, just selecting to take the single. The Stars now, they can't let their heads get too far down. Okay, I know the runs are piling up, but then, you know, you'll get this. You'll get a batsman that's hitting the ball very well. You just got to stay persistent, because you get him out, you know, everything can change. Don't forget, they've already picked up 2 wickets. Well, Ali Ahmed just losing his line completely here. He's getting wider and wider. wide ball, very close to being a no ball. And that's well hit in an area where he scored a lot of his runs, and well, they continue to come in that area, that offside. Very interesting, yesterday we were talking about when Mohamed Jaffrey was hitting the ball all over the place, and most of those runs were on the leg. And here we go, we've got another blaster in the making, and yet he's scoring all of his there out on the offside. This over just getting painful now for Ali Ahmed. Short, clubbed away, and all the way it goes. Seiskar Erasmus. Well, that brings up a fantastic 50, and he's still not warmed up yet. That's excellent batting. He's a man that's on a mission. And well, what's the answer? What can the Stars do to stop him? Ali Ahmed comes in again. Wide outside the off stump, and anything there he's managed to put away. And once more, too much power for the fielder. Feeling bari koshish kiti, but chauka ho gaya. Mustansa Iqbal is in absolute awesome form. And that brings, no, it doesn't quite, the number of wides that were in the over. The umpire's saying, sorry, get back there. I'm not going to let you go. I know you want to go. He's being punished all over the place, but he's got to continue. He's got to finish this over off. And that's nicely played away. Well, nicely played away, you would say, but what Iqbal has done is takes a single and takes him back on strike. Yasir Ali, he won't mind that. I'm sure he wants to play a few shots of his own, but at the moment, when you've got a batsman that's seeing the ball so well and hitting it so well, and how about that? He's 56, 16 balls, and yet it's been one of those innings, isn't it? I mean, he's not been one of those where he's played and missed. He's given a chance. It's been chanceless. Everything he's hit has stayed hit. And well, most of them, nobody's had a chance to get anything to it. So Shah is coming back. Tanveer Shah. Oh, well, I think. Well, take that. And you know what? You cannot take anything away from Mustansa Iqbal. The bowling, and I'm going to say this because I'm saying, he's bowled well. The bowling has not been bad. Okay, maybe they're a tad short, but Tanveer Shah is doing what he needs to do, but he's got somebody at the other end. He's just in amazing form. Be disappointed with that one. Though Mustansa Iqbal is just in such a groove, he just wants to hit everything. That one was pretty wide. If he had left it, he would have got the wide ball. Will he try Tanveer Shah? A bit more flight, try and deceive him. No, he's not putting it up there, but for the first time a miss hit. Can he take the wicket? Tanveer Shah, he has put it down. Would you believe it? That could be absolutely critical. That, even at this early stage, I'm going to say it can make the difference between this score being around the 120 to perhaps the 140, 160 mark. That is a big let off. The first chance he's given, and it goes down. Yasir Ali quite happy to push it out on the off and say, there you go, mate. Forget that last shot. Just keep going. Tanveer Shah, he'll be very disappointed. Hit hard out here to the fielder in front of us, Amir Sohail. We've already seen some excellent work from him. Very important here that the Stars don't go flat. Obviously that catch going down won't help. If they had taken that catch, I think it would have been a little bit of a revival for them. Smashed away, balle, 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 over and out of the ground it goes. And I'm just checking to see that our cameraman Martin is okay. Martin, you okay over there? Are you safe? He's giving me the thumbs up. That's probably whizzed not too far from where he's standing. Tanvir, quite often a bowler will look at a fielder and say, you see, if he had taken him, when he's only got to say that to himself to blame, puts down a catch. It was fairly straightforward, and quite often bowlers, they don't normally drop them off their own. And that's going to be costly. The score racing along. So 92 we've raced along to. We're really already only at the halfway stage. Now people may be wondering, what is the highest score by a team? Well, they're right on course if they keep going the way they are, and if this man stays there to beat that. It's got to be quick. Good running. The arm wasn't so strong. Yasir Ali gets there quite comfortably. The highest score, if my memory is right, and I'm pretty confident about this, is 198. So that's the highest score that we've had in the European Cricket Series. Mostly played. This is good from Ali. Now Yasir Ali is quite a attacking player himself. You know, from the first game that the Tigers played, he scored a very quick fire 27 before he got out. But here he's being sensible. He can see what's going on and unfolding in front of him. You can see that Mushtaq Bal, he's on 65 already. And when you're hitting the ball so cleanly, I'm surprised to see nobody there. I just turned to look and thought to myself, well, maybe he's put the ball up there to be caught. And when I looked around, there's nobody there. That's unbelievable field positioning. Mind you, I say that, I suppose the captain behind the stumps there, Hamza, is thinking, well, a lot of his shots have been played in fairness out on the offside, so he's taken the mid-wicket on the boundary, man cow out of the equation. And all Mustan Iqbal has done is flicked it over there for about one bounce for that's well bowled, right up in the block, not giving him any room. He's seen it so well at the moment, he just puts his bat on it and takes a single. That's nice to see, isn't it? I mean, anybody watching what Mustan Iqbal is doing here, I mean, he's playing some awesome shots all around the ground. And Yasir, well, probably wanted it to go a little bit finer than he played it, but he's a talented player. He's part of the national team and showing you a few tricks he has as well there. Gets him a single in unorthodox fashion, I suppose, but I know there's a lot of admirers of his cricket out there, not just in Spain but all over the place. But no, going back to Iqbal, he's not afraid to rotate the strike and take the single as well if he has to, but he's not dealing in singles, he's dealing in sixes. That's another one, that's massive, and that takes his team well beyond the 100 mark already. My word, what an innings this has been at the moment, and that is his 8th six. He's hit 8 sixes and 5 fours. So already he is absolutely racing along. This is incredible stuff. Amazing. That over completes 6 gone now here. The score 106. So change. Hamza Khan is coming on. They're keeping with pace. I would prefer to have the pace off if I had the options to me, I have to say. Yasir, first time really he's shown any real aggression. Up to now he's been quite content just to easily play out the singles. 76 of 24 balls. Iqbal. And that will be a no ball for me, I'm pretty sure. Yes, the hands have gone up from the umpires. Nice to see the umpires working well together. Nisar and Abdul. So no ball, and first and final for me, for the bowler. So free hit coming to Yasir. Well, I've said Yasir's been quite content to just keep it playing out the singles. Well, he's not going to be defensive with this one. He's going to give this all he's got. May even try another one of his trickery shots. Let's see. Hit hard, and in that gap once more. There is nobody in that area. I said earlier that I find that surprising. A lot of runs are normally scored that deep mid wicket area. That's 4 runs. A lot of times in this Fancade European Cricket Series we've seen not too many runs coming off the free hit. Several times it just ending up in the dot ball, so yes, they're only not making that mistake. And Ali has moved on to 25, and well, it's just those runs, it just goes to show without doing anything too well, I was just going to say, without doing anything too special. I mean, you look back at his innings and you think, well, you know, maybe he's on about 12, 13, because he hasn't really done anything extravaganza, not like Iqbal. But it just goes to show, if you just place the ball around, get the singles, your score also builds up. Played a couple of boundaries there. Well, he tried the reverse. 1 4, 2 6s so far in his innings. Missing out on that one. So 2 dot balls in a row. There's not been too many dot balls in this innings so far. Encouraging for Hamza Khan. Let's see if he could just get one. Maybe Yasir is, because of the time, the overs are ticking away, maybe he's looking to really go for it now. Just get a good ball on the stumps. That one was over pitched, but once more Yasir only managing to find the man at point. Does take a single, but this is probably the longest amount of time that Mustansir Iqbal has been off strike, so he might have got cold here. That sun has come up, but is behind a fair bit of cloud at the moment. Still quite bright. Khan to Iqbal. Iqbal smashes hard in that offside area, and well, the fielder there was only Ali Ahmed, probably no more than 10 metres away from where that ball was going, but still could not do anything about it. It just hit with so much force. And also bear in mind that that part of the ground, when the ball normally does travel there and hits the deck, it also slows down. But even with that, we watched this again, the power of the man, just amazing. And he's into the 80s, the first batsman to do so. The score, 7 overs gone, 118. Now, I said that I personally believed, as we see Zubair Ahmed coming back into the attack, looking to change his bowling style, going for opting not to bowl medium paces, and I think that's a good shout. But yeah, going back to their first game, the Catalonia Tigers, I've said it before, I think they took the foot of the pedal. I thought they believed they had enough runs to beat Bengali. Oh, straight to the fielder, there is a man there. Oh dear, Well, there is a man there, but there may as well not be a man there, especially if you're going to field like this. And this is the last thing you need when the ball's being smashed all over the place. Umar Rise totally mistiming that, and that's a gift. 4 runs to Iqbal. He doesn't need help getting the boundaries. Well, and that's what he does. You give him anything, he'll make full advantage from it. So he shouldn't even be there. He should be at the other end. Yasir Ali should be on strike. That should have just been a single. The misfield keeps him there, and he smashes this over for 6. He has moved into the 90s. Now, is it going to be the nervy 90s? 91 of 28 balls. Well, he can do it in 2 shots. We haven't seen 100 being scored yet in this series. He's gone for it, he sliced it. There is a chance here, fielder coming in. Oh, it's gone down. I thought he was going to grab it. Second time round, he doesn't. Ali Ahmed running in from the boundary, trying to take it at an uncomfortable height. Well, it's destined, perhaps, for him to score this 100. And if he doesn't get there now, he's going to be kicking himself. He's had 2 lives. A simple catch. Corner bowled, went down. He'll be going back on strike again here. Just needs to clear his head. Go back to what he's been doing. Ali, 28 of 16. All eyes on this man. Mustanza Iqbal, 92, 30 balls. But that was the end of the over. So he'll have to wait just a little bit longer. Yasir Ali goes back to the other end. 131. 2 wickets down. Well, I hope you're enjoying this wherever you are. Whether you're watching it via the European Cricket Network YouTube channel or in the sub-Indian continent through our partner fan code. Well, what a treat you're getting here this morning. The Tigers playing 3 games. Several people I was speaking to earlier, the European Cricket Network team, that I felt that we could see the first 100 being scored today, but I have to be honest, I did not think that it was this man that would be in contention. He's at the other end at the moment, Iqbal, and he hasn't got it yet anyway. We mustn't jump the gun. He's in the nervy 90s. He's already been put down on 91. Yasir Ali hitting big. That's coming my way somewhere. I'm just going to take some evasive action just in case. But fortunately, he's going all the way over the commentary tent. 6 runs, and Ali now, he's pressing the turbo button. He knows it's time to get a move on. We're into the 9th over. 6 runs. 11 balls left in the innings. Yasir Ali probably thinking about getting to East 50 as well. It's a chance, and it's been taken. I'm just wondering if the batsmen have crossed. And the umpire there at square leg, Abdul Khan, saying nope. So Iqbal will have to go back to the non-striker's hand. So Yasir Ali, he goes for 34 of 17 balls. So finding a wicket going down. It's been hard draft this for the Stars. 1 game abandoned, and they lost 2. Chasing 64 against the Men in Blue. Men in Blue amazingly restricted them to 52-7. And then chasing Bengalis 104. They fell 2 runs short in a game where at one stage It looked like they were going to get there towards the end, but they fell too short. Well, they're going to have to go some if they're going to register their first win in this game. And look who's come in. It is the Mac, and the Mac has come, but he has to go. First ball, Mohammed Amagan Khan. Well, I know one man who normally sits next to me who won't be too happy about that. He's a big fan of the Mac, is European Cricket Network's Vinny Sandhu. But the Mac has come and he's gone. You know what? This scorecard is absolutely amazing, because you've got Mustanza Iqbal there on 92. Then we have had Yasir Ali, who we just saw getting out the ball before, on 34 of 17 balls. And then another duck from the Mac. So Mohammed Amagan Khan, unfortunately, has come and gone. I mean, it's one of those, you've got to be careful here. I mean, probably feel they've got enough runs already, but every batsman cannot come in thinking all they've got to do is swing and then get themselves out. They've got to still keep the runs ticking along. Ambitious appeal against Iqbal. They did manage to cross that time, so he's on strike, remember, on 92 of 30 balls. Hamza Khan picked up 2 wickets so far, certainly being the pick of the bowlers by far. Well bowled, they're looking to go for 2. Well, he would have been running to the safe end. But Razakat Ali deciding no, didn't want to risk himself being out, and well, amazingly, could have been another duck. Well, there's more ducks in this score sheet that they are in a pond at the moment, but amazingly enough, there's still a lot of runs on the board. He's hit that high in the air, it's gone all the way. Razakat Ali also in on the act. Well, he's probably heard me talking about ducks and thinking, nope, I'm not going to be one of them sitting in that pond. He's going over the top, 6 runs, and that's good for him really, because the last thing that he or his team would have wanted, and certainly Mustanza Iqbal would have wanted, is for him to just get a single, take the strike again in this, the final over of the game. The score, 142. 4 wickets down. So, apologies, to score 144. It's 2 runs adrift somewhere. So already the highest score this series so far has been equalled. That was set by Pakai Keir yesterday. So, Ahmed, the bowler, Iqbal on 93. He's hit that well, he's hit it hard, he'll want to come back for 2 surely, and he doesn't, and very clever from the Stars. As soon as that ball, even before it got to the fielder, everybody's shouting, keeper, keeper, keeper. Well, their challenge here at the moment, it would seem, is to stop Iqbal getting to his 100. At the moment he needs 6 runs, but he's at the wrong end. And he's got to be backing up for a single here surely. That's clever. Well done, and everybody acknowledges what the plan is here. The Catalonia Tigers all on their toes waiting. Razakat Ali just a few words to Iqbal, just probably saying, look, take it easy. And well, some conversation. Certainly not thinking about changing his bat or glove. Yeah, it looks like a Well, I can only imagine that the bat is actually broken or cracked, because, well, once he scored 94 runs with that bat, so there's not too much wrong with it, and he's hit 9 sixes and 7 fours to get where he is with it as well. So, well, he's got a new bat. He needs 6 runs. He's hit it hard and he's got it. Balle, balle, balle. The Fan Code European Cricket Series here in Barcelona, and we see another historic moment. Bollo, Shaba, Shaba, Shaba. There's the man. Mustanza Iqbal has scored 100. He's 100 not out. Another man who goes into the European Cricket Network Hall of Fame. And he ain't finished yet. There goes another. Balle, balle, balle. Giddapo, Pataki Talpe here at the Montjuïc Olympic Ground. Well, it's a historic place we're at, and this is history in the making. Well, he's an Olympian, isn't he? And will he get a gold medal? Ali once more. Oh, and this one. Well, he's taken that right on the helmet. Has the captain, Amir Hamza. He seems okay. Well, that one just took off from nowhere. Super delivery in the corridor of that off stump. But, well, we've seen some that have stayed low, but that one just took off, smashing Amir Hamza right on the lid. And I think this time he's gone too wide. Well, still a ball to go here. 158 for 4. Mustanza Iqbal, what an amazing innings, and 11 sixes he's hit. That's going to be wide again. Taken, well, 35 balls it took him to get to the 100. Be interesting to see how that compares with some of the other centuries that have been scored. These European Cricket Series. Well, what a feast you've had today, this morning, if you've been up early and joined us. And that would have been another wide. I think maybe that's the nice side of Mustanza Iqbal. Maybe he's saying, okay, son, I know you're struggling, but I'll take you out of your misery. And, well, there you have it, the end of an absolute marvellous innings. And it's, well, it's been all about Mustanza. He's been brilliant, special knock, and well, these highlights are coming up. Well, I'll talk you through those innings. Will mainly be of one man, won't they? Incredible innings. And this is the one thing about this European Cricket Series: anything can happen. It's the frenzy of explosive and action-packed entertainment. That's what it is. Well, if anybody wants to question that every time I say it, we'll just go back and have a look at this game, have a look at this innings. It's absolutely brilliant. There you go again, big hitting all the time. And just look at that scorecard. It was quite interesting at one point where Iqbal seemed to be the only man on runs while he was in his 30s. Ghulam Dastgir was gone for a duck. You can see he was a man out there, the left-hander. He was lucky with an LB appeal earlier, but it was just outside the line. He got away with it. That one, there was absolutely no doubt about as well. Straight in front, Nisar Ahmed, the umpire there, having a think and saying, you got to go, buddy, you're right in front. Then it was a good partnership between Iqbal and Yasir Ali. Ali just sort of easily, this was the big moment, wasn't it? That was crucial. That catch going down. And then the only other chance that Iqbal gave was when he was in his 90s, 91. That sort of area. This time he hit flat and hard for 4 runs, but when he was in his 90s he was dropped. And after that, thought to myself, surely you will not get a better chance to get. This was the one here. Just the fielder, everything wrong about it, the positioning. And yeah, the bowler, very, very disappointed there. Zubir Ahmed. Good from Zubir Ahmed as well. His first over of the day, bowled pace. And well, he went for 17 from the first, and then he came back and changed it around. And could have had the prize wicket of Mustansir Iqbal. And when he was dropped there early on, the caught and bowled chance by Tanveer Shah, I was saying then that that drop could make the difference between the score being 120-ish or between 140 and 160, and that's exactly what the Tigers have gone on to post. So 161 is the score, 4 wickets down, 162 is the target. Well, we've seen some very strange and unlikely things happen in this Fancode European Cricket Series in Spain, Barcelona, as you're looking at that beautiful view there from the top of the hill here in Mount Juiy. But, well, the Stars, they struggled against the men in blue to get to 64. Then they fell too short, chasing 104. Well, what have they got here? Well, they've got to come out with a positive mind. But most importantly, I think they've got to come out thinking that not only do they have to put on a good show and do the best they can get, and hopefully the best they can get is 162 for them, but a good performance, because don't forget they're right back up again for the second game here today, match 22, where they take on Fateh. So for me, this should be all about them being positive and saying, look guys, let's get a good batting performance in, and let's set ourselves little landmarks to get to, so 50, 100, and then so be it, 125, 150 and so forth, and see how close we can get, because the most important thing is that we do put ourselves in good form for the second match that we've got today, and that will be their final match of the Group A matches today. And don't forget, Group A then will have a week off before we see them again. Anyway, Rico Full, very warm, very excited. What a fantastic innings that was, and well done to the master blaster Mustansir Iqbal, scoring a fantastic what did he end up in the end? 107 of 37 balls. We'll be right back. Hasta pronto, everybody. Well, welcome back. I hope you've all calmed down. No matter where you were, jumping up and down on the sofa, and well, what a knock that was. Absolutely fantastic. And what a way to start this day, this Fancode European Cricket Series. So match number 21, match day 5. Remember, this will be the last time we see Group A. Next week we got 10 new teams in Group C and D. Remember, in total 124 matches in this series. It's the biggest one yet. We had 60 matches last year in what was the biggest sporting event of the year by far. And this one, well, it's twice as big. It's amazing stuff. It just goes to show how big European cricket has grown, and especially here in Barcelona, we're just loving it. We're ready to go, ready to start. The target 162. Well, going to take some doing if they're to get it. It seems unlikely, of course. There's very few people that would think that the Stars are going to get this. But as I said before, anything is possible. But the one thing the Stars must do is they must put in a good performance. They must use this to get themselves ready for the next game that they have. Right back on they are, don't forget, against Fateh. And this man, Tabish Hukos, I called him Tabish the Clubber. He's made 50 in that game against the Bengali CC. And when he got out, you just felt that he was out at the wrong time. If he was there just for another couple of balls, that result could have been different. But as it was, with his dismissal, Bengali held on to win that by 2 runs. Nawazi Sahib, the bowler, he sliced that, but he's got lucky. It's wide and high past the third man there. It's 4 runs. So the first boundary. Nice to see that they're being positive. They were just talking about their next game, how important it is. Just news coming in to the commentary box here. Fateh have won the toss for what will be the next match, match 22, and they have elected to have a bat. That one's hit well, and that's come off the bat really well. 6 runs. What a lovely shot that was. Well hit indeed. And well, we're saying they've got to be positive, and that is a very positive shot indeed. Amir Hamza, the captain, taking the lead here, and that's a nice shot there of the captain, Ghulam Sarwar, number 10 on his shirt. A very, very nice guy. There's a little bit of the little large there, wasn't it, when he was having a chat to his bowler. But he's always talking to his guys, always trying to keep them motivated, always giving them bits of advice. And that's hit hard. He's going to have to go and have another chat with him, I think. This time 2 short, smashed away. Well, they're taking the game to the Tigers. Remember, the Tigers, the first over, they scored 17. So the left-hander and captain, Amir Hamza. They're setting about what many would feel is the impossible. Well, there's 15 at the moment on the board. Hit hard down the ground. Fielder's got some work to do here. That's a good job as well. Look, that was Ghulam Dastagir. Now I think Ghulam is going to be quite key here. I've seen him bowl before. He didn't play in the very first series, but when we saw him in the second series here in Barcelona last year in November, he came onto bowl and they deployed him quite early, used him as either the first or the second bowler, using his he keeps the pace of the ball, bowling his little spinners, bit of off spin, and he was quite effective for the side. I'm just wondering whether they're going to deploy him now as well. They've got the runs on the board, they may as well. So the end of the first over, and well, it's a good one. 17, level par. This was exactly what the Catalonia Tigers were on off their first. And well, not going for spin straight away, so it's Mohamed Kashif. The right arm over action, and that's a beautiful delivery, right on the money, straight out. From the moment it left the hand, looked like it was going to be a good one, and just played all round that. The right-hander, he's on his way back. So, well, the big hitter is on his way back. Hukos, clean bowled off the first ball of Kashif. He's gone for 2 of his 3 balls. Well, interestingly enough, this is exactly the same pattern as what the first innings was with the Tigers. 17 off the first, then after 2 balls the first wicket went down. The only difference is that Dastgir didn't manage to trouble the scorers. He made nothing. Kashif in once more. This time opting to go outside the off, and there we see good example of how the bounce can variate in that corridor. Really, we've seen that one staying fairly low, and yet in the first innings we saw one being pitched there, and it took off and hit the man who's out there at the moment, the left-hander, the wicket-keeper, captain Amir Hamza, right on the lid. A couple of top balls now from Kashif, putting the pressure on the Stars. And this is, at the moment, the way things are going, just the start the Tigers needed. Remember, they've got a marathon of a day, 3 games in total. We've got a break after this game. Once more, dot ball, not risking the single to Nawaz Hahi, who does the fielding. And then they're back to play match number 23, which for me promises to be one of the matches of the day. 2 big ones today. That one because they play Gracia. Let's hit out to the fielder. Razakat Ali out there in the deep. Yeah, that promises to be a good game. Both teams capable of scoring big runs. Have star players. Don't forget Gracia, Kuldeep, Lal, Mukhtar Singh, and if they're on form, that could be an explosive affair. Then I think the last game of the day also be an interesting one, with the Bengali CC come back, and they're playing Gracia, who play their second game. But the Tigers, after this game, are back, match number 23 and number 24. Big day for them. A short, hit hard, is coming our way, it's going all the way. 6 runs. Well, the captain is in the mood not to mess around. That 6 takes him to 21. And 21 off, well, 5 balls. Well, that's excellent hitting. The end of another over. Score now on 24 for 1. And though they were matching the Tigers after the first over, 17. And now, though the number of wickets down are the same, as opposed to 24, the Tigers were on 39 for 1. Kamran Nawaz to continue. Short. That's hit hard. It's in the air. Won't go all the way. But more importantly, it's one that Razak Ali can get to as well. So it's 4 runs. Another boundary. This time off the bat of Tanveer Shah. Tanveer Shah, of course, bowling his off spin, was the bowler that had the first opportunity to get rid of the big hitter, the century maker, Iqbal. Oh, he's hitting big himself now. Maybe he's taking it out on the bowling of Kamran Nawaz Sahi. Yes, he won't like being reminded that he dropped him off his own bowling before he even got to his 50. And he was also the century maker, dropped when he was on 91 as well, out on the boundary. Oh, this is good from the Stars. We said that they had not a good run chase against the men in blue. Couldn't get to 64 in that match. Taking nothing away from the men in blue. They are very, very good and very strong out there in the field, and they just didn't give them any freebies at all. Had a better run chase against Bengali, but fell too short, chasing 104. They made a very positive start here. And that's hit well as well. That'll go all the way to the boundary. Will it go all the way? I saw the chalk fly, and it's 4 runs. Yeah, a little bit deceptive that sometimes, because the line of chalk is just inside the rope line. So though sometimes you will see the chalk, it doesn't actually indicate that the ball has actually hit the rope. So 4 runs there, almost a maximo. And well, so far interesting stuff. Nawazi's figure's not looking too healthy here. He's gone for 31 already. He's still got a couple of more balls to bowl. And that's up in the air. Somebody's got to get there, surely. It's Dasgir running across, couldn't get there. Well, a little bit slow moving, Dasgir. Is it a chance? Half a chance, you would say. Didn't go to hand. It's up there long enough. And dare I say it, I think the Tigers were a little bit complacent when they were playing Bengali CC. They were too overconfident. Thought they had enough runs, and then, well, they got beat. Surely they can't be too complacent here and do the same thing. I mean, this is a proper tournament, something to win at the end of it. But you've got to win your group. If you don't win your group, you're not going to get into the semi-finals. And at the moment, the Tigers, having lost that game to Bengali, they've got some work to do. They've got to make sure of every game. Power play comes to an end, and it's been a good power play. .39, 1 wicket down, 3 overs gone. Kashif is to continue. Mohammad Kashif. Got bowled right in the block, and there's a difference there you see straight away between his bowling. He's only gone for 7 runs, taken 1 wicket. Kamran Nawaz Sahi, who's now bowled himself up, he's 2 overs, gone for 32. Was he a little bit short, offering the batsman the time, an opportunity to rock on the back foot. Mohammad Kashif pitching the ball right up, not giving the batsman the room. And there you go, that's the difference. Wicket to wicket, get the ball in the right areas, he knocks them over. Timber, the castle has been destroyed. And he picks up his second wicket. And off goes Tanveer Shah. He played some nice shots, Shah. But he's gone for 16 off 11 balls. We watch this again. Good action in the right areas and knocking the stumps over. 39 for 2 here now, and Captain Amir Hamza stranded at the other end. 21. He scored just off the 6 balls that he's faced. So he wants to get in on the action. He wants to get down to the other end. New batsman, Asif Mahmood. Oh, that stayed low. Just going down the leg side. That's good from Mohammad Kashif. Just realised straight away. Didn't appear with the wicket keeper. So Azib Akram started to appear and realised that, so just drifting down the leg. Asif Mahmood did go right across. He's got to get that foot well forward. There's the risk of being LBW. This time outside the off stump, using soft hands, just guiding it there behind backward point. Oh, nobody backing up, but the batsman weren't aware of the situation there. Could have perhaps turned that into 2. Asif Mahmood off the mark. So Amir Hamza has been in very attacking mode. 21 of 6. Will he continue in the same way? Knowing the wickets are gone. Yes, he does. He's hit high in the air. I think it's just going to go over the rope. It does indeed. 6 more. Wow. Anything Mustansa Iqbal can do, I can do too, is probably what he's thinking. And so far, he's not wrong. The left-hander, the captain, leading by example. And there those wickets have fallen. Still playing his shots. Mohammad Kashif in once more. Slower ball, but that's a lovely shot, glorious shot. Could quite possibly be even one of the shots of the day. Just watch this. This was majestic. Finding the gap. Look at the positioning. Watch this again. It was the slower delivery. Just got himself into position. Kept that head beautifully still and drilled it away. That's a very nice shot. And the end of the over. 52 for 2. And Amir Hamza has raced on to 31 of the 8 deliveries that he's faced. It's now Asif Mahmood though, that's on strike. Bowler Saeed Shirazi. Left armer comes in. It's nicely bowled. He's probably think he's going to come through a little bit quicker than he does. Shirazi, that ball just seems to hover around in the air a little bit before he gets to you. Just got to get used to his pace. You can't force yourself onto the shot. Got to just wait for it a little bit. Comes in again. Just watch this. You get the feeling the ball's going to come through quicker than it actually does. There once again, but he's picked this up beautifully. He finds the middle of the bat, sends it out of the ground. Seis Carreras. Nice shot. I said you have to wait for it. That's exactly what he did here. Asif Mahmood got that foot in the right position. Again here, not trying to hit it too hard. And He's said, middle of the bat, go fetch it, he says. Got some extra fielders out there in the outfield. That's well bowled, better delivery, didn't give him the room this time. I think Vinny would be happy to see Sazir Bakram standing up. It's always good to see the wicketkeeper there. I mean, in this situation against this type of bowler as well, I think wicketkeepers do like to use their feet. We probably would prefer to be batting outside of his crease and sliced away behind point. Take a single. Yeah, I think it's very good to have a wicketkeeper standing up. Obviously you're reliant a lot on the bowlers bowling a good line, not spraying it all over the place, otherwise in danger of giving away too many byes. But he puts that little bit of pressure, a little bit of doubt in the batsman's mind, and also eliminates a few shots that a batsman may otherwise want to be taking. That's a fuller ball and a very nice ball. It goes through wicket and batsman, and well, wasn't that far off the leg stump. It ends up being a bye, coming off the pads of the wicketkeeper that time. I think he was surprised by that delivery, as was the batsman himself, Mir Hamza. So Mahmood back on strike. Well bowled, he fielded himself, single taken. Yeah, nice tidy over. Did get hit for one big six. The bat of Asif Mahmood. But for the context of this game, you'd be fairly happy with that. Shaba, Shaba, Shaba is what Catalonia fielders are saying at the moment, and this is the man that I was talking about. Dastgir now coming on to bowl. Ghulam Dastgir. Floats them up there, and they are there to hit, but he can be quite deceiving. Gets the quicker one in as well. He's got the field set for himself, and you see when he starts bowling, he does need runs on the board though to play with when he comes on to bowl. And here we go, and he starts with a loosener down the leg side. It will be wide. Asif Mahmood probably disappointed he didn't get bat onto it and send it to the boundary, but this will be interesting now because Mir Hamza has attacked everything so far, and he'll want to go after Ghulam Dastgir for sure. Interesting contest this. Oh, there, he's gone. He's outfoxed him, and this is what he does now. Watch this delivery again here. He's got a fair bit of turn, and so he should be smiling. Well, it looks like it's going to be spin to win here. Watch this. It's going, you would think it's going to go way outside the off stump, but he's got a nice little loop on that. Plenty of spin to come back into the left-hander, right onto the stumps. And, well, the entertaining innings of Mir Hamza has come to an end. He's gone 31 of 10 balls, and a good bowling change there. The Ghulam Dastgir gets rid of the danger man, and with that perhaps any real hope that the Stars had of well, not just getting close but winning this match. So new batsman coming in is Amir Sohail. Now I think it's all about getting a good knock in here. You know, play your shots, don't do anything stupid. You don't want to be in a position where now you go from here 61 for 3 to being, you know, 92 all out or whatever it is. I think you've got to build on this, get ready for your next game, put yourself in a good mindset really to play that game against Fateh, which will be starting here Central European time at 10:30 right after this game. In comes Ghulam Dastgir again. This time he gets the ball in the right area. And once more, we said this earlier when Tanveer Shah was bowling. Now here we got Ghulam Dastgir. Something that was missing, I think, yesterday in all of the games. There was no spin. And I think for teams like Pak Ikea that were picking off the seamers with ease, maybe it could have made the difference, and maybe we'll see going forward it will make the difference. So the Tigers seem to have a good variety of players. Oh, how did that miss? There's that spin again. Did everything right, pitching it on leg, was hoping it was going to come through. Oh, it could be a chance of a run out here though, and well, it needed to be a direct hit. We're going to see another 3-run. But there you go. We said that yesterday, midway through the day, we said we haven't seen any threes yet. And straight away, right and call, we got one. Then we got another one a bit later on. Courtesy to some comedy mix-up. And then there, once more, an overthrow leading to 3. But how did that miss? Pitching it on leg, it spun big, and just, well, I'm pretty sure it kissed the leg stump on the way through, but not enough to dislodge the bails. See a picture there of Yasir Ali. I'm sure he's looking forward to coming on as well. Difficult bowler to negotiate as well. That one will be a wide ball. Dastgir again looking to try and get this one to rip back. Trying to bowl him around his legs maybe. Now he's got the runs on the board to try his tricks. End of the over. 67 for 3. 6 overs gone here now. Just a chance to have a look at that scorecard. So Tabichak Kuskus, 2 runs of 3 balls, so he never really got going today. They would have needed him to play some of his big shots. It didn't happen. Tanveer Shah bowled beautifully by Mohammad Kashif for 16. And it was Kashif's second wicket. And there you saw the wicket of Amir Hamza, beautifully bowled by Ghulam Dastgir for 16. So change again. Razakat Ali being preferred to come on before Yasir, and his first ball is clubbed straight back past him down the ground for 4 runs. So that's a nice shot, positive shot from Amir Sohail. And that's good to see. They need to be positive, they need to play their shots. So the captain, Sarwar, has just gone very, very straight here. Maybe a bit guilty of following the ball, we shall see. This one is bowled more on the leg stump and played down to the man at deep square leg. Bit of extra flight there. And nearly getting through. The umpire there, I think he just got a little bit of bat onto that. Yeah. That's on the leg once more. No. Too far down leg. Batsman playing a shot, so really makes no difference. ball is doing afterwards. It's well bowled, it's in the air. Is Galamsara going to take the catch? Well, if he does, he's on the wrong side of the fence. It's gone all the way over his head. So he was right to put himself there, but that ball was hit too clean. Say smash. Well, it's good, this and the Stars. If it's there for the taking, shots, they're playing them. Will he have another go? This one more outside the off stump. Just thinking here, the captain of the Catalonia Tigers, Galamsara, is quite happy to perhaps utilise bowlers he probably wouldn't call upon in a tighter game. We've seen that done by just a couple of other teams, because there's not really been too many situations where they've had that freedom. Matches have been very, very close. Too close to be trying out new things, but here, with the game as it stands, and that run rate already now over 25 required per over, he's trying out other players, and well, this man is certainly not trying out. We already know his qualities. You can see there, that's what he was trying to do, and this time he gets it absolutely spot on. You won't see it from this angle. But you see what a lovely bit of bowling it was. I mean, there we go. Look at this. Look at the turn. I mean, in the end, it's just shading the pads of the batsman at the same time. But he's done him with the flight there. And that's what we were talking about yesterday, myself and Vinny. Just having a good spinner on there who's giving the ball a good flight, or as we would say, he's got a good loop. The batsman there, you see, he's seen it go up. His eyes has lit up. He's come down the track. And he's missed it in his hand. And at the moment, Galamsara is all smiles there on the boundary. And, well, maybe he'll fancy coming on and bowling a few overs himself. He's very much similar type of bowler, gives it a lot of air, as they say. But he does pick up wickets, you have to say. So Asif Mahmood is joined now by the new batsman, Ihsanullah. Mahmood has played some nice shots himself. He's on 20 of 13. Ghulam Dasgir, his figures so far, 2 wickets for 5. Oh, he's given that a lot of flight, but he's got the line completely wrong. Just look down at the pitch there as he bowled it. I think his foot was right on that ridge. Needs to get a bit closer to the umpire. It's better, that's well picked up. It's gone all the way over the top. Seis Guerreras, that's a lovely looking shot. Used his feet well, did Ihsanullah. Got to the pitch of the ball here and just followed through. And that's going all the way deep. There's the fielder out there, but it's gone way over his head. A nice shot, a good way to start your innings with a 6. This time, has he gone? Yes, he has. That's a great piece of wicket keeping there from Shazib Akram. Brilliant that was. I mean, I thought it was going to bowl him. Watch this again. It just bounced over the stumps. And quick hands there. Good vision from the keeper. Sent him back. And interesting that a few people were asking yesterday on this pitch about the bounce and saying, well, you know, when the ball's hitting the pads, because the bounce is staying a bit low sometimes, so shouldn't, you know, wouldn't you say that it's always going to be going on to hit and it's going to be LBW? Well, there you see a good example of, well, the answer to that is simple. No, it is not. That one bouncing over the stumps. But good work from the wicket-keeper, Shazib Akram, taking the bails off. Oh, another one goes, and another wicket to Ghulam Dasgir. What figures he's got here so far? 3 for 12. Rohid Islam, the new batsman, off the mark straight away. The single. Swing and a miss. So just to remind you, the next match. The Stars back on against Fateh. Fateh, well, I think they're a little bit, perhaps a bit like Barcelona on the day. They can be pretty good, pretty devastating. They've certainly got some good players in there. There's another wicket. That's his fourth. Once more, it's that flight that did him. Batsman comes down the wicket. Completely missing. There we go. And that's very well bowled. I mean, Asif Mahmood has got hold of him once before and sent him straight back down with a massive six early on when he first came in the bowl. But this time round is not to be, and the bowler gets his revenge. A fine piece of bowling here by Ghulam Dastgir. Absolutely fantastic from him. Lovely work. And he finishes his account with another wicket. And just look at these figures. 2 overs, 4 wickets for 13, and the Stars have now slipped to 87 for 6 at the end of the 7th over. So the Tigers, they had a big day. They knew they had to start well. That would set them in good stead for the rest of the day. And this victory, well, it certainly would put them in a positive frame of mind. At the moment, they're all smiles. Everything is going right for them. Mustansir Iqbal, the Centurion, deciding he wants to bowl as well. And, well, how can the captain say no? First one, short outside the off stump. Hit away over the infield, over the ring for 4 runs. So Rohan Waheed Islam getting a boundary. Missing out that one, and I think he certainly was outside the crease, was he? Was the wicketkeeper a little bit too far away to get to the bows? Certainly close. The bows didn't come off, or maybe he missed them. Comes Iqbal once more. This time he's picked that up well. He's walked straight into that. He's walked down the leg side. The bowlers followed him there, and he said, "Okay, then, thank you very much. I'll have it." And have it he did, all the way for 6. Have a look at this. He hit it while he was walking. Thank you very much. Got enough bat onto it. He didn't think he made enough contact to send it all the way. He certainly did. Timed it beautifully. And it's 6 runs. Nicely hit. Waheed Islam. Oh, and he gets his wicket in the end. You just had that feeling. Waheed Islam is always walking away once more. Just have a look at this. As Iqbal comes in, he's down that leg stump again, walking away and missing it. If you miss, I hit. If it's straight, and that's exactly what's happened. So, Mustansir Iqbal also picking up a wicket to add to, well, the 107 he scored when Catalonia Tigers were batting. And what a day he's having today. A day he'll remember for a very, very long time. Well, not for a very long time, forever. And one that he'll be talking about forever as well, I suppose, to his family. And, well, I don't know his family situation, but if he's got kids, his kids certainly have got something to be very proud of. And, well, in many, many years to come, his grandchildren as well. What a day he's had here today. And this is what European cricket is all about. And, well, I always say it's an opportunity to make the players' dreams come true. And that's exactly what's happened here for Mustansir Iqbal. Scoring a ton on the big stage and being watched, and I'm sure admired by millions of people around the world. Our global cricket family. Single having to go at the stumps. A good throw, direct hit, but the batsman was in. And that was the Big Mac. The Big Mac all smiles. Wasn't all smiles with his batting. Was out first ball, but you can't blame him for that. When he was going in, it was all about just trying to whoever was down the other end, while Iqbal was there trying to hit big runs and try and get as many on the board, but hits the first ball straight into the hands of the fielder. But there, good pick up and throw, direct hit. It's well hit, hasn't quite got enough on it to beat the fielder. Sohail a little bit casual with his fielding, and as a result of that, 2 runs taken. The score so finally does get to 100, so 100 is up after the 9th over. We've just seen the replay there, the wicketkeeper making sure that they weren't going to get a 3 with the overthrows. And there we go. So just to remind you, the match that's coming up, the Stars once more, we're seeing them out there. It'll be interesting how they go about it. Karkus, Tabish, he's going to be key, I think. He didn't perform with this one. Tanvir Shah, we know what he can do. And of course the captain, Amir Hamza. So all of those guys, they've gone in there, they've played some good shots, and out there at the moment, these two, Amir Rais and Zubir Ahmed, they'll be thinking as well about that game. They've got to 100. That's a good landmark for them. I'm saying before the start of the game, it's important that they try and get to a reasonable score and use it going into that game against Fateh. Fateh, Majinder Singh, lovely. Happy Singh, all key players for them, but they know as well. And the Stars will know as this one is sent packing over and out of the ground. And a great crowd catch there. He's got a hoodie on, I don't know who it is, but he's taking it well. He's got to be one of our umpires, maybe the 3rd umpire there, taking a catch. Well held, sir. 6 runs, nice hit there by Zubir Ahmed. Bowled well for me as well today. He's one of the better bowlers for the Stars, and he'll be disappointed as well because he had Iqbal in trouble, had him dropped on the boundary, and he could have had his man. And at that time, Iqbal was on 91. You can see he was very disappointed when the catch went down. It's down the leg side and will be called a wide. Nadeem, the bowler, straying. Fateh's first 2 games, team up next against the Stars, were abandoned because of rain. And that's probably going to be wide as well. Nadeem once more. This time he's gone 2 wide down the other end. I get the feeling this could be, though it's the last over. Could be a long one. Fateh losing to Gracia in the first match they played. Chasing 104, managing to get to 89, and then they were straight back on again and losing to Bengali. Bengali 96 for 4, and Fateh falling short once more on 84. So another team that again, they do a lot of good work in the field, but just missing one key player to step up to the mark when it comes to the batting and score big runs. They've got the players there capable of doing so. Oh, here we go, another very casual one-hand pick-up this time. Once more, the same fielder. Nearly fluffed it the first time, Nawaz Sohail, but this time, Nawazi Sahib gets it spot on. Clean pick-up, gets the ball in. And there we go. That concludes the proceedings. So the first match today, match 21. And what a match it was. It was a great one if you're a Catalonia Tigers player, and a great one if you're one who's supporting and following the Tigers. The Catalonian Giants, who were beaten in their first game by Bengali. They knew they had to come back strong. And by coming back strong and winning their first game, put them in a good situation for the other two games that they've got here today. And they're not going to be easy games. The next one, when they're back up at 12:30 CET time against Gracia. Gracia, a very strong outfit. And then they're playing the Men in Blue as well. And the Men in Blue are a very gutsy team. They don't give you anything. Very strong in the field. And the Stars, who are losing to Tigers here, know all about them. They thought they had that one in the bag when they restricted them to 63 all out, but only managed to get to 52 themselves, and that was because the Blues certainly turned the screw. But the Tigers have got one in the bag, courtesy of a ton, a century scored by another man who goes into the Fan Code European Cricket Series Hall of Fame by scoring that 100. Mustansa Iqbal, and what 100 it was. A superb knock, one that I certainly will remember for a long time. Now hey, before the start of today, with the Tigers playing 3 games, I was speaking to a few people and said, you know what, today we are going to see the first ton of this series scored. But I have to be honest, and I'm not going to say the name, I have to be honest, it's not from the batsman that I thought was going to produce. It's somebody we haven't seen before, and I was asking a question in that break, the innings break, to a few people, to some of the ground staff here, saying, well, you know, where's this man come from? And I was speaking to Devinder Singh Kaur and Kashmir Singh Kaur while they were doing their duties in between, just making sure everything's right. There was that catch that went down when he was on 91. Well, he owes that player there. And who was that fielder there? That was Ali Ahmed. Well, he owes him a big drink, a crate of drinks really, because when that catch went down, he was on 91 after that. He made no mistakes. He composed himself and got to the landmark. And how did he get to the landmark? Well, the only way he knew how, with a big 6. And while I was still talking about his big 6, he went on and hit another one out of the ground. It was absolutely superb. But no, talking to the guys, and they said, yeah, he wasn't around for the 2020 European Series that we had here. He was still overseas, but he's managed to get back, and well, are we grateful that he has? Well, we are. The Stars wouldn't be so grateful, because he has entertained us no end. He's given us the first 100, individual 100 from a player, and it was an absolute feast, and it really has set this day up. So the Tigers looking good. They've got time to have a little bit of a rest and go and compose themselves and do a little bit of homework, because as I say, their next match against Gracia for me is, well, not only the match of the day, it probably is the match of this week so far in Group A. It's going to be a very, very tight contest, and of course both teams need a win. Gracia, of course, lost that golden ball finish against the Men in Blue. Remember that? The Men in Blue winning 2 out of 2 on day 3. Once they beat the Stars, they then overcome Gracia 107 to 107, and they won it on the golden ball. Remember that? Abhishek Barakar, yeah, he was the star, wasn't he? So Gracia need to hit back. Catalonia Tigers need to hit back. Both are big teams in the same group. Only one team goes through. And well, it's almost like saying the team who wins that match is going to be the team that has the much better chance and advantage of going all the way and winning the group. But to do that, they've got to also overcome Bengali Cricket Club, who so far have played for and won for. Anyway, that's all to come. We're going to take a short break now. And I'm going to go see my friend Sarah there and Javi in the catering tent and get myself a nice coffee and maybe something to have a little snack on and be ready to see you right back in about 10 minutes time when we go into the next game. I hope you've enjoyed that. It's been a fantastic game, and there's a load more to come. Remember, 4 more games to come to go. Make yourself a nice cup of masala chai, get yourself a few pakoras or bhajis, and we'll be right back in about 10 minutes.
Well, hello there and welcome back to the Fancode European Cricket Series. It's Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. All is in readiness for the second match of the 5 today. It's match 22 between the 11 Stars and Fateh. 11 Stars, of course, backing up after that last match where they took a little bit of punishment. But Fateh, it's their first match of the day. Let's go over to the match referee who's with the two captains.
And tail is it. Congratulations. You won the toss. What would you like to bet first? Fateh won the toss and elected to bat first.
Well, Fateh captain Manjinder Singh Lovely, no surprises, he won the toss and wanted to bat. He'll be relying on their big three of himself as well as Happy Singh and Lakvir Singh Vinti to get them off to a good start. But they've also had some good form from some other batsmen. In particular, Randeep Singh Dayat for them was pretty useful down the order. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him push up a little bit and make sure he gets some time at the crease. Well, 11 Stars, we saw them get some terrible punishment from the Tigers in the last game, but they need to bounce back because there's every chance they could register their first win here in match 22. Over to you in the box, Rico.
Thank you very much, Vinny. Looking very smart again, I have to say. I mean, I'm going to ask him when he comes in. He's going to be making his way back to us here very shortly. Yes, he's back with us. I know you've missed him in that first game. You've probably missed his Maximos because there were loads of them, weren't they? Yeah, looking very smart. I was going to say, I'm going to ask him just how much luggage he carries around with him. I mean, he's got those lovely shoes. You see those shoes? Check those out. Those suits. He's probably got more luggage than my wife when we go away. But anyway, what a game we have. There we go. The fancy dashboard. The Stars. Well, we've seen what they've got. And to be honest, I think in this match, it's very, very evenly set. I think both teams have got what it takes to win it. And I think it's going to come down to, I'm going to say, one batsman that's going to perform, score maybe, get into the 40s, perhaps go past the 50s. Now, I tell you what, I was very impressed with the captain there of the Stars, Amzir Hamza, the wicketkeeper, left-hander. I think he played some lovely shots. And we know about Tabish the Clubber is what I've named him. Kakus. He's a very good batsman. Didn't quite click off in that game, but they've got some good hitters there. Hamza Khan as well, of course. But hey, Fateh, they're batting first. They made some changes now. Remember that? When we saw them last time, their top order totally collapsed. 5 wickets went down so quickly, and that included the likes of the captain Manjinder Singh Lovely and Happy Singh, who's yet to perform yet with the bat in this series. So they made some changes, and Randeep Singh, he went up the order, and they've made some changes. Now, whether they stick to that, Tajinder Singh, he batted very well as well. So it'll be interesting to see what format they go with. But one of those big guys, Manjinder Singh or Happy Singh, have to perform. And well, look who it is. He's coming through the door now. Mr. Maximo, buenos dias to you. Where have you been hiding yourself this morning?
Buenos dias, amigo. Well, I have been behind the scenes this morning. We've got some big breaking news in the European Cricket Office, and we'll be coming to it shortly. But tell you what, I watched from a safe distance, and I'm happy I was at a safe distance, Rico, in that match 1, because didn't we see an incredible display of hitting there? I couldn't believe it, and ball after ball. And we saw the Tigers, they went down in their first game, and I thought they might be out for a bit of revenge. And the poor 11 Stars lineup, well, they could only do a fair bit of chasing and watching as many balls got hit out of this arena here at the Montjuic Olympic Ground. But I tell you what, the 11 Stars, I was impressed with the way they approached the chase. They attacked, and look, and they didn't get anywhere near the target in the end, but I think that could be some pretty good batting practice going into this game against Fateh. Both these teams winless, and although we'll see the 11 Stars bowling first, I think the game will set them in good stead for a much improved performance and hopefully their first win here in game 2 of the day. It's match 22 of 124 matches in the Fancode European Cricket Series, Spain, Barcelona. And here we go, the first ball of match 22. It's lifted up, and I don't think it will carry, or will it? Oh, and Tanvir on the line. He couldn't do much about it. I thought it was just going to stay in the field of play, but you can see he was helpless as it was over his head. And what a great start. A fantastic start for Fateh.
That can
6
only
runs.
be, sorry mate, that can only be one man. I saw as soon as he took that step across and hit it. That's Happy Singh, isn't it? Is that Happy Singh out there?
It's the happy dance, isn't it? He does it again. That trigger movement outside the off stump. This one is 2-1. It's actually going to be called no ball. So, bit of a shaky start for Umar Riaz, and they definitely put a lot of importance on his contribution with the ball. I'd like to say hello to all our viewers, of course, on the YouTube channel. Let's have a look at Umar Riaz again. It starts in the air. I think it's going to carry over the infield, but it will go 1 bounce for 4. So again, a little bit too short from Riaz. And another boundary. So, Happy Singh. Well, he didn't look too happy when he was here on Wednesday, did he? Because nothing much went his way. But he's a very capable stroke maker. He's one of the big 3, as I like to say, from Fateh. Not only in size, but also his importance there for the Fateh team. Here he is again, Happy Singh facing. And it's going to be another no ball, so Umar Riaz. And we actually saw this yesterday at some of the teams in the second game. You think that they're going to be a bit more acclimatised and a bit more accurate with the ball, but Umar Riaz just struggling to find his line early in the first over.
This is good to see from Fateh, because what they've done here, Vinny, they've gone back to the original plan of Happy Singh and the captain Manjinder Singh, lovely, opening the batting. And that shows that though they changed it around a little bit the first time, we saw them out there. It all went to pot, didn't they, when these two were there? They lost wickets early. They changed it around for the second game, which I thought they didn't do too bad. They still weren't able to win the game. And, you know, they've come back together and say, you know what, let's not change it too much. Let's stick to what we know, what we're good at.
This time it's a lot more accurate from Riaz. It's pitched up. They'll scramble through for a single. And yeah, I think you're right. It's 10 games in the tournament, so you don't want to be chopping and changing too much. Obviously, if things aren't working for you, then it's not a bad thing to try something different. But Happy Singh, experienced now in this format and in the European Cricket Series, and this is the man as well, Manjinder Singh Lovely. If he gets going, he might take some stopping as well. So Fateh trying to set a target here in match 22 as Riaz comes in. Manjinder Singh Lovely. He throws the kitchen sink at it. Has to get his skates on. And he will get through for a single. Still one to come. Of course, we had quite a few extras in this over. So, bit of a long opening over from Riaz. But yeah, Happy Singh, it's interesting, isn't it, Rico? His technique. He does get a long way outside off stump. Gives you a chance. Gives you a look at the pegs.
Yeah, it certainly does. I'm just having a look at this field. We'll come back to it in a minute. It's another wide ball. I mean, I don't think the Stars really have done their homework here on Happy Singh. They've got one man out on the mid-on on the boundary. Then the next man that they're allowed out is all the way there behind at the square leg boundary. You need 2 men straight. Happy Singh, when he does hit it, he's hitting it straight.
Well, he's not going to be able to hit this one. This is, again, it's too far out off stump. And we've talked about bowlers making sure they stay on the off stump, but you can go too far, and that's what we're seeing from Riaz early in this innings. It's going to be that away movement and struggling to control it, Rico. And it's a tough one, isn't it? Early in the innings, you want to go off stump, but not too far. We've seen a lot of leg side hitting. And keep the ball out there. This one's a bit more accurate, and it'll be knocked down for a single. So that'll be the end of the first over. Quite an expensive one for the Stars, and after 1 over, it's 16 for no loss.
Yeah, 16. I mean, that's a little bit below par to what we've been used to so far this morning. The game 1 today, both innings, 17 off the first, but setting themselves up to a high score. Long over that from Umar Riaz. He's not quite got his line right. He was, you're quite right, getting a fair bit of movement outside that off stump. So when you're doing that, you've got to be able to go closer to the umpire, get really close. So you're starting off quite close. You're starting off on middle stump and then allowing that ball to move away. And well, if you can do that and get the ball pitching in the right area, just short of a length, it'll be unplayable.
Well, it looks like it's Zubair Ahmed to bowl the second over for the 11 Stars. Just taking the pace off the ball. This one's hit down to the long on. So, as you said, Rico, only 2 men allowed out in the first 3 overs. The power play, as we call it here in cricket. And they've got the long on back there, Tanveer. And they've also got a deep square leg. So, Happy Singh, I think he's the one. He won't be afraid to go over the top. Anything up and outside off stump, I'd like to see him go over that offside. No one back on the offside. goes leg side. Actually, it's going to not quite carry. One hand, one bounce to the man out there on the boundary. So just the one run. But yeah, both these teams, Rico, we said it before, they'll be desperate to get their first win on the board in the Fancode European Cricket Series. They've had their moments, but yet to have anything in the wins column. It's a wild swing this time from the captain, Manjinder. And also, Rico, let's say hello to everyone watching on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. It's great to have you with us. Feel free to contribute in the chat, any questions or comments that you might have. Berrigan has shown some respect by the batsman as it was pitched up and on the stumps and not taking any chances that time. Yeah, it's always fantastic if we get some questions and comments, and we'll get to as many as we can. Always looking at you there when we get a chance. Say hello, let us know where you're watching from. 6-1 dabbed away with your home point. Maybe just a single, and of course you might be watching on Fancode as well in India. And hello to all our Indian viewers. It's great that you can join us, and we love bringing you the cricket. 124 games here in Barcelona, Spain. It's a feast of cricket, isn't it?
The feast of lovely, jubbly cricket, yeah. And yeah, what a day, what a start we've had so far today.
He's gone after this one. This is wide of the field. It'll take some stopping. In fact, it won't be stopped by Tanvir out there at long on. That's gone all the way for 4 runs. Cuatro carreras and a nice attacking start from Fateh.
Yeah, I mean, Zubir Ahmed very disappointed there because he's saying he's put his man where he wanted him, and he's asking the question, well, why has he moved? And he's absolutely right. I think the fielder went on a walkabout. Zubir's done well here, you know, Vinny, because he started the day, the very first over he bowled in that first match, he bowled pace, medium pace. He took some clout, but he had the sense and to change what he was bowling. He went to bowling spin, and he's continued that. So he's obviously had a look at this pitch and saying, you know what, it doesn't suit that style of my bowling, so I'm going to try spin. And you know, I think that's a good ploy.
Yeah.
Spin has worked for me. Spin and the slower bowlers have worked better than the pace bowlers.
Yeah, it does seem like that way on this surface, and that's the end of the over. It's 26 for no loss after 2. And Fateh, I think we talk a lot about what kind of targets they'll try and set, and you know that I'm not a huge fan of premeditating on what you're going to do in 10 overs time, but I do think if they can stay around this kind of 10 to 12 and over pace, let's say 10 and over pace, 100 plus will be quite competitive.
Yeah, the thing with Fateh is, and I think a lot of people that have watched the European Cricket Series here in Barcelona will know this, and Fateh will know it themselves. When they lose those first early wickets, they do tend to have, they're like a pack of cards, they tend to collapse. So this partnership is key. While they're out there, they've got to keep going. One of them's got to score big.
There's Hamza Khan bowling for the 11 Stars. This one might have gone through the batsman's legs. Beaten everyone. In the end, the result is 4 byes. So I think you'll find here it was down the leg side, Rico, but because it went through the batsman's legs, they're not going to get a wide for it. And in fact, the keeper, it was Amir Hamza behind the stumps, wasn't able to track it sufficiently to stop the boundary. So again, that's a bit of a gift for Fateh, and they'll take everything that they're given by the 11 Stars early in this match. Of course, Fateh having both their games washed out on the first day, unfortunately, so they haven't had much cricket, but games they have played, they haven't been able to register a win. So just umpire having a word to the captain of the 11 Stars there, Asif Mahmood. Not quite sure what that was about, but we'll see Hamza Khan continuing. Well, batsman defending, looking for a single. I don't know, I think he wasn't quite aware of his capabilities as far as moving across the surface, because I think that if he thought there was a run there, he was going to get a rude shock. So smartly, he goes back to his crease. Yeah, it's always great. And we've got Pranto Rahan saying he's watching from Bangladesh. Good morning, Pranto. Hope you're enjoying the cricket here on the European Cricket Network. Hamza again. This is playing the leg stump. Nice looking drive down to mid-on. We've got Ski FN saying, hello, I'm watching from the UAE. That's a beautiful part of the world. It's very nice weather there as well. A little bit too hot for some people, but I don't mind the sun out. And it's quite a nice day here at the moment in Barcelona. Currently 13 degrees, expecting a high of 16. A few clouds in the sky, but no threat of rain at the moment, as we see Hamza continuing. This is a full toss down the leg side, and That was loose. That will be called a wide. And they'll get an extra. So it'll be 2 runs, and that one will have to be rebowled. Yeah, there's some rain in the forecast, but not sure about these Spanish meteorologists. I got told there'd be no rain the other day, and there was a sprinkling, although luckily it didn't stop play. The only games we've lost have been on Monday. Today they think perhaps around Game 4, Game 5, there might be the threat of some rain, but hopefully it holds off and we can get 5 T10 games in here in the Fancode European Cricket Series. Here's Hamza Khan. Plays and misses, fumbled by the keeper again.
Yeah, you got 2 opposites here, haven't you, in terms of batsmen. You got Manjinder Singh Lovely, who likes to step away from the stumps to play shots, so going towards the leg side, and then you got the complete opposite in Happy Singh. He likes to step across, so step right in front of his steps to play shots. So yeah, it's quite interesting.
Last ball of the over. This is up, it's in the air. I think it's going to go all the way. Yeah, Tanvir again. He's been teased once and twice, but that's going to be not so nice for the 11 Stars. It's all the way for a Maximo.
And he's played that. Look at this. One-handed. Watch.
We've seen a few of these, haven't we? That shows you how strong is that left arm. And Manjinder Singh Lovely, just what Fateh needed to finish the power play in strong fashion. And after 3 overs, they are 40 for no loss.
Yeah, that's a fantastic power play for them. I mean, when you think of the starts that they've made in other games, this is massive. But like I say, they've got to keep going, because when one goes, another follows.
You can see Jost Hobic is on the chat as well this morning. Good morning to him. Watching from Slovenia, I believe. Here's Zubair to bowl his second and final over. The first ball a little bit short, and it'll go down, and it's going to go through Tanvir. So, the 11 Stars, well, there's not much they could do about some of the Maximos in the first game they played, but that one, well, Tanvir, normally a good fielder, and that's why he's down there. That's gone absolutely straight through his legs, and I guess we've all done it. But that's 4 carreras and 4 needless runs given away by the Stars. Zubair won't be happy, but he comes out this time. It's up, it's in the air, and it might carry, he might be able to come back and take a catch. So, Tanvir Shah at long on. Well, I tell you what, from 0 to hero in the matter of just about 25 seconds after letting that one go through his legs. Well, it meant the same man was on strike, and the very next ball is hit down his throat.
I tell you what a day Tanvir Shah is having. You saw earlier in the previous over to Zubair, he wasn't in the right place. He got some stick. He let that one go through him. He got some stick. He's taken the catch, which everybody's hearts were in their mouths, because, again, I have to remind you, it was him bowling against Iqbal, the man who scored the century, and he had a chance, caught and bowled before Iqbal got to his 50 and he put it down. So he's having a mixed day. He'll be so much happier that he's taken that catch. And, well, it's onwards and upwards from here.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you who won't be happy is Happy Singh. Again, his name seemed a little ironic there. Not a happy ending to his innings, and it's unfortunate that he wasn't able to quite get the elevation and the power required to cover that fielder at long on, but that's the nature of the game. This one's hit straight back at Zubair, doesn't want to know anything about it. He gets out of the way and says you can have one run for that. That's still a little bit nippy. 13 degrees, so not the worst, but it does remind me a little bit about playing in English conditions, doesn't it? When you're playing at this time of the year in Barcelona. Don't really associate Spanish weather with English weather, but luckily there's no drizzle. Here's Zubair, and it's wide outside of something called a wide. And nice keeping that time by Amir Hamza. And again, this hard ball. These morning games, not so easy. So it's a nice catch by Tanvir. This is bowled. And Zubair Ahmed, isn't he happy about it? He's given the Jackie Chan karate moves, and he's thrilled to pick up a wicket. It was a little bit short, and the batsman shaping to play a cross-bat shot. You can see that. Manjinder Singh Lovely. There's nothing lovely about the result from his point of view. It didn't bounce as much as he thought. And isn't he happy about it, Zubair Ahmed? And his day's really turning around, Rico.
Yeah, so he should be happy. He wasn't a happy man earlier, we know that. Misfield, drop catch, but all of a sudden, he's kept a cool head, he's kept calm, he's done what he's there to do, and he's got 2 wickets. He's got 2 wickets in this over. And, well, this is the danger here now for Fateh, isn't it? This is what I was saying. Once those 2 big names are out, Happy Singh and Manjinder Singh Lovely, they haven't normally been able to regroup and continue. So they've made a good start. There's no doubt about that. But They can't now let that all go to waste. They've got to keep going. They've got to keep, sensible batting is what's required now. And I think they've got to be looking at 100. 100's got to be the minimum, isn't it, from here?
I think so, especially saw some of the power of the 11 Stars as they were chasing down that colossal total from the Tigers in the first match today. Zubair this time and cautiously pushed away on the leg side. That'll be just a single. And this is Randeep Singh Dayal, and I must say I'm a big fan of his. I think he didn't necessarily thought of as a top order batsman, but he plays his shots and been pretty effective in this format of the game. He's coming in at number 4 today. Next one defended by the batsman, and that will be the end of the over. And after 4, it's 48 for 2.
Yeah, 48 for 2. Fateh, I was saying at the beginning of the game that in this match, and this applies to both teams, when batsmen start to get in, they've got to make it count, because it's very important that they go all the way.
Now, this is the big news we were talking about earlier, and we'll come to it. If you go to EuropeanCricket.com, you'll see all about the European Cricket Championship. More about that shortly. And this is out, another wicket, so another one goes down. And well, I was talking about Randeep and his potential to succeed in this form of the game, but he's gone a little bit too early here. Tanveer Shah's come into the attack, and he's hit across the line, and it's a short stay for Randeep. He goes for only 1, and after the first ball of the 5th over, Fateh have fallen to 48 for 3.
Yeah, that was always on the cards there, wasn't it? I mean, the ball, even if it hit his pads, he was on his way. It wasn't a good shot. I mean, he just premeditated, put the foot across and tried to play a double away there, and, well, it's a dirty dismissal.
Yeah, just back to the European Cricket Championship. It's going to be in September and October. For the full story, go to EuropeanCricket.com, but it is an inter-country or an international tournament, T10 tournament involving 15 European countries. And it's going to be a very, very interesting 4 weeks of cricket. And so that's the announcement. To read all about that story, get the scoop at EuropeanCricket.com. I'm looking forward to that. It's going to be amazing. It's going to be in Spain as well, Rico.
It's going to be amazing stuff. And what is also amazing here is Tanveer Shah. What a turnaround. He's had a nightmare. And when he took that catch, I said, well, it's onwards and upwards. And it certainly is. He's captain's given him the ball, put it in his hands, and he's taken a wicket with the first one.
Yeah, certainly has. This one's hit away nicely. And it'll just be the single. So, yeah, ECC, it's going to be a great international, same sort of format as this.
Yeah.
It's going to be incredible coverage as well. This is Tanveer, this is the loose ball. This should get punished. And he just gets enough to get it over the head of Tabish Kakus down there on the square leg boundary. And that is a maximo.
Well, for one moment, the batsman there, Lukbir Singh Vinti, thought he's going to put this straight into the hands of the fielder there. You could see his heart was in his mouth, but fortunately for him, it sailed just over him. 6 runs.
It's a good comeback from the bowler, and there was nothing loose about this delivery. It was speared in at the stumps, and this surface not so easy to negotiate those deliveries, so probably sensible to keep that one out and hope for something a bit looser this time as Tanveer comes in again. He's down the leg side, and nice bit of wicket keeping from Hamza that time. Never easy down the leg side to spot it early, but it will be a wide, and that will have to be rebowled. Come to again after this ball, and again a wild swing on the leg side. So if you've got any questions about the European Cricket Championship, then please put them in the YouTube chat. We'll answer as much as we know. Again, it's just been announced this morning.
So tell us more then. So what's the format here?
So there's going to be 4 weeks of cricket, and there's 5 countries, and they'll be drawn randomly at some point. And the 5 countries each week will play each other, and the winner of those 3 weeks, as well as a couple of the lucky losers, if you like, will make it to the 4th and final week. And that's going to be in Spain. It's going to be September and October, and it's the first of its kind. It's very exciting. Can't wait for that. This is Ali Ahmed continuing. Short and outside off stump. It'll just be a single. Yeah, so isn't it a great chance for some of the members of these national sides? There's even going to be an England amateurs team playing. There's going to be a Scotland A team playing as well. And we've got so many of these cricketers, and they won't be able to control themselves, I think, on the world stage on the European Cricket Network. Here's Ali Ahmed. This looks a bit too wide. It's going to be called a no ball, so Next one will be a free hit, and Ali Ahmed just motioning there. There's a bit of movement, and there has been a bit of movement, bit of cloud cover this morning, Rico. But yeah, ECC, well, I'll tell you what, when you're a Spanish resident, you'll be there. You'll be the first one there, I think, Rico.
Well, I might as well pitch my camp here now. There's so much cricket going on and so much of it happening here in Barcelona. Well, you know, there's no need to go anywhere else. I mean, the wife will be happy.
Well, this is hit firmly down the ground. In fact, it's going to go all the way. So a powerful stroke there and a welcome boundary for Fateh. 4 more runs. So it was hit nicely. And Ali Ahmed, again, it was straighter, but it was a little bit too short. Gave the batsman a few options. And that one's right off the middle of the bat.
Nice to see runs being scored on a free hit. That's twice today. Free hits gone to the boundary. That'll be a wide ball down the leg side. They're looking to take an extra from it. They have done. Good running.
Yeah, but I should say also, Rico, we're not quite sure where in Spain it will be at this stage. Hasn't been announced. So, of course, we've got quite a few venues that would be very happy to host a competition of that nature. So I guess stay tuned. And again, for all your news on European cricket, go to our website, europeancricket.com. This one looks a bit too wide outside the off stump, and it will be called wide. I think umpiring's been very good as well, Rico. I have to say today they've been pretty consistent on those wides, and no balls if they are too wide. And hats off to the umpires.
Yeah, I mean the men in black. I think not just today, all week been fantastic. Shub Navjot Singh's done a brilliant job as the tournament referee.
It's another one-handed shot. And it always does the trick, doesn't it? Only the one hand required, and 4 more runs. 4 más for Fateh.
Yeah, I mean, I do like the look of Lukveer Singh Vinti. I think he's a good player. He's a good all-rounder to have in the team. He's pretty useful with the bat, can score useful runs for you. Good in the field, a good bowler.
The bowler can come back with its full and speared into the legs, and that'll be just the single. So again, a very good start by Fateh. The run rate's good, but you've seen it many times in this European cricket series. The batsmen faulting in these middle overs, and it's important they keep picking up these boundaries with the field back. Not so easy to score them. Again, and another extra. There's been far too many extras for my liking from the 11 Stars, and it was a bit difficult for them, of course, in the first game. I was scared to put the ball straight to the batsman, but I think against Fateh, you need to make them play, make them earn their runs. This could come back to be pretty costly as the next ball just popped away on the offside. But yeah, I mean, these extras, I'm not quite sure how many.
No, I can tell you exactly. I was having it just before that last wide was bowled. That was 19 extras, and you know what? In T10, 60 balls, right? Let's think about it. It's a 10-over game, 60 balls. Well, you bowl, and that's another one there. That's how we're going to 20 extras. Now that's an extra 20 balls.
Yeah.
That's that's big. It's massive. You cannot afford to be giving away so many extras because, well, you look at that score, 72. You take that 20 away from that, and
also
criminal.
Also, the overs need to be bowled in a certain time. I tell you what, this one isn't a wide, but it's gone a long way. Yeah, it's gone over mid-wicket all the way for a Maximo.
Yeah, good hit there. And this is the over comes to an end, and an expensive one, another long one. The score has now moved to 80 of 6 overs, and Fateh looking very good. He picked that up really well. And one thing these two are doing exactly what Fateh need at this stage of the game. They need the new batsman to come in and stay in because, as I keep saying, once they lose one wicket, the others tumble. So far,
Tanvir Shah continues, and it's going to be caught no balls. So again, it's been another free hit, and Rico, there's no excuse at this pace really. But Tanvir is going to bowl free hit. Probably spirited a bit quicker, and he tries that. Probably would have been a huge LBW shout, but of course cannot be out off a free hit. So again, they'll get away with that one. So I just want to tell you some of the countries that we're going to see in the European Cricket Championship during this over. As we see Tanvir come in again. This is danced down by the batsman. They'll just get a single. So we've got the England Amateurs, which they are from the National County Cricketers Association Amateur Representative Team. We've got the Scotland A team. And then we've got all these countries. We've got Italy, Denmark, Germany and Austria. Continue in a second. It's a full toss, and this is going to get the treatment, or is it? It's just going to get over that fielder, Karkus. How you want? I think, what did you call him again? The clubber. Well, again, he had the big clubs up in the sky there, but he wasn't able to pull anything down, and that's all the way for 6. So another great shot, but another bad ball, I'd have to say, from Tanveer.
Yeah.
It was Tanveer Shah just a little bit too full, and giving the batsman a free swing of the bat.
But you know, this was a really, really good hit because he had to wait for it, and yet timed it beautifully. Perfectly hit by Kuldeep Singh that time.
And here, just introducing length, it just creates another variable, and that one not bouncing as high as the batsman expected. So good comeback from Tanveer. This one's hit straight, and it's hit nicely, and it's just going to bounce inside the field of play. It'll go for 4, so Quattro Mas and Fateh, they just keep on keeping on here in match 22 of the Fancode European Cricket Series.
That's a good shot again. And you see what I mean, what I'm talking about? Even though the ball is flighted up, it's coming to him very slow, he's bats in the air, he waits for it, perfect timing, and then executes it brilliantly.
Kuldeep Singh hitting the ball nicely, and he's hit this one nicely as well. Yeah, it's up and away. It's another Maximo.
Well, what a way to bring that over to an end. And once more, a fantastic over for them. Takes them on to 99 at the end of the 7th over. This is fantastic stuff from Fateh. And the Stars, well, it's all going wrong. You know, we've seen the best of them, and the best of them normally is in the field. It hasn't been today.
Yeah, struggling a little bit. Just going back to the European Cricket Championship, we've got Norway, Romania, so we might even see Pavel Florin. He's a member of the Romanian national team. So Norway, Romania, Spain, of course, will be the host country. That's exciting for them. And Sweden as well. So we've seen some cricket from Sweden last year here on the ECN. This looks like Hamza Khan coming back into the attack. This is pushed away into the gap, but I think they'll still only get 1. Some thought of it too. It'd have to be a good throw. Oh, and it's very close. I think he's just got home. So nice bit of fielding from, I think that's Amir Sohail on the long off boundary. Got it back in, but was good running from Kuldeep because he made up his mind, didn't he, straight away that it was in the gap and he might be able to get 2. And again, every run can be important in this format of the game. Here is Hamza Khan again. This is speared into the pads. Probably would have been a wide if the batsman chose to step inside it, but it'll just get a single. Lakshmi Singh Vinti playing more of the support role at the moment, while Kuldeep is trying to smoke everything out of the ground. And some other countries, Belgium, and Corey Rutgers, one of our favourites here on ECN. He's the Belgian national team coach, so it's great that they'll be at the European Cricket Championship as well. As we wait on this next ball from Hamza Khan. Well, he's danced down, he's got it up, he's got it high, he's got it in the sky, and it comes down as a Maximo.
Super hitting this, isn't it? Late on, just doing what he's got to do and doing it so well. I like the way he's using his feet, and you know, it's just so good to watch Kuldeep Singh.
Race now to 34 off only 14 balls. Tries it again, coming down at the bowler, advancing, but he's not able to get this one away. It was held back slightly by the bowler as only a leg by. Yeah, so we've got Belgium, we've got Hungary. We've seen some cricket from Hungary as well, haven't we? On ECN. Czech Republic, well, we've seen plenty of cricket. We had the ECN Czech Super Series last year, of course, and plenty of good things happening in Czech cricket. Here comes Hamza Khan again. It's on the leg stump, but it's going to be hit straight. This will be definitely out of your hits, and he doesn't hit. So they took the risk there. Lakshmi Singh Vinti saying, well, if you're good enough, then hit him. He'd given up the chase. You see he's coming, didn't miss by much. Nice bit of fielding, good pick up and throw. It was never going to be easy throwing at one stump, but nice effort. It's Hamza Khan again. He's down the leg side and going to get at least 1 extra. So that'll be 2 wides. They'll have to be rebowled. Portugal as well. Again, there's quite a few countries these have had European Cricket Series last year, so you'll know a few of these players, I'm sure. And just a reminder, these are the national teams from these countries. Will be competing in the European Cricket Championship in September and October. And the final one is Finland. And again, Finnish Premier League, very popular. One of the first tournaments we showed here on ECN. Here's Hamza. And this is to finish the over. It's hit down the ground, and it's going to get through the fielder. So it was the captain there, Asif Mahmood, It was a good effort from him, but he just plugged in the ground. You see, you can't fault the effort from the fielder on that occasion. It was a long way to his left. It was a nice shot all the way along the ground. But that's 4 runs, and after 8 overs, Fateh a 116 for 3. You see him, Mahmood, and it shows a little bit slippery here early in the morning. I did like the fact that he got down. He tried to get his body behind it, but again, not easy at this stage and at this time of the year. So 116 for 3 with 2 overs to go. And I tell you what, Fateh, they're perfectly set up for a final assault in these last 2 overs, Rico.
Yeah, they certainly are. And you know, one thing I think I will check up on a little bit later on, maybe in between the break, I think they're heading towards the most runs they've scored in the European Cricket Series, you know.
Big appeal, but no love from the umpire. This is Umar Riaz. And an important over because we've seen the 11 Stars bat, and they do have a bit of firepower, don't they, Rico? So you wouldn't put it past them chasing something in the order of 120 or 130?
Yeah, I mean, they've been, again, very, very good running. A direct hit again would have been interesting, but they do sneak in the extra, so making that into 2 wides. Yeah, they've got a bit of aggression in them, the Stars, and I think they've got to bring that out and that frustration, take it out on the Fateh bowlers. And hopefully, as we see this one coming in. Oh, that's better. Well bowled, it's in the right areas, and finally the wicket goes. You can't blame the batsman there. They're going to have to throw everything at it. And that is Kuldeep. Kuldeep's had a fantastic innings. Kuldeep Singh, 34 of 17. He's done exactly what was required for his team. But yeah, I mean, the Stars, whatever the target ends up being here, I think they've got a little bit of anger in the system, and they need to go out there and they've got to channel it in the right places, and that channel and that right place will have to be against the Fateh bowlers.
Yeah, and you can't blame him there. It was a very good knock, scoring at 200 strike rate and just flicking the stumps. And that ends his innings. A handy wicket to see the back of him at this stage for the 11 Stars. It was well bowled by Umar Riaz. He struggled with his control a little bit today, but that one was right on target, flicking the stumps.
Yeah, good comeback from him. He went 16 from his first over, if you remember.
Here he comes again. This is pretty on target as well, but it's just fumbled by the keeper, and they're going to sneak through for a bike. And not easy keeping in there. It's not the driest ground behind the stumps. I've got a comment here from ECN European Cricket Network, and that'll be our bosses in the control tower there, saying Jonty Rhodes being the new coach of Sweden. Back to this after this ball, and this is hit just pitching in front of the fielder, and it's well fielded on the boundary there by Zubair, because it got through Ehsanullah, who was at cover, and it was a difficult bounce. But in the end, it was still only 1, so probably not conceding any extra runs from that misfield. I think they probably would have got 1 anyway, so nice bit of work, and those are the little things that are going to make all the difference, aren't they? Perhaps if this is a close game. Yeah, the ECN saying, thought they saw Jonty Rhodes in Barcelona the other day, running someone out. Well, this is up, it's high, it's in the air. I don't think it's going to carry to the fielder, so some thought of 2, but I can do that too.
Oh, there will be, and that was an ouch.
That was a big ouchie, and I tell you, not looking after his bowler, was he there? And just an aggressive throw. This is one you have to pitch a bit shorter.
I tell you what, you've heard of middle off the bat. That was middle off the knee, out to cover, and taking an extra.
This is some friendly fire. Watch this. Comes in. He's not happy to be there as the Umar Riaz. No damage. He comes back well again, but again, just missing the stumps. The keeper not able to stop it. They'll take 1, and they'll get just the 1 by off that one. So it's been a pretty eventful over, you'd have to say. In the end, they'll finish the over at 125 for 4. Yeah, what we were referring to there the other day was Shubdeep Deb from Men in Blue taking out the stumps Jonty Rhodes style, wasn't he? I don't think it wasn't even out, but he took the stumps.
It was a no.
Took the stumps all the way to the 30-yard circle almost, didn't he? Shubdeep Deb, and if he's watching, hello to him. And yeah, Jonty Rhodes is the coach of Sweden, the Swedish national team. So very, very good chance, unless he gets the sack or something like that. But I'm sure he'll survive until September. And great to see Jonty Rhodes at the European Cricket Championship. It's our man Kakus coming on, and he gets the treatment, a bit of his own medicine, doesn't he? That one's all the way over cover for 4 runs, and a great start to the 10th over for Fateh.
Well, Fateh really are loving this. Has to be said, I mean, 30 extras, 6 of them in buys, 3 leg buys, wide 16, no balls 5. They haven't done themselves any favours, have they?
No, they certainly haven't. Comes in again, and there's another one. We've talked about it, haven't we? And yeah, it's difficult to really to see the 11 Stars being happy with this effort, because look at this score in the end, a significant amount of extras conceded. This time it won't be called, so just a dot ball there. But like you say, well, they're 130 with 31 extras, so you take those out,
Yeah.
you know, and apart from the 3-leg buys, it's all kind of avoidable extras, I suppose, and then they're more like the 100 mark, but instead those 30 extras taken to 130. This is cut away and a slight misfield. It'll just be one. Also, there's a couple of others that spring to mind. I mean, the one that went straight through Tanvir Shah's legs, that's an extra 3 runs as well. Though it did bring a wicket the next ball, so maybe we won't count that one in there. But the difference between chasing something like 105 or 110 and chasing 140, well, significant difference. Here's Kakus. This is just mistimed, and they'll get through for a single. So fairly serene start to the over. Of course, the boundary off the first ball, but since there are a couple of tight deliveries from Kakus.
Yeah, Tanjinder Singh, they're getting off the mark. That's only his second ball. It feels like he's been in there ages.
It does, doesn't it? This is hit away on the offside again. Essen Ullah again. Held Spanish special. Some thoughts of a second, but it was a nice pick up and throw in the end. So we've got, there's a couple of balls remaining now. And I think this will be a really interesting chase, Rico, because we saw the 11 Stars. They did have a few explosive batsmen in their lineup. So it's hit away nicely. Driven Hansley should be pushing for 2. And the striker, well, he took forever to get going. They might get away with it, though.
He will be looking for 3.
Well, they are going for 3. And there'll be a run out. Yeah, so run out going for the 3rd. And that was the last ball of the innings. So they'll end up on 135 for 5. Fateh, after winning the toss and electing to bat, they've set a formidable target. Now, it's not quite the 160 plus that the 11 Stars had to try and chase against the Tigers, but this total of 135 will take some catching. But Rico, they do have a couple of players that I think could get them in range. But before we get to that, let's have a look back at the Fateh innings.
Yeah, well done to Fateh. I'm pretty confident that's the highest European Cricket Series score. So good job done by them. I was saying earlier that they needed batsmen to go through with their innings, and they started well, and they went back to the faithful captain himself, Manjinder Singh Lovely, and Happy Singh opening the innings. And well, they did pretty well, put in a decent stamp. But once more, first wicket there. Happy Singh going for 18, and then followed that up by good bowling from Zubin Ahmed, taking the wicket off Manjinder Singh Lovely. And this was where sometimes the collapse could happen. And though Randeep Singh did go earlier, look at that celebration there. It was party time, wasn't it? But then, here we go, we see that again. Excellent stuff. But what was good there was the partnership then between Lakbir Singh and Kuldeep Singh. They batted very well. You see some of those shots here. And I like the way he waits for it. He does plant his foot down quite often. He then makes himself room. The bat is there in the air, a little bit like baseball. Look, I mean, we talk a lot about being here at the Mount Dewey Olympic Baseball Ground and the same shots being compared to baseball. Well, Kuldeep Singh, a lot of the ones he's played there, a little bit unfortunate there, the misfield for the Stars. Finally, we see the wicket there in the end of Kuldeep Singh, bowled well by Rays. But Fateh, they have given themselves a decent score, and the Stars, as we said, as we see another one being smashed out there with the outfield running there at the end, and well, that was the one that came off the knee and went for a single.
Yeah, that one, that's going to sting tonight. I've seen some thunderbolts fall. You don't expect it from your own field. You see the last ball, of course, the run out to finish the inning. They had to go for it. So after 10 overs, Fateh finishing on 135 for the loss of 5 wickets. We'll be back in about 10 minutes for the chase. We enjoy having your company here on the European Cricket Network. In match 22, it'll be the 11 Stars requiring 136 for victory here in match 22. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series. See you shortly. And welcome back to the Montjuic Olympic Ground in Barcelona, Spain. It's match 22 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. It's great to have your company. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full for the European Cricket Network. And we're about to see a very interesting chase here in match 22 as 11 Stars. Well, wasn't the best bowling performance from them. They conceded 135. They need 136 for victory. But Rico, we saw in the first game of the morning against the Tigers that there is a fair bit of firepower in this Stars lineup.
Yeah, very much so. And if it just takes one of them to get going, anything can happen. If this man does it, the clubber, well, we're in for a feast. And we saw some very good hitting from the wicketkeeper Amir Hamza as well. And he's at the other end. And left and right combination. Yeah, let's see how we get on.
These two so important, Rico, I think. And we're going to see Randeep Singh Dade to open the bowling for Fateh. I think the power play all important here for both teams. Here's the first ball of the second innings. That's wide, and look, we saw the Stars struggling a little bit with air control as well. And I think maybe the cloud cover, the ball swinging around a little bit. We've seen some of the balls kind of swinging away, but too far, and a lot of offside wides today, so won't be too happy with that start. And he comes again. Oh, and Kakus, he fancied it, didn't he? It was a big across the line heave. And again, ultimately, he will get off the mark. So Kakus, yeah, we saw him play a very significant innings earlier in the week, and he scored a half century, but just got out at a crucial time, and Hamza as well. So both these batsmen, I think they'll fancy their chances in the power play.
Yeah, just has to be careful, doesn't he? I mean, if you see him, he does like to go across, and just done him earlier, the earlier game.
Well, this is up, and it's going to carry the mid-off fielder. It's 1 bounce and 4 runs, and we talked about the power of Hamza. Wow, this is a nice start to his innings.
Yeah, it's always good when your first ball comes on the middle of the bat and ends up going, well, racing to the boundary. Remember, only the 2 men allowed out, and both those men are straight, but he's still taking them on.
Mid-off back now on the boundary as Randeep comes in again. A little bit straighter and cramped for room was Hamza. Kakus has to get his skates on. I mentioned the other day, Rico, the batting, when he's batting, he likes the hitting aspect, but he's not a huge fan of the running aspect, is he, Tabish Kakus?
No, he's certainly not.
Looks like he needs the oxygen. That was only a single, wasn't it? So if he ever runs a 3, well, I hope we've got the ambulance on standby. He's on strike now. Mid-on, mid-off back for Kakus as Randeep comes in, steps across and tries to hit it over mid-wicket in a vacant area, and it's missed by everyone. It'll take some stopping. And the call is 4 byes, so a bit of disappointment there for the wicketkeeper. It's Harjinder Singh behind there for Fateh today. He's not easy keeping it, does keep a bit low at times, and wasn't able to get down to that one.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed with that. I don't think he tried to get his gloves onto it in the end. I think tried perhaps just to block it with his pads maybe.
Has to get down low, and already 11 off this over with 2 balls remaining. It's up, it's very high. It's nowhere near a fielder in the end, but it'll just plug in the outfield. They'll get 1. They're going to try for 2. A good throw might have him in trouble, and that would have been out. Well, you see there, and the outfielder saying, why wasn't there anyone at the stumps? But it was a very powerful throw coming in. You can see here Hamza caught a bit off guard. He didn't expect Kakus to be able to run it 2. And he would have been out by several metres if that had hit the stumps, but no one there to take the throw. It would have been a difficult take, though, even if the bowler got back there. And ultimately, 2 runs for the Stars.
Yeah, and you saw that Hamza knew he was well out of his crease.
Last ball of the over. This is hit away, and it's going to get through the leg side. So 4 runs and a very good start to this chase for Fateh. There were 17 off that over, so after 1 over, it's 17 for no loss.
17 again, eh? So just to recap, this is the way the matches have started today. First game today, both innings, first over, 17. The first over here today, 16, and now 17 again. So teams are understanding the importance of this power play.
So important, isn't it? And let's just talk a little bit about this run chase for Fateh. I think they want to stay. Again, I'm quite quite good at mental arithmetic. Not everyone is, but I'd be trying to go for this 13 and over, and you always get a few in the last over if you fall behind, but 13 to 14 and over, that means you probably want to be 26 after this over, so even though it's a good first over, you don't want to be putting the brakes on here, especially in the power play. Maybe eyeing off a power play of something in the order of the 40s, I think. In the mid-40s, they'll be nicely placed to stay in the hunt for this big chase of 136 required. This is the captain, Manjinder Singh Lovely. Well, he pitches it up, and it's served up on a platter, and that's over cover. A beautiful shot by Hamza over cover for 4.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot. I mean, Manjinder Singh, he's opted for both his men to be on the boundary. They're on the onside. But if he's going to bowl that line, he's going to have another think, because he's got 2 men there on the off in the ring, but it's going over their heads each time. Here we go again, over the heads. Yeah, he's got to have a think about this. That's where the fielder has to be. 6 more.
Well, that's a Maximo, and you see here, no mercy from Hamza. He knows the importance of this power play. This is pitched up. It's the previous delivery there you see going over cover. The next one was a lot straighter, hit straight down the ground, and 6. So that's 10 off the first 2 balls of this over. We talked about they're getting 13 and over. There's already 10 off the first 2 of this one. And he tries again. It's up in the air, though. The fielder might have a chance. Has to go a long way, and he's taken it. So what a good catch that is, and a crucial blow for Fateh. And that was Lakhvir Singh, often a wicket keeper, but he made good ground that time at extra cover. Had to go 10 to 15 metres to his left. You see here, he had to get on his bike pretty early. He got in a good position. You see the safe hands and the good technique. His wicket-keeping skills coming in handy, pouching that, and a very, very important wicket for Fateh.
Massively important. I mean, that's one of the big guns on his way back, and you can see how dangerous he is. Now, the question is, a lot of people out there will be saying, look, you know, he'd already done the hard work in the over, hadn't he? Did he really have to play that shot? Well, it's just one of those. If you're in that sort of mood, he's probably thinking everything he gets, everything he hits is going to go to the boundary. Makes a mistake, to his peril, he's gone.
Well, the batsman crossed. And so this is Karkus, and this is a little bit short and punched through square leg, so 4 more. Well, it doesn't bother Tabish Karkus, the clubber. He's clubbed that one sideways, and 4 more runs to the Stars.
Yeah, now look, you know, you got to think about this. They've just got a prize scalp sent back to the dugout. The one thing you can't do is bowl short to Tabish, because he's going to smash it away. They should know by now what his weakness is that full ball straight. He does go across the line. That's where you've got to try and get it. Manjinder Singh Lovely, he's got a wicket, but he's also taken a bit of stick here.
Well, I should mention Tanvir Shah has come out to join the clubber, Tabish Karkus, at the crease, but he's at the non-striker's end at the moment. Manjinder Singh's going to go around the wicket, and this one is massive. This is absolutely murdered over mid-wicket. It's gone over everything. I think it's gone across the street. This is a giant Maximo.
This has gone all the way into the Olympic Stadium, this for sure. What a hit.
Look at this. He just set himself. He got himself in the position. He opened his body up. And I tell you what, that one might need a taxi to get back. Tabish Karkus, will he try again? He certainly does. This isn't as big, but it's still going to get the maximum. It's another 6 runs for the 11 Stars.
Yeah, you can see the captain there, very dejected, just walking off. But he's not thinking about this now. Look at the way the man bats, and what's he doing? He's coming around the wicket, so he's just putting it there for him even better, isn't he?
Well, that's the end of the over, and it's 43 for 1. I just said a second ago that something in the mid-40s at the end of the power play would be where the 11 Stars want to be, but you'd have to say after that, they've already reached that mark after 2, so they're on a bit of a free roll here for me in the 3rd over. And Manjinder, well, we saw him bring himself on later in the innings, earlier in the tournament. So he decided to open the bowling on this occasion. And I think it's about time they take the pace off the ball. It looks like exactly what they're going to do with Gurvinder Singh, who's going to bowl the 3rd over. And wow, what a start we've seen. And thought we might see it from the 11 Stars. But Gurvinder Singh is going to try and stop the bleeding here in the 3rd over. Well bowled as well, his left arm just taking the pace off the ball. But that's smart batting. Tanvir Shah, well, hasn't had a great start to the tournament with the bat. They've dropped him down to number 3 this game, but he's still in fairly early. But this is my man, Tabish Karkus, the clubber. Let's see if he tries to go big on this first ball he faces from Gurvinder, and he's out. Well, a huge wicket again. And the momentum swings in this game. They'll make you dizzy because Gurvinder's come on, and Karkus, well, he didn't want to have a look at the spinner. He tried to hit this one out, and he's so disappointed with himself. He knows how important that is, and a huge wicket for Fateh.
Yeah, you know what? Gurvinder Singh Lovely, his last over, he went for many. But one thing he did do as the captain is he realised the situation and he's taken the pace off the ball. And you just get that feeling, don't you, with Tabish Kakus? You just think if you get a bowler that bowls that good line, no pace on the ball, because you know he's going to hit it, he's got the one shot, he's trying to go across, and if you haven't got the pace behind the ball, you're going to get him out sooner or later. Good captaincy there, well bowled, and well, somebody else now with the two big guns are back now, has to take charge here.
Absolutely, and this is going to be the captain, Asif Mahmood, coming in at number 4. And he'll have a large role to play if they're going to chase this down, I'm sure. Joins Tanveer Shah. Gurvinder, wow. The courage to toss it up to Tabish. As well bowled again, good accuracy. And this is, I think, where the 11 Stars missed out a little bit in their innings, bowling too many wides.
Yeah.
And those extra 30 runs, I mean, they'd give anything to only be chasing something like 105 instead of this target of 136. So Gurvinder, very well bowled so far this over. He comes in again, and you see there, just ball not bouncing too much, and that's what happens when you take the pace off the ball. Hello everyone on the YouTube chat. I just said myself that Maximo was massive last over was, and we've got Roni Ahmed saying, oh, and there's a wicket. And another one, and he strikes not once but twice. It's twice as nice for Fateh. And Gurvinder doing the job in the third over of the power play. They needed wickets and they've got them there. And Tanveer Shah, well, his run of misery is continuing here in match 22 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. He wasn't able to negotiate the delivery again, hitting across the line. He took the risk and paid the price. And the 11 Stars, they fall to 45 for 3 in the third over.
Yeah, you saw that wicket coming. He played and missed at the one before. Gurvinder Singh bowling a beautiful line. And like what he's doing here is getting the ball in the right areas. He's seeing what the batsman's trying to do with the ball, and he's just going to keep it out of their reach. Another wicket goes down. And once more today, we're seeing already early on in this day, day 5 of this Fancode European Cricket Series, how the slower bowlers being introduced, how effective they are.
You said it there, and so the top 3 back in the shed already, and a bit of carnage in this third over. There's still 1 ball to go, and it's gone again. He's done it again, so he's bowled 3 in the over. Gurvinder Singh, a revelation. And so another wicket goes down for the Stars, and he can't believe it, and isn't he happy about it? He'll be on a hat-trick when he comes back to bowl the next over. He's taken an amazing 3 for 2 off that over. Has Gurvinder Singh.
Shaba, and I like this, a little bit of Bhangra as well, and why shouldn't he? He should be happy. I tell you what, yes, buddy, go for it. And if he does get this hat-trick, well, he'll be doing a lap of honour doing the Bhangra.
Oh, he might do 3 or 4 laps of honour. I tell you, wasn't he happy about it? And so after 3 overs, after being 43 for 1 at the end of the second, now the 11 Stars have fallen to 45 for 4. And that could be the over, which is the difference. And he goes down, and he's just probably got an over now to think about his hat-trick ball. But I tell you what, Rico, I'd be doing exactly the same thing if I was him. And he found the stumps 3 times. We've seen some inaccurate bowling so far in match 22. But I tell you what, Gurvinder was right on target.
3 wickets for 2 runs, mate. That's outstanding, isn't it? Absolutely outstanding, especially when you consider what happened in those first 2 overs.
And we have a new bowler here. It's going to be Kuldeep Singh. Batted very well. Now it's his turn with the ball for Fateh. This one attacking the stumps again, and the difference the bowling makes, really making the batsmen work for their runs. Well, I was about to answer a question before those last 2 balls from Roni Ahmed. Wanted to know next match which team we think are favourites. It's a very nice question. It's Catalonia Tigers versus Gracia next, and we might give our predictions after this ball.
It's a different ball game, isn't it, with the big guns gone now?
Yeah, you said it, Rico. And yeah, that match, Tigers, of course, they weren't very high on the ladder before the start of the day, but they had a couple of games in hand, and I think I probably favoured them over Gracia. I think Gracia also got some very, very good players. Come back to it after this ball. Well, this is up in the air. Oh, and it's not going to quite carry to the field. He's right back on the circle, so they'll get away with it. And just one run. Yeah, I think the Tigers, it's hard to go past them after that performance this morning. They got the hot hand. They got a very strong top three. Yasser Ali, as well as Mustafa Iqbal, who could forget that century this morning. They got the Big Mac at number 3. Big Mac, unfortunately, making a golden duck, but situationally, not really his fault. This one's hit down the ground for a single. So yeah, Gracia, I mean, Kuldeep, and they'll be relying on him. There's no Mukhtar Singh in that lineup. Let's see, and the news from the toss, though, is Gracia. They won the toss and elected to bat. So they'll have the Tigers chasing, and who knows? So that's my opinion. We might get the opinion of Rico Full after this ball. We see Kuldeep coming in again. This one's a full toss, hit over cover. The chase is on. I think they could push for 2, but they decide, no, they're happy with the single. Well, who do you like in that game? Gracia versus Pelunya Tigers.
I think you just mentioned there, it's caught me by surprise with Mukhtar Singh missing. He didn't play the first game either, did he? He came in for the second, and they sent him up the order to open, which I didn't think was the right thing to do, and he didn't really perform. We just watched his delivery. But I do believe that him missing makes Gracia a little bit weaker than the Tigers. The Tigers are going to be on a buzz, and really, I think they've shown today they've got the depth, haven't they?
I've got a comment here from the ECN European Cricket Network. I think this is the robot in the office saying, "Oh no, Vinny, not predictions. Rico could be better placed for these." Well, there you go. If you were watching last night, you'd see everything I touched turned to not to gold, whatever the opposite of that is. I think there's a particular emoji for it, but I'm not going to mention it on the air. But yeah, I think I'm fairly safe. This one, though, it's going to be a good game, and Gracia, a very accomplished team as well here on the circuit. End of the 4th over, it's 51 for 4, so they're 50 up already, but those 4 wickets are going to be a concern for the 11 Stars. Took that 13 over. Now, this is Gurvinder. He's on a hat-trick. Can he deliver? He's dropped the hat-trick!
Down.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Put him down. It was a fabulous effort, diving to his right. If he held on to that, a hat-trick would have been 3 from 3. Took 2 in the last 2 balls of his first over. The first ball, second, it goes down. What a marvellous effort, though.
Oh, that's so disappointing for Gurvinder, and he's upset as well. But again, clapping his teammate, good sportsmanship and good teammateship from Gurvinder. Coming again. Oh, this is up. And I think this could rub salt into the wound as the next ball's hit over mid-wicket for a big Maximo. But, oh, so disappointing. Not often, of course, in your life you get the chance to take a hat-trick. And I've seen that once before. I remember Shane Warne dropping a hat-trick in a test match. Oh, some 20 years ago now, I think. But off Damien Fleming. But on this occasion, unfortunately, well, I was expecting maybe another bowl. The chance was given but not taken. But 6 the next ball. How will Gurvinder come back? Well, this is up, it's in the air. This is going to go the distance as well. So Gurvinder is coming back to earth with a thud, as is that ball. It's gone all the way for another Maximo. Look at this, it was pitched up. Batsmen went for it, and they've got to keep going for their shots, don't they? It's gone all the way. So 12 in 2 balls.
It was a marvellous effort, you have to say, from Azim Azam. I mean, it was travelling, when it diving to his right. Well, if he held on to that, we would have had, what are the scenes we would have had there?
Well, speaking of hat-tricks, the batsman's on one now. He's gone 6-6, and he's going to get it. It's going to go 6-6-6, the Devils' number all the way. 6 more, so Gurvinder, I tell you what, the over break hasn't done him any favours. After his hat-trick dropped, he's gone 6-6-6, and I tell you what, this game can change very quickly.
Well, how about that? It just goes to tell you the story of how T10 cricket can change. You know, he's just, as you said, he almost took 3 and 3, and now he's been smacked for 3 massive 6s.
Asif Mahmood, he'll try again. This time I think he's going to pick out the fielder. Not an easy stop. Bit of an awkward bounce, but he'll get a single. So Asif Mahmood, he's raced to 24 off only 8 balls. And again, the captain taking the responsibility. And wow, what action we've seen here in match 22 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. It's going to be Sohail on strike now. And he's got a 4th. And I tell you what, Gurvinder, he had some struggles against the captain of the Stars, Asif Mahmood. But Amir Sohail going for the big shot. And Gurvinder, with 1 ball to go, he's got 4 for 21, including the 3 6s this over. But, oh, well, with Mahmood hitting him that way, I don't think there was any need for Amir Sohail to go for that kind of a stroke at this stage. You see, it was well pitched, and Govinda, well, not quite the celebrations we saw at the end of the last over. He's a bit disappointed about those 3 Maximos disappearing out of the stadium. But again, a very, very important over from Govinda. In fact, that's the end of the over. He ends up with 4 for 22 of his 2 overs, and after 5, the Stars 71, but for 5 wickets.
Yeah, but there's still, you know what, while Asif Mahmood is there, the captain, and if he keeps hitting the balls as well as he is, but he needs somebody to stay there at the other end, and at the moment, from some of the shots we've seen, shot selection has been wrong. He's got to try and talk to...
Oh, another one goes down. I tell you what, those stumps, they're going to need some serious counselling because they've been knocked down again and again and again. And would you believe it? After hitting 3 sixes in the last over, the captain, he's bowled neck and crop.
What a beauty that was, and I was just about to say he needs somebody to stay there with him. I was about to say he needs to speak to the man at the other end, Hushanullah, and say, look, I'm going to do the damage, you stay around. But the only damage that was done was by the bowler, Kuldeep Singh, in on the action as well. What a lovely ball that was. Hey, what a game this is turning out to be.
Well, Kuldeep, he was very impressive in scoring 34 off 17 balls, including 4 Maximos in the Fateh innings, and he's doing the job now with the ball for the Stars, against the Stars, I should say, removing their captain. So Kuldeep, after only conceding 6 of his first over, he starts with a wicket in his second. And tell you what, this game's had some ebbs and flows, hasn't it? And they've happened really quickly. Getting whiplash from the 6s and the wickets here at the Montjuic Olympic Ground. We hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching around the world on the European Cricket Network, whether you're watching on Fancode in India, of course, on our YouTube channel. Wow, it's just been all action all the time. In this one, this is Zubair Ahmed, the new batsman. This one's down the leg side, and they'll get a wide. So 6 overs is normally where I like to just kind of reassess the game, and I'll have to do that after that. And I need just a calming, some sort of peppermint tea or something like that. It's going to be called by to change of signal from the umpire, so we're just going to get some confirmation there.
You know, Vinny, I mean, yesterday we had 1,000 runs scored in the day. We also saw the number of 6s past 200, 3,000 plus runs in the series so far. And, well, the way we look at it here now, with the way this game's going and the games have gone before this, we could easily go over 1,000 runs here today as well.
We've just had some confirmation here that last one, we wonder what the signal was, and it was 5 penalty runs because the ball hit the helmet. So they'll get the wide +5 for that. So that will actually go down as well, it's 5 penalty runs and a wide, but it's 6 runs to the total. So that's a very unlikely way to get a Maximo. We didn't quite spot that from our angle here. It was behind the keeper, of course. So again, 11 Stars with 5 penalty runs. They will need every single bit of help they can get if they're going to get close to this target of 136 in this match 22. He's hit down the ground. Yeah, the run rate is not really a concern at this stage. They're actually ahead of the rate, Rico, but I tell you what, those 6 wickets have to be quite concerned. It's really going to test their batting depth because these players down the bottom of the order, they're not as used to, of course, hitting the big shots, and often they might play a support role with their batsmen, but yeah, it's going to be a very interesting conclusion to this game. He's off the pad. I think they'll just get a leg by Zubair Ahmed there. Not able to get any bat on it, but they will get a run. He's batting with Ehsan Ullah out there, so 2 new batsmen at the crease. And wow, I tell you what, I don't think I've ever seen so many bold dismissals in a row. It was kind of carnage there for a second, wasn't it? And this is Kuldeep. He's had a very, very good game. And again, just targeting the batsman's legs, and batsman not able to get any bat on it. And that's kind of the difference, isn't it, between a batsman that's batting in the top 3 or 4, and then they're a bit more accustomed to flicking those balls off their pads and endangering the boundary or endangering whatever's on the other side of the boundary. And these batsmen a bit down the order, just not so natural to get their timing straight away. So Kuldeep, smart bowling from him. And he comes again. Going to go down the leg side. This time is a wide. There won't be any penalty runs on top of the wide this time.
No, that helmet's been taken all the way off the pitch now. There's no chance of that happening again.
Not surprised. Luckily, it doesn't go against the bowler, the penalty runs. It'll just go onto the score, but still gives them 5 closer to the target. This will be a run as it was chopped straight into the ground, and that will be the end of the over. So at the end of that over, it will be 82 for 6. And Kuldeep has the pretty impressive figures of 1 for 9 off 2 overs. So, well, now we get to the end of the over, and you look, we need 54 off 24 balls. What's that, about 13.5 and over, I think. So, yes, one of these things that, again, they can't leave it too late here, because, like I say, I think they're actually right on the rate, believe it or not. They're right on the rate to score 135, which is exactly what Fateh scored. But the problem here, of course, they've got not the most recognised batsman at the crease. So it looks like it's going to be Azeem Azam to bowl, and he's coming to this lineup for Fateh. Let's see what he can deliver. Well, this one is hit high. The fielder thinks he's got a chance, and he might have just kept.
Oh,
not quite the 6, I don't think. We're just waiting on the signal. I think it's a boundary of some description. I think it's just going to be 4. We'll see this on the replay thanks to Spring Productions.
it was long enough in the air. He just totally misjudged it. He should have been getting behind that and looking to take the catch. And if not the catch, at least saving the boundary, but was unable to do anything. Valuable runs.
And that one just rolling into the rope. It's Esnulla again. This time he doesn't make contact. So a 13 and over. Well, how do you get 13 and over? Well, I think you probably need 2 boundaries if they're 2 4s. And then you can kind of scramble with some singles and maybe a wide in there, something like that off the remaining deliveries. So there's one of them for the over. I would love to get another one. I think if they don't get another boundary this over, I think that rate's going to creep up, and we'll see where it is at the end of the 7th over as Azeem Azam comes in. He's swung around the leg side. We'll definitely get one. Bit of a fumble, but that's all they'll get. And Esnulla.
Well, that wasn't good running there for me. I think the second was definitely on, and when you're on a run chase like this, you've got to go for it. I mean,
yeah, and what I saw from Esnulla there, it would have been a good idea for him to come and take 3 or 4 steps back and just see if the ball was fumbled, and then he's already kind of got 3 or 4 metres of the second run already covered. Azeem Azam, well, he's deceived the batsman there, and nice stop by the keeper. Yeah, they call him the King of Swing. Did you know that? Azeem Azam. That's what Michael McCann calls him.
the King of Swing.
The King of Swing. I don't know what region.
I suppose we're talking about the bowling here.
The bowling, yeah, the King of Swing. I don't know if it's a dancing term or anything or something else, but Azeem Azam, he's got the job to do. Not getting a new ball today. This leg cut delivery. It's flicked off the pads. It's a nice looking shot. That's going to run out all the way for 4. So I mentioned that they would have won another boundary this over to keep up with the rates. Exactly what happened. And Zubair getting in on the act, and 4 more runs to the Stars.
Well, I don't know about the King of Swing. The only swinging going on out there is the batsman swinging the bat and connecting, and the ball going to the boundary. That's not very clever bowling. And Fateh's got to be careful here. I was just thinking they're at a stage of the game here now where one good over could really put this game in their grasp.
So last ball the over, Rico, and not going to be any runs off that one.
So would you be looking at here either the captain, he didn't have the best of overs himself, but you know he was up against the big guns then, either Mojinder Singh Lovely, or he has to call upon Happy Singh, the big man, to come in and have a bowl, because one good over here, keeping the run rate down, will get that rate up to about, I don't know, 16, 17, and if you can keep it to that, you've got a good chance of restricting them to get into target. But if you're experimenting with different bowlers, I mean, Azeem Azam, they're going for a few.
Well, we went for 9, and we talked about how to get the 13 and over, and I said a couple of boundaries and scramble the rest, and they got the couple of boundaries, but they're only able to get a single off the other balls of the over, so only 9 off that one actually in the end, and so the rate creeps up. They need 15 and over now, they need 45 off the last 3 balls, and it's Randeep Singh Dade, so he opened the bowling. He went for a few. He went for 17, but he's a pretty accomplished bowler, and we'll see if these guys can get him away. Again, if you can 15 and over, you probably need either 3 4s or 2 6s somewhere in the over to stay up with the rate. And here he is now, Randy. Well, that could be 6. It's just bounced inside the field of play, so I think that'll be 4 runs. The umpire will just check, but nice start.
Yeah, Vinny, I was just about to say before the start of that over, he's bowling to the left-hander. Now, I'm looking at the field. Look at that field on the offside. I think there's too many on the off. He needs to get one more across on that side. Maybe he's doing that now. Manjinder Singh Lovely's going down. This is better for me. Didn't pick up on that early enough.
Yeah, but also it does leave a big gap on that offside. There's no one really behind point. As for the old 5 backstop 3 field.
Yeah, I think he's going in the wrong play. I mean, I was looking at where he's going, thinking, where's he going to? We've already got the leg side sorted. Just counting. You've got the 5 men outside, so he's got to go on the line there behind square.
Big gap over mid-wicket is probably where I'd be going. He tries, but it's along the ground and he can't get any run, so every dot crucial now. They need roughly, let's just say 2.5 a ball is what the rate is. So anytime they get 2 or less, that rate's going to be pushed up. They do just need to get somehow 2 more boundaries this over, you feel. Randeep advances and he slices it away. He goes over point. It might go all the way. The chase is on. I think they will stop it at the end. So 2 runs and a nice bit of fielding. Good chase from Fateh. And look, both these teams we mentioned before this game, they'd be desperate to register their first win in the Fancode European Cricket Series this year. Of course, this is the first time we've seen the 11 stars, but tell you what, 11 stars, they're probably ruining all the extras they gave away in the first half of this match. Here's Randeep Singh Dade. Big swing and a miss, so these dot balls at this stage make it very difficult. We talked about the extras giving away, I mean, they gave away 30, let's say they give away 10, and then maybe they're chasing 20 less runs here as we see the equation, 39 off 14 balls. They would love to have those 20 runs back. Here's Randeep. Well, this one's hit very, very hard towards long off, but it'll just be a single. So again, frustration from the batsman there. He's only able to get the single, so there'll be 1 ball remaining in this over. Enrico, the 11 stars. We've seen some expansive hitting from them at times. They need some now towards the end of this match. Well, he tries, doesn't get all of it. He's not going to carry all the way to the fielder at deep mid-wicket. Now they're going to try for 2, and the fielder was a bit slow. Throws to the keeper's end. I think he's just made it, so that's nice. I like the way they took on the fielder there. He didn't really attack the ball. This is what you have to do at this stage. You have to put pressure on the fielder. You can see there wasn't too much on the throw.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the over. So after 8 overs, that's the 100 up. It's 100 for 6.
2 overs to go. And they've got a bit of work to do here. Now, all important over this.
Oh, well, is it ever? Because you need 36 off 2 overs. And I say to have any chance, need to get that under 20, I think, in the last over. So, look, we have seen a couple of times 6, 6, 6, 6 here, but you don't really expect it from these guys. But they've shown that they can close, what's the word I'm looking for? Clear the boundary?
Yeah, I mean, but this is risky. The game sticking with Azeem Azam. This is a very, very brave move.
Yeah.
Also bowling to Ullah, who took a liking to him in the last over. I know he only went for 9, but his line was wayward. Let's see.
This is where you don't worry where the fielders are, because you're trying to hit the ball out of the park. So you can put them wherever you like. Unless they're 10 metres tall, they're not going to stop it. And he's going to try, and he's bowled. So there you go, Azeem Azam, the king of swing. Well, the big swing came from the batsman.
Yeah.
And again, we see the stumps knocked over. So you've seen in this match 22 of the Fancode European Cricket Series, all you have to do, get the ball straight. And Azeem getting it right, and disappointment for Ehsanullah, but he can be proud of his efforts. He contributed 13 to the total. But you do feel like the 11 stars are going to end up a little bit short here in match 22.
Yeah, I mean, Manjinder Singh Lovely is probably going to listen to this and say, Rico, what do you know? I know my bowlers. And yeah, okay, fair enough. But I would have thought that he would have perhaps gone with the man to our left here on the boundary. Maybe Happy Singh. He's got a wealth of experience. Or maybe even tried himself. But he stuck with Azeem. And the wicket that they badly needed. But not only is it a wicket, Vinny, it's also a dot ball.
Well, that's even more important, isn't it? Umar Riaz is going to come out to the crease, and again, to get this somewhere in the realm of possibility, I think you have to get under 20. So he can't come out and waste any time. I'm sure he'll be trying to hit the ball very hard from ball 1. But Azam comes in again. This is quite a nice looking shot, and it gets through the skipper. That's cover, and I tell you what, his heart was in his mouth there. Got a little bobble at the end. the last bounce before it reached him on the boundary, the long off, and in the end they'll get 2. So 2 handy runs, but not quite enough at this stage. A 34 off 10 now, so almost 3.5 a ball required. They need boundaries, they need them now. Well, that'll help. That's the only other thing can really bring back into the game. If there's a whole bunch of extras, perhaps a 5 wides, or probably not going to get another 5 off the helmet, are we? Because that helmet's disappeared pretty quick. They've even got a man position for that. A very, very fine leg. In case there's a wide delivery down the leg side that gets away from the keeper. So 33 off 10. Zam comes in, it's well pitched. Manjinda, well, he couldn't find the handle on it, could he? And they're going to come back for 2 anyway, so again, and another shot at the stumps. I think they'll settle for 2, so again, putting pressure on the field. And Riaz deciding, well, look, we can't hit boundaries, we might have to run a few extras. And you see there, it's the kind of action you can expect here in the Fancode European Cricket Series, live from Barcelona, Spain. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. It's great to have your company. We have plenty more matches today. In fact, 3 matches after this. 5 matches every day from Barcelona. Here's Azeem Azam. There's a wild swing from Umar Riaz, and you can't blame him, though. He's a good young player. He bowled a good 9th over as well. He picked up a wicket, conceding only 9 runs in that over. And he's considered one of their top young prospects there at the 11 Stars. But you would say those extras in the end coming back to bite the Stars. Here's Azeem Azam.
It's unlucky there. That's well bowled, isn't it?
Right, strike 2 on Umar Riaz. And there'll be 1 more ball to go, and I'm sure he'll try it again. So, well, it looks like the Stars will come up a little bit short, but we certainly saw quite a few fireworks in the run chase, didn't we, Rico? We saw some big hitting from their top order, but also some great bowling. Who'll forget Gurvinder Singh with his 4 wickets? All bowled and having a hat trick dropped. Oh, it was an incredible moment. Here's the last ball of the over. It's short and strike 3. Well, in baseball, he'd be out, but in cricket, he'll survive because none of them hit the stumps. And that's the end of the over. So after 9, the Stars chasing 136. They are 105 for 7.
Yeah, so going into the last over now. And, well, it's been a good effort. Once more, the Stars, they haven't disappointed. They've given it their all. But as I said right at the beginning of this day for both of these sides, one of the batsmen or 2 batsmen have to go on and make, once they get in, make it count. And they haven't been able to. You can just imagine that it's either Tabish Kukos, 23 of 8 he scored, or Amir Hamza, 15 of just 5 balls. If one of them just could have carried on and made an innings, they would have had this game in the bag.
Yeah, it's the captain to close out. Manjinda starts with a wide. But yeah, you did mention that, the top order, they were ahead of the rate, weren't they? And it was an incredible second over off Manjinda. So he probably feels a bit of safety.
Yeah, can't be giving extras here because the game could still be on, and that's well hit.
Yeah, that was well hit down the ground, wasn't it? Manjinda, he might have thought there was some safety in returning to the bowling crease without the big hitters up the top, but he got the treatment there. It was hit very straight, and 4 runs. So Manjinda, his figure's not looking very pretty at the moment. This is another nice shot over cover.
They'll have to go back for 2, I'm sure they do, and he's not going to get there.
And you see there, yeah, they had to go for 2, didn't they? And it was well stricken there.
There's a little bit of training here on how to throw, and he's doing it to his.
Wow,
he's doing it to Happy Singh.
It was a bit of fun there, but of course not far away as match 23 here in the Fancode ECS Spain Barcelona. Coming up in just under half an hour's time, we'll be joining you in about 20 minutes time. Catalonia Tigers versus Gracia, so stay tuned for that. That will be a big clash. We bring you all the action right here, so don't go anywhere. You can go make yourself a cup of tea or something like that. Let's go back to the live action. Manjinda this time, it's in the same area and it's Happy. We'll get more throwing practice, won't he? And this time, I don't think they're going to go for 2, and it's all there. I think that the Stars now concede that the game is gone. But like I say, that game, Catalunya Tigers versus Gracia, will be a very, very interesting contest. Gracia, they've got some pretty powerful players, especially at the top of their order. They'll be missing Mukhtar Singh, but Kuldeep Lal, well, we've seen how destructive he can be in the European Cricket Series. Here's Manjinder. And it'll just be a single down the ground this time. But I don't know, I'll probably sound like a broken record here, but I sound like my coach in me coming in. But those extras, if you give extra runs in this form of the game, give over 30 extras, and you see how much they're falling short by. So it's not rocket surgery, as my coach used to say, and this time it's swung away, but I think it'll be cut off on the mid-wicket boundary. Fumble, so they'll come back for 2. That won't have much of a bearing on this result. So the 11 Stars, well, unfortunately, they finished their first week of Fancode European Cricket Series action without anything in the win column, but they'll be back. Of course, all of these teams will be back in week 3 of the tournament. You have groups A and B playing this week, week 1. Next week, week 2, we'll see groups C and D, but A and B teams will be back in the 3rd week. This one going nowhere. And that's the end of a very entertaining match. And at the end of match 22, it was Fateh getting over the 11 Stars, 135 to 111. And Rico, we saw some big hits, thrills and spills, and we saw a lot of stumps flying in match 22 of the Fancode European Cricket Series.
Certainly did. And well done to Fateh, registering a win there. And well, thanks to some sloppy fielding we said there earlier. But he made up for it, didn't he? He was under pressure. But he had a drop catch, misfield. And how about that? He liked that. All that was missing there was the electric guitar.
Tell you what, he had a few moves, didn't he, Zubair? We saw him in the beanie the other day, but he's ditched the beanie. And tell you what, he's ready to party. And it was all party time at that stage. But Fateh, well, they had their own troubles early in the innings. You see, 11 Stars, when they're on target, they were dangerous, but far too often they were all over the shop. And they're like the drunk coming out of the bar at 5 in the morning at some stages with their bowling. But you see here, Fateh, they just kept scoring throughout their innings. And they got these little ones away, just the boundaries when they needed them. And with those extras, they got to a winning total, ultimately, of 135.
Yeah, they got Lakhbir Singh and Kuldeep Singh to thank for putting together a good little partnership there. Good cameo from both of them. And that got them to a score which they were able to defend. In the end, they had a few scares. Yeah,
that was a good end of a good innings by Kuldeep. He came out and shown his all-round skills in this match. He, along with Lakhbir Singh Vinti, had a crucial partnership for Fateh, and at the moment when they looked like their innings could be in some trouble, you see there Mahmood doing the job. And that was the moment where, I tell you what, that might be a bit of a bruise tomorrow for the bowler. Some good fielding in amongst it all. But then the 11 Stars, well, the chase was on. 136 they needed, and they started with some promise. The openers, Hamza and Kakus, well, they were merciless on the Fateh bowling in the power play. The first 2 overs going for 43 for the loss of only 1 wicket. And you see here, that was the wicket that went down early. But I tell you what, Kakus, he was having none of it. And that one, wow, that one might not have landed yet, Rico. That was absolutely smashed over mid-wicket. But then Gurvinder Singh, he came in and changed the game with some amazing bowling. He hit the stumps 4 times in his 2 overs. He was on a hat-trick. He had it dropped, unfortunately, by Azeem Azam. You see here, the young man, well, wasn't he happy about it? Just getting it on, and Tanveer, his woes continue with the bat. And he will have a lot of thinking to do over the next week before we see him again. And then Gurvinder couldn't believe it. He says, oh, it's a pity you have to stay 2 meters away from me because I'm ready for a bit of love from my teammates. But the only thing that was getting knocked over was the stumps from him. And that was the hat-trick ball, and Azeem Azam, well, he'll be disappointed. And he see Gurvinder, he was upset too, but Esanolo, he provided a few blows late in the innings and kept him in the game for a little while, but unfortunately that was his downfall as Azeem Azam took care of that. So Fateh 135 defeating the 11 Stars 115 in this match But just around the corner we have match 23, and like we said, Catalunya Tigers versus Gracia. Now the news in that game is that Gracia won the toss, elected to bat, and Rico, I think they'll be putting a lot of stock in their openers, Kuldeep Lal and Kulwant Singh, to get them off to a good start.
Yeah, definitely so. Those two, and we have to talk about Vicky Kundu as well. I think he's key. He's another man who can be very, very dismissive, very strong, very good. And they're going to need him to perform, because the last time these teams met in the European Cricket Series, Catalunya won that quite easily. They posted 156, and Gracia, well, they just poodled along. Eventually were 119 for 8.
And you know who I'm looking forward to seeing, of course, is the Hark Hogan, Harkamal Singh. He is a big unit, the incredible Hark. Now, I can't wait till he gets out there, and let's see what he delivers in match 23. Of course, the Tigers, look, they looked very strong in the first game, posting 160 and setting a 160-plus target for the 11 Stars. So the Stars, they haven't had a great day today, although they've had their moments and a few highlights for sure. And don't forget, if you follow us on social media at European Cricket, you can get all of those fantasy dashboards if you are playing some Dream 11 cricket. And every day you can go to our website, europeancricket.com, and there you'll find the match preview for the whole day. You'll see 5 match previews in an article there on the website. You'll also see the breaking news about the European Cricket Championship, which is it's just been announced this morning, and you'll see all of that and more at europeancricket.com. Don't forget, all the full scorecards and fixtures are there as well. But we're going to take a little break. We'll be back in about 15 minutes to bring you match 23, the third match of the 5 today. So we hope to have your company then. Until then, we'll see you soon. This is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full on the European Cricket Network, and you are watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Fancode European Cricket Series. An exciting couple of matches we've had so far. It's almost time for match 23 between the Catalunya Tigers and Gracia. And what a matchup this promises to be. Let's hand it over to the match referee.
And it's head. Gracia have won the toss. What would you like to do?
We will bat first.
Gracia have won the toss and elected to bat first.
And no surprises there. Gracia captain Kuldeep Lal, after winning the toss, he's electing to bat first. And I think we'll probably see him at the top of the order. I'm looking forward to also seeing Harkamal Singh, Hark Hogan as I call him, the incredible Hark. He is a big unit and he could send some balls over the boundary if he gets a chance. Well, Catalunya Tigers, they scored 160 in the first game of the day, led by an amazing century by Mustansa Iqbal. And let's see how they go. They've got a big top three as well. Mohammad Afghan Khan probably coming in at 3. Yasser Ali to open their batting. So whatever Gracia set, I tell you what, the Tigers, I think it might be in sight for them batting second. But it'll be a very interesting game here in the third match of 5 today. Let's hand over to Rico in the box.
Yeah, thank you very much, Vinny. I can see he's excited about this game, and so you should be. We just saw earlier today, first matchup, what the Catalunya Tigers are all about. They're here on a mission today. They've got 3 games. They won that first game convincingly against the Stars. Just to remind you, in case you missed it, and if you did, well, you've got to go back onto the European Cricket Network site and watch that game again. But not now, not today, later tonight. What's it, Friday? It's the weekend. Maybe while you're having a pizza or tucking into your takeaway curry or whatever it is, you can't miss it. The Tigers are 161 for 4, and well, our man there was done. Iqbal scoring a century, 107 of 31 balls he scored. And well, the Stars, they gave it everything. At one point, believe it or not, they were up with the rate, but they fell short. Well, this time the Tigers, they've got to overcome Gracia. And the excitement really is because we've got 2 teams that are evenly matched. Both have players in their side that can really, well, they can really party. Kuldeep Lal comes to mind. If he gets going, he's shown signs of what he can do, but hasn't gone on to make the big score yet. But he will do. He always does. He does like the European Cricket Series. He may not always perform, but there's always a big innings from him. Well, they need one here against the very strong Catalunya Tigers side. And, well, you heard Vinny already talking about Mohammad Afghan Khan, Yasser Ali, and, of course, we cannot forget Mustansa Iqbal. He's out there as well. But at the moment, they are in the field, and it is going to be Gracia that are going to be batting first as Mr. Maximo himself joins us back in the commentary station.
Yeah, thanks, Rico, and very excited about this game. You're exactly right with my thoughts. I think that Gracia, they've got a strong top order, particularly Kuldeep. He can be very dangerous. And you saw the Tigers, they took a bit of tap from the 11 Stars earlier in the game. But of course, they did have that scoreboard pressure on them, having posted that 160 total. So it'll be a very fascinating contest. Cameron Nawaz Sahi, as usual, will be opening the bowling for the Tigers. And we're all set for match 23 here in the Fancode European Cricket Series Spain, and we thank you for your company wherever you're watching around the world. When you jump into the YouTube channel, I'll be keeping an eye on that during this innings, and it's fantastic that so many people around the world are enjoying the European Cricket Series. It's great to bring all the action to you. Vinny Sandhu here, of course, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full, all week here in Barcelona for the European Cricket Network.
It's going to be Cameron Nawaz Sahi to bowl the first over, and facing Gurvinder Bajwa. It's going to go down the leg side, the left-hander on strike, but sees it going behind his pads, wide ball.
Yeah, well, we saw some issues with wides in the previous match, didn't we, Rico? The 11 Stars came back to rue the amount of extras they bowled against Fateh, so hopefully that isn't an issue for the Tigers in this innings, but these teams quite evenly matched, so I won't be giving any freebies to the opposition.
It's better length. Just happy to get off the mark. Just paddling that away on the leg side, takes a single. Kuldeep Lal, the captain, goes on strike.
Yes, and Kuldeep, big key to the innings for me, and You've seen him be able to do some heroic things in the ECS, of course, leading run scorer back in the first ever European Cricket Series in Alicante in March 2020 before the lockdown, and coming back probably underperforming a little bit for most of the European Cricket Series here in Spain in October, November, but he did come back with a huge century, didn't he? So if he could come up with something of that magnitude today, I think we could see this Tigers top 3 under some pressure. Something in the order of probably 120 plus, 130 plus. Just get them thinking a little bit.
It's too wide again. 2 wides in this over already.
We've seen that today, the cloud cover and the new ball. These outswing type bowlers just struggling with their line, swinging too much, and not too much margin for error on the wides here, of course, in the 10 over format. Here comes Cameron Nawasahi again.
Thought about the shot there, Kuldeep, got into position, and in the end deciding not to go with it. Interesting choice.
Well,
I thought even if he managed to get bat onto ball there, and he would have taken a single, but well, that's a dot ball.
yeah, well look, the other thing is, if you're not sure if it's going to be a wide or not, so sometimes you don't want to ruin it. Just get the end of the bat on one and cost yourself a wide, so...
Oh, that's a delight for delivering it. That's an absolute peach. Beautiful.
Going back to the YouTube chat here, Yost Hobbich saying, have a nice break and stay warm, Vinny and Rico. That was just at the end of the last game. Well, we did actually had a bit of a run around during the break. We had about 15 minutes off. Luke Belgium in there today. It's nice to see you in there, Luke. Always nice to see you in the YouTube chat. He's the general in the YouTube chat. Everything, he runs it. Here's Cameron.
Well played.
Yeah, Luke saying that some pretty high scoring games so far today, that's for sure. And we have seen scores going up during this series, haven't we? Generally across the matches. So it's interesting to see the scores increasing so far as we see the third day of action here in Group A. And Luke saying on paper a very difficult game to call. I think I agree with that as well.
Himself a little bit of room there, a little bit shorter from Sahi, and the batsman, the left-hander, Gurvinder Pajwa, able to rock back and just play it down for a single.
Salman Lati on the chat saying that many good players for the Tigers like Yasser Ali and Amgan Khan. That's very true. He thinks it's going to be a very interesting match. Thanks for joining us, Salman.
It's well played, and that's one of his favourite shots. He does like to play that, and he executes it well. It's always far better when he's playing out there along the ground. Quite often we see Kuldeep Lal trying to go aerial and take that route, and that's sometimes his downfall. But that was a lovely shot, 4 runs and a good way to end the over for Gracia.
Yeah, end of the over, and what a way to end it. Short outside the off stump. It was cut away. Again, Cameron struggled with a couple of wides in that over, and you see the extra deliveries. In the end, it was punished. The last ball of the over for 4. So just again, in the YouTube chat, we've got some more comments in there from Yoss saying, yeah, poor Vinny and Rico freezing. Talking about the forecast and where there might be some rain forecast on the weekend, and there is on the weekend. So of course we're not playing again here till Monday after today, and there was perhaps a chance of some rain later in the day. So hopefully it stays away. So far, it's looked pretty good. See some blue sky at the moment. Currently about 14 degrees in Barcelona, 12:30 local time.
Mohammad Kashif comes in. This will be an interesting contest. Good bowler, Mohammad Kashif. We saw him knocking over the stumps a couple of times in the first game. I was just looking at that fantasy scorecard of yours, Vinny, earlier, and I noticed not that Catalonia Tigers needed to be strengthened up, but Saqib Latif also back into the side, so he's back.
Yeah, big inclusion of their top scorer, of course, on Monday in their game, which unfortunately they lost to Bengali. And yes, Saqib back for this match. So again, strengthening that batting order even further. We might see him bat probably in the number 4 position, I'd imagine. So they've got the firepower to chase anything down. But how many will it be set by Gracia? This is very close. Oh, you think just going down the leg side possibly, and yeah, it'll be very interesting to see on the replay. Thanks to our partners at Spring Production. This one hitting him maybe in in line with the stumps. Rico's giving me the face like down leg side. I tell you what, in the modern day, I think it'd be very, very close. I hit him on middle and leg and wasn't doing that much.
Yeah, I don't think that was the best of the camera angle there. I certainly think that was going to go on to miss leg stump.
Well, I certainly look forward to the magical camera angle where you proved right, Rico. Here comes Mohamed Kashif again. This is tucked away in the leg side, just the single.
Very good delivery that, giving Kuldeep Lal no room at all. And I think Kuldeep there, as the bowler Mohamed Kashif walks past him, the two of them having a chat, and Kuldeep both smiling. Probably said, good one that.
And Shafiq Ud-Dula saying nice swing from Sahi. But a few people commenting, just struggling to control it a little bit in that previous over.
Short, and Bajwa not able to latch onto it. Nobody out there on the deep on the leg side. And we've seen quite a few times the left-handers liking the short ball and sending it packing.
Well, we've seen a few balls disappear over that wall, haven't we? And there's all sorts of things on the other side of that wall. There's alligators and snakes and I don't know, there's Loch Ness Monster down there as well, perhaps. We actually don't know what's on the other side of that wall. No one's game to find out. But one thing's for sure: once the ball goes over that wall on the leg side for the left-hander, they don't come back.
Good contest this so far. Mohamed Kashif to Kuldeep Lal. Slightly short, and Kuldeep Lal quickly onto it. And very good backing up and calling from Gurwinder Bajwa. So quick single taken.
And that's smart because, look, if you don't get away for a boundary, obviously in the power play, both these players fancy themselves to score some boundaries and send some balls for 6 and 4s. But on those other balls, you need to keep score ticking because it all adds up. You don't want to get stuck with some dots and stringing some dots together because that just gives all the momentum to the Tigers. So I like the way the non-striker there, Gurwinder Bajwa, backing up and calling Kuldeep through for a single. Here comes Mohamed Kashif to finish the over.
Loose shot there. No footwork at all.
Pretty good over, only 4 off it, so 13 for no loss. Go back to the YouTube chat, and we have one from Elmars. Elmars says, hello from Elvira Martin and Elmars. Our question to Rico: what is your favourite Mr. Maximo suit? They prefer the red one.
Yeah, I mean, when in Spain, it has to be the red with the yellow shirt. Yeah, it certainly did look like Mr. España. And of course, that suit was worn on the very first day. You're gonna when's that one coming out again then, Maxi?
I'll keep you guessing. But yeah, I'd like that one. That one. And the shoes. You get the red and the yellow shoes as well with the blue laces. It's very, very Spanish. Just for this series, especially.
Lifted just over the top. That's a nicely played shot. He didn't have too much time to play it and knew exactly what he was doing. He knows where the fielders are.
And a bit behind the ball game, aren't they, at the moment? Gracia, 13 off the second over, and they know they need to set a competitive target. They saw what happened in the first match of the day with the Tigers' strong batting lineup. So Kuldeep taking the initiative, flicking this one over the leg side for 4. They have to post something, you think 120 plus, just to put some pressure on the Tigers.
Yeah, Cameron Noir, so he wouldn't have liked that. There's a change here straight away. A little bit of following the ball, maybe, I'm not sure. Let's see. Well, tried the shorter ball, and Kuldeep Lal just sticking his bat out. Trying to paddle that. I mean, I think that's his shot. I'm surprised he didn't go for the cut shot.
Yeah, just a bit of extra bounce from Cameron Noasahi, tall man, and there's nobody down there between that kind of gully kind of fielder, quite a fine third man and the backward point, so it definitely would have been 4 had he pierced that gap. You see trouble at the bowler's end. There's no one backing up. It's going to take some stopping, and it will be in the end. So you're going to get 2. That'll be the final result. It's going to be wide, so it'll actually be 3 scored, and that ball will have to be rebowled. And the keeper there, Shahzad Akram, we've seen him do some pretty good things, and I like to see him. He's up to the stumps. It's not an easy skill, and again, there's footing there, a little bit unsure. He has to stay down with the ball.
It's well played. There is a man being placed there now, but he can't get anywhere near it. Timed that so well. Well, he did push a man out there, and I was thinking, well, were they following the ball? Well, maybe they were, but he still wasn't able to cut it off. 4 more. That was a good shot. Nice, strong forearms there from Cooldeep.
Well,
Good placement.
Yeah, the man out there was following the ball, but he had to follow it all the way, well past the boundary to get it back. That's 4 more. And some trouble for Cameron.
Well, he's got some more fielding to do this time. He does get there, but he doesn't. It goes straight through him. No excuses. It's nice and level there. The ball going along the ground, and it just goes straight through him. That's a big let off, and well, the big man, Tahi the bowler, will not be happy about that, and nor will the captain, Ghulam Sawa, to a lefty on the boundary. Hands on hips at the moment.
Well, Razakat Ali out there having a few struggles. Again, it's between the clay and the grass, so he just got a little bit of a bounce he couldn't handle.
Staying a little bit lower.
And this is just the over we talked about that Gracia needed to get back on track, didn't we? They're probably going to be targeting something like 12 and over total, and they were well behind, only 13 off the second over. They're up to 28 with the ball to go. Good shot here, could get him up in the 30s at the end of the power play.
Good running, happy to take the single and take himself back on strike.
And it'll be the end of the over, so they'll get to 29 for no loss in the power play. So perhaps a little bit behind where they'd like to be, but not too far behind. And then also they've got all 10 wickets in hand. They've got the danger man, Cooldeep, still at the crease. And they've taken 2 overs of Sahi, who's, I think, one of their better bowlers, the Tigers. I think the where this game will be won and lost is when Ghulam Sawa comes into the attack. And when the spinners comes on, they take all the pace off the ball. And to see how these batsmen can approach that, if they can keep scoring boundaries and not get bogged down in the middle of the innings.
Yeah, and of course, don't forget there is also that man, Dastgir. He was good, but this was a good change as well, because Saeed Shirazi, though he's got that little bit of a run up, but the left armour, when the ball comes, it comes to you in a deceiving pace. Sticks around in the air for a little bit. Well, that one he has banged in. Well, he gets away with that, and the umpire just having a chat, say, look, you can't be going across in the protected area. 2 right 2. Yeah, he tries to bang that one in. That's not his strength. The strength is when he just lets the ball drift in and the batsman just play too early.
Yeah, you said it there. And again, Saeed Shirazi, leading wicket taker in the European Cricket League in 2019. It's great to see him in action here in the ECS. And he does it well again. And that's that natural angle across the right-hander. It's going to make it a little bit difficult for them to contend with, and Cooldeep struggling to time that shot on the offside. So see, he can just. I called him the left-handed Chris Harris. Do you remember Chris Harris from New Zealand back in the 90s for New Zealand? Just kind of windmills his action.
That's very, very good. But well, you know what?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think he's a little bit unlucky there.
Well, you might see this one on the replay, and of course the umpire's got that line there. It's just an indication, that line, for a wide. The umpire feeling that one was just a little bit too wide. Let's see if we get this in here. Oh yeah, 50-50. Umpire's call.
Well played. He's trying to split the fielders. Mohammed Kashif does well.
Yeah, it's a bit of a skill though, isn't it? Just trying to get it inside that wide line, or that indication line for the umpire. It's a difficult ball to score off, full and wide. You can sneak some dots in here. Every dot's valuable in 10 over cricket.
Yeah, also good bowling. I think they know that Cooldeep has been frustrated and has got out a few times with those balls outside the off stump, hitting them high up in the air, slicing them.
Dangerous bowler though, isn't he? Shirazi comes in again. This one will just be a single down the ground. We've got some more chat. Of course, got over 3,000 viewers concurrently right now on YouTube. But of course, we have many more viewers in India watching on Fancode, which is fantastic. And look, if you are watching on YouTube, why don't you let your friends and family know about the European Cricket Network channel? Perhaps get them to subscribe. Over 160,000 subscribers at the moment.
Full of ball. That's well played, but straight, unfortunately, to the fielder. Not able to capitalise, and that's Mohammed Hamagan Khan.
I love the Big Mac, don't we? Yeah, Shawan Anwar in the chat saying watching cricket is his love, and that's fantastic. We love bringing this to you. Valentine's Day just around the corner. Perhaps buy some roses for cricket.
Is that why you bought your red suit? Oh, he's got a wicket! Wow. We're talking about love. He's not going to love that. He's going to hate that. He's just chopped it onto his stumps.
Yeah, watch this. And he had struggled a little bit outside the off stump today, didn't he? And this one, trying to cut it, just was a bit full for that. And Syed Shiraz has got the happy knack of picking up the wickets when it counts. And the umpire just confirming what had happened there. He saw it. You see from side on here. He chopped it, but he had no control over the shot. Went down into the pitch, back onto the wicket. So a huge wicket for the Tigers. And Kuldeep Lal, it's the end of him.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to consider that as a very soft dismissal. But you know what? Full credit to the Tigers. They've just basically kept putting it there. They know his weakness outside that off stump. If it's too wide, he does like the cut, but it's too close there, he does struggle. We saw him try to play that little dab a few times. It hasn't worked for him. But Kuldeep Lal stayed persistent. That was too close to do that, really.
Yeah.
He's on his way. And now, well, so far, Gurwinder Bajwa just basically just gained just under run a ball. It's time for him now to take control.
Very good over there. Only 3 off it and a wicket, so 32 for 1 after 4 overs. We're going to see Yasser Ali come to the attack with his off spin. And, wow, that wicket could prove to be very consequential in the flow of this match.
The new batsman that's coming for Russia is Manyak Dayal, and he's at the non-striker's end at the moment.
Yasser starts with a wide. Of course, we remember Yasser as well from the European Cricket League and for Kettle and UCC back in 2019. Here he comes again. A big swing with no contact. Gets away from the keeper. He's going to wildly throw. There's no one backing up. There's an easy second if they want it. And you see the keeper there, Shazib Akram. We've seen him do some good things, but that time just not being cognizant of the game situation, throwing the ball away. And keepers hate byes. And you know what's worse than 1 bye, Rico? 2 byes.
Yeah, and there's a couple of times now the Tigers have given an extra on the overthrow. Oh, he's got to go here, I think. Yes! That's good work. Well, we talked about the wicket keeper giving away the 2 byes, but he's come back strong there. Shahib Akram takes a stumping. Very good work from him.
And I love that. Very quick back to the stumps. So keeper myself, I know the instinct is to snatch at that ball, but he stayed low and went with it. And we've seen so many times in this series the keepers getting up too quickly and the ball beating them low. This time he stayed strong. He got wide with his footwork. He stayed down. He was straight back to the stumps, but he made sure he had the ball in his gloves first. So stumped off a wide. How about that? And it was clever bowling from Yasser. I think he might have seen the batsman coming, and he just pushed it a bit wider. It's definitely worth it. I think the 3-card trick, give away a wide, but get a wicket. Another important wicket for the Tigers.
Yeah, well, Gurwinder Bajwa, he was quite happy just playing the anchor role while Kuldeep Lal was out there, and once Kuldeep was out, he realised that he needed to step up and start playing a few shots. He tried, he's getting himself stumped there.
Hello again
out of his crease.
In the YouTube chat. Sook Gill watching from Brisbane, Australia. Getting a bit late at night there, I think. It's probably 10 to 10 at night. So hello, Sook. Hopefully you enjoy a bit of cricket before you go to bed tonight. Also got Mohammed Hamid from Uganda tuning in. Hello to him as well.
Gurwant Thukar off the mark from his first ball.
Always love it when I hear where people are watching from, and we are the European Cricket Network, but we love to have viewers from all around the world, and so many people are enjoying that kind of cricket entertainment that we are able to produce here at ECN. And again, we've got a very interesting game for you here in this match. Match 23 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series. Here's Yasser Ali. Just cut away just the single. So again, Gracia just stalling in the middle of their innings here. They're kind of 29 after 3, over of 16 in the 3rd over. Seemed to get them a bit of momentum, but losing these wickets and just struggling to find boundaries, bogged down in the 30s.
Well played. Need to be probably pushing here, not putting any pressure on Razak Ali. Remember, he's already made 1 misfielder ball going through him for 4, so you've got to try and pressurise these fielders.
Yeah. Well said.
Staying a little bit low as well. I think batsman did well there. They are to get down. Takes a single as well. That's important.
Yeah, and he's an effective bowler in this form of the game, isn't he, Yasser Ali? You saw the experience there with the left-hander advancing earlier in the over, pushing it wider, but mostly he doesn't give the ball too much air. He just spears it in, tries to frustrate the batsman and force them into a mistake. So clever bowling by Yasser Ali.
Oh, that's very well bowled. Just giving it some flight.
Well, he's given it a bit of room, a bit of flight. And I said he was clever, and for the most part, he does push them through. But Yasser Ali, this time, you see, he got this one above the eyes, and the batsman didn't really know how to handle it. Bit of turn back off the pitch, and this one disturbs the furniture.
Absolute beauty.
Look at the turn there, left to right. If you're new to cricket, what he's done there, he's spun the ball out of his fingers. It's called an off spinner, and the ball's turned left to right. So when it bounces, it actually spins sideways, and you can see that. There's not a lot of spin in this pitch for the most part, but you saw there Yasser Ali getting it just right, and Gracia lose the third at the halfway point of the innings. They're 40 for 3.
Yeah, that's a massive wicket. And once more, we do say this, don't we, that the big players like the likes of Ali, the likes of Mohammad Kamran, Mohammad Jafri, and there's a few more we can talk about. When it comes to the big games, they perform. Talking about performance now, here's Dasgir, Ghulam Dasgir. He was very impressive in their first game. He gets a lot of turn, taking 3 wickets in that first game. I was very impressed with his bowling.
Yes, well, the new batsman Vicky Sondhi, well, wasn't he involved in some action the other day? But he's a non-striker's end at the moment because it was the end of the over.
That's hit straight and hard and all the way over the top. Balle, balle, balle. Well, we've been waiting for the first 6 in this innings, and there it comes from the man who's got the face paint on here. For a minute, I thought perhaps he was still had his face mask on, but it's not to be. And he's hit that well.
Yeah,
6 runs.
Not trying to overhit that one. That was smart batting from Mayank Dayal. This has turned a lot again. A bit of spin in this pitch today. The spin's spun so much, it's going to be called a wide. And yeah, Dasgir, he's doing basically the same thing Yasser Ali is trying to do, spinning the ball out of his fingers. But because he's left-handed, of course, that ball will break right to left when it bounces. But it's our first look at Sondhi, who's going to face his first ball. Stabs that away for a single. But Mayank Dayal with that shot earlier in the over, what I liked about that, he didn't try to hit the ball too hard, Rico. I think sometimes this week the players have tried to overhit the ball and try to hit the absolute cover off the ball. But with these boundaries, especially if you can hit it back to the bowler's end, if you get it nice and high, the breeze generally carries it over the boundary for 6. Just as I say that, he tries to hit across the ball and makes no contact, and Dasgir just doesn't get too much bounce. It's a bit difficult to contend with for the striker.
Well, he's going to lean into that. It was there for the hitting, really, wasn't it? Gandhi ball, Siggy. Shaka ho gaya.
Well, you said it there. It was dirty from Dasgir. It was too short and plenty of time for the batsman to rock onto the back foot, send that over the mid-wicket boundary. So Gracia, it's just what they needed. A couple of Maximos in the 6th over. They didn't have too much love in the first half of their innings, only scoring 40. They want to score plenty more than that in the second half and get this total up above 100.
So, man, again, good batting. It's nice to see that. He's just hit a 6. And then this ball much fuller, better, gets the respect that it perhaps deserved, and takes the single and keeps himself on strike as that over comes to an end. So 56.
Yes.
3 wickets down.
So as we head towards the back end of this innings, it's 56 for 3. 4 overs to go. And you know how at the 6th over mark, I always like to reassess. So I think here, look, you're always looking at 10 and over. That gets you to 96. So I think a couple more than that. You should be targeting 100 and something to bowl at this point.
It's well bowled, the quicker ball from Yasir.
Well, it was, wasn't it? And we saw it. Said he spears a few through. But I think with Dayal there as well, 10 and over is probably a minimum what they're looking for here if he gets the opportunity. But I think he's smart. He'll kind of take what's given to him. If he gets a boundary ball, he'll try and put it away.
And he'd have a go, but he's gone right across that. And his stumps have been shattered. Yasir Ali gets another.
Yes, and this one just holding up off the surface. And Yasir Ali, it's these subtle changes of pace that I think are pretty clever. You see, this time, just deceiving the batsman. Didn't bounce as much as he thought. Mayank Dayal, well, he played a couple of nice strokes, but he's gotten out at a crucial time of the innings. And tell you what, this 100 is looking less and less likely for Gracia.
Well, it's looking less and less likely, but the big man is coming in, Hakmal. And, well, we know all about him. He likes to give it some welly, but he's got to think about this. He can't be swinging blind and putting his team in more trouble. He's got to, him and Vicky Sondu now have to try and rebuild here and try and get them to that 100.
Well, it's the man, isn't it? The Hark. And this is just the man, I think, will be the man for the situation. And Hark just having a look at that one. And you saw the other day the first ball he faced. Well, that one's still orbiting the earth, I think. That one's gone into another dimension. The Hark, he's got the big guns. Definitely one of our favourites here at the ground in Barcelona. Who's your favourite? Let us know in the YouTube chat. Here's Yasser Ali again.
Bold. I mean, he's already taken 3 wickets. Only the 8 runs conceded from him. You can see just why he's such a dangerous player and why he plays for the Spanish national team.
And that will be a single down, 2 long off. Got another question in the chat. Who are the 3 most notable cricket players in the world? Which everybody should know. Well, there's a bit of debate about this, I'm sure. I might come to that in a second. Here's Yasser Shah. Yasser Ali, I should say. Well, Yasser Shah actually is one of those. This one's going to disappear through the leg side, and that's going to go for 4. Well, Yasser Shah, I had it on my mind. He's the leg spinner from Pakistan, and that will be the end of the over. 62 for 4 at the end of that over. And who are some of your favourite players in the world, Rico, at the moment?
Well, I mean, so many to think about. Obviously, everybody will talk about Virat Kohli. Of course, he'll be right up there with a lot of the players. A lot of youngsters coming through as well. Very, very difficult question. But does he mean about current players playing, or is the question about general players in general?
Current players. Any current players that you like? I mean, I'll name a couple of my favourites at the moment. After this, I'm sure it'll spark some debate. The full toss, Saeed Shirazi coming on for his second over. He was very effective in his first over, taking 1 wicket and only conceding 3 runs. Yeah, look, I'm sure a lot of our Indian viewers will appreciate. I think Virat Kohli is a very, very good batsman. I think never get sick of watching him bat. Good stroke maker, good. And this is out, and Shirazi's done it again. And unfortunately, the Hark is going to have to pick up his arms and head back to the dressing room.
Yeah, it's clever bowling and also very clever tactics from the Catalonia Tigers. There's just not been any pace on the ball at all. I mean, we saw the openers. I mean, so he bowled both of these. Mohammad Kashif has still got 1 left to bowl, but they've seen that keeping the pace off the ball is doing the job. The batsmen, knowing that they've got to try and accelerate, are trying to play their shots and getting out. And Akmal there, I think a disappointment, and for a man who's we're used to seeing him smashing the ball over the place. If he went for the big shot and was caught on the boundary, etc., you'd think, yeah, okay, he'd have to go for it. But that for him is a soft dismissal,
yes,
similar to the soft one for Kuldeep Lal, I think.
Yeah, not the approach we saw the other day. I mean, the other day he showed no fear, and that's the kind of ball that he'd be stepping out to and trying to play an expansive stroke. But just a little bit muted today was the Hark. I know he didn't have his superhero costume on, but we might see him with the ball a bit later on. Speaking of people that are playing cricket around the world, or international cricketers, did we see Saeed Shirazi come in again? Oh, this is a nice ball. It was on the length and jumped a little bit. They'll get 1. Some chance of a second. Yeah, I think they'll make it. They'll make a second, and no secondary backup. And unfortunately, Shirazi, they are going to go for a 3rd now. If he hits, no, he's not going to throw, and probably smart. And so we're going to see another 3, Rico. This is our 4th 3 now.
That was a very clever 3 as well. The good vision from the batsman. They knew where the ball went. They waited to see what was going to happen with the ball being stopped, the overthrow being stopped, and they took full advantage of it not going to hand. Along the ground.
So
square leg boundary.
Tell us more a bit about, there's some interest about the Spanish national teamers that we're seeing on show here. So you mentioned Yasser Ali represents the national team. And we might see them in the, or we will see them in the European Cricket Championship a bit later this year.
We just see this ball from Shirazi. It's going to go. Is it going to be buys or is it worse than that? Yeah, it's just going to be buys all the way
Yeah.
down. So valuable runs. I mean, I think
Look, it's not an easy one, Rico. He sees to the side, and he did get there, but it's difficult to go sideways and to stay down at the same time. And that's one of the things, as a wicket keeper, I'm sure they might appreciate. This ball, I mean, yeah, the keeper would be disappointed to not stop it, but full and wide, you need to take a big step with the right foot there, and also keep your body down to smother it. So the most important thing is you stop that ball. There's 4 byes have gone through there.
didn't quite middle this at all. I think it just, yeah, bottom of the bat. Very, very good running if he gets there. And that's, again, you saw that just hitting the edge of the pitch there. So that's slightly raised, slightly
Yeah.
higher than the grass level. But 2 runs, good running. Well, the Spanish national team, I think they're in a very good situation. We've already seen, I mean, Yasser Ali, Kuldeep Lal also plays part of that team. And no doubt they'll be looking forward to entering this.
Yeah, the European Cricket Championship, you'll see it right here on ECN, 13th of September to the 8th of October this year. And Spain will be the host country this year. Now, for all the news about that, go to europeancricket.com. It's a great place to get plenty of news, and that is a big announcement this morning. There'll be a 15-country tournament running over 4 weeks. So that's some big news, and I'm sure there's plenty of international cricketers around Europe that are excited by that news this morning in Europe.
Kashif back on. And as you'd expect from a very good bowler like him, right on the money straight away, right in the block hole. Start of the 9th over, 74 for 5. Yeah, I think like a lot of European teams at the moment, frustration. They haven't been able to get out and train the Spanish national team. There are some tournaments in the pipeline, and hopefully as things start to improve and the vaccine being out there, Kashif there following the batsman. They would go for 2 again. Well, they thought about it and then being sent back, so just a single. So they're looking forward to playing the game.
Yeah.
And the thing is that the players that are here in Barcelona have got the advantage of still playing cricket, and they've had that advantage since last autumn, playing in these European cricket series. But you've got to feel for the players that are scattered around other parts of Spain who haven't been able to train and play.
Yeah, that's a really good point you make there, Rico. And come back to that after this ball. Here's Kashif again. He's hit down the ground. I think they're just happy to settle for a single this time. So how do you think Spain will go in the ECC? You think they've got a fairly strong team? And so it depends who they get drawn with. There'll be 3 groups of 5. They'll be drawn for you sometime in the near future.
Yeah, but, I think, you're seeing it here for yourself, Vinny. I think cricket in Spain is very promising. We're getting some very good youngsters coming through, and I think our national team is improving and growing all the time, and they'll be up for it, because it's not just up for it in terms of winning, but competing. And I think by competing against good teams, that's a bad ball. I mean, put away. He's got the tendency to bowl that one every so often. It's a full toss on the leg stump, put away 4 runs. But going back to what I was saying, I think playing good competitive cricket and playing plenty of it makes the team better, and it improves the team. And I think sometimes with the European national teams, and the same could be said about the Spanish national team, they're not playing enough cricket together and they're not training enough together.
Yeah.
But with a tournament like this, getting together your training, it's for the best and for the good of European cricket, I think.
Definitely gives something to look forward to for sure in this year's calendar. Here's Kashif again. Keeps a bit low and it'll be out on the leg side. Yeah, of course, we're meant to be some qualifiers in Europe last year. Obviously, the pandemic scuttling those plans. There's still some uncertainty about the ICC calendar, so at least the ECC in September and October will be a different kind of experience again with the ECN coverage. I'm sure there's plenty of cricketers all around Europe that can't wait to get out there. It'll give you a good incentive, of course, to make your national team if you are on the fringes of it. Here's Kashif, and this is down the leg side. It's going to be a wide. Would have been the last ball of the over. Instead, there's 2 free runs to Gracian, and that 100 looks a little bit out of reach at this stage. But it's one of those totals between 80 and 100 here where it can be good games.
I want you to have a look at this shot. What does that remind you of?
Well, you know what it reminds me of, don't you? The golden ball.
Yeah, and who's playing the shot?
And of course, it's Vicky Sondhi. Good on him for trying it again, though.
Yeah.
At this point.
Ahmed Kashif wanted to finish his spell on a high. That one's played away. Will they go for 2 again? They're having a look. Well, good choice. Super arm there from the fielder out there.
Yeah, end of the over. So
Yes.
84 for 5 are Gracia. After winning the toss and electing to bat, I think they would have probably hoped for a few more at this stage. And of course, I was going to say before that ball, these totals between 80 and 100, they normally throw up some pretty interesting contests, but we saw how strong the Tigers' batting lineup is. I think that anything under 100, you'd think they'd gobble up. But you know what? Chasing, it's a different kettle of fish, isn't it? And if there are a couple of early wickets, we could see some panic amongst the Tigers camp. And look who it is here. It's Mustansa Iqbal, the man of the hour so far. After his century this morning, he's been trusted to bowl the final over here of the Gracia innings.
Bowling to Bikram Singh. He's having a smash, and smash it he does. Out of the ground it goes. Ginna Buddha Shaka. Well, welcome to the game. Well, he's used to dishing this out, and now he's getting a little bit of his own medicine here.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly, Rico. He just kind of rocked up and put that one on a length, and the batsman, well, he said, I'll have some of this. Thanks very much, and it's the time to do it, isn't it? So Bikramjit getting in on the action, and an important Maximo, an important time, takes them up to 90. There's 5 balls to go. Can they make the ton?
They've got to run it, and they do.
Yeah, so this is Vicky Sondhi. Made a very good 40-odd in that golden ball game, and I'm sure he'll remember it for all the wrong reasons, but he did bat very well. And Gracia, they've lost 5 wickets. They've got 2 players at the crease that can hit the ball pretty well. They'll be eyeing off over 100.
He's got to get bat onto ball, haven't you? I mean, even if it's a single, it's another 1 run to the total. Every run counts. Every run matters. Just not using his feet there at all.
Yeah,
Foot
and look,
forward.
the most important thing is you hit the ball at this stage and then worry about hitting it where and hitting it hard. So here comes Mustansa Iqbal again. 3 balls remain.
It's gone up, up, up. I think it will go all the way. The captain is running across on the boundary to get there. But Ghulam Sarwar can only see it sail over his head for another Maximo.
Well, it was a Maximo, wasn't it? And again, it's smart batting from this end. It is the hitting end. And if you hit it high in the sky, the breeze will carry it over that boundary. And Ghulam Sarwar just had to watch that one go over his head. So 97 with 2 balls remaining.
That's short. Balle, balle, balle. Fetch that, he says. 6 more. Well, 3 sixes in this, the last over already. There were a couple of dot balls in it too, but well, what a way to get to the 100 for your team.
Well, yes, 103 now with the ball to go. And you wonder with Mustansa Iqbal if he thinks, well, I'm batting so well, I wouldn't mind a few more to chase. And he served up a bit of fruit here in the last over, going for 3 Maximos. And they've gone from 84 to 103 with the ball remaining. So last ball, let's see if there can be any more. Somebody on strike.
Played that well. They've got to go for 2. Just got to turn around and run blind. Well,
Well, you see there the difference. And look, if they'd gone for 2, they would have got an extra run. The run out was messed up. And that it might have been a 1 short there if we look on the replay. I'm not sure if the umpires picked that up. But actually, it won't be a 1 short because he ended up going back to that end. So maybe regardless, it would have been 1 run if they'd gone or if they didn't. So that is 1 run. And the Gracia team, well, after winning the toss and batting, a late flurry has seen them get over the ton. They've gotten up to 104 for 5. And Rico, what an interesting start we had to match 23 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
yeah, good start indeed. It was steady from Kuldeep, playing that shot so well when he's getting a bit of width outside the off there. But in the end, it was dabbing outside the off stump. That was the undoing. That was the first wicket that was to go. And it was some good bowling though also. I think the Tigers, they all bowled very, very well. At that point, everything was good. And there you go. That's that dab. And that's that man, Saeed Shirazi. Very difficult to pick up. You don't know what he's going to bowl. Sometimes they're hovering around in the air. Other times he gets them coming across you. And that time Kuldeep Lal it wasn't as wide as he thought it was going to be. Well, Gurvinder Bhaja, he then tried to accelerate the run rate, finding himself getting stumped.
Nice piece of work, wasn't it? And We saw a bit of a good, bad and the ugly from the keeper today, Shazab Akram, but he did do a couple of good things. There's another one there, just flicking the stumps, and we've seen quite a few bold dismissals today in this pitch. We saw some turn as well. Yasser Ali was able to run through the gate, and we'll see Duskia as well. Well, he went the journey on occasion, but also bowled a few balls that turned prodigiously off this surface. That one was too short, and I tell you what, Gracia, they've got themselves up to a fairly competitive total. I mean, we always felt they were like a little behind in that innings. You see, getting knocked over there, and that was an unfortunate moment for me. Anyway, I'm a huge fan of the Hawk, and but I mean, they've got 100 on the board, and that's normally pretty competitive. But you just worry that the Catalonia Tigers, well, they do have some very, very strong batsmen as well, with Saqib Latif coming into the lineup from the match before. So you see it there, Gracia 104 for 5, and a late innings flurry. Vicky Sondhi finishing with 19 off 11 balls. Bikramjit, well, I liked his work as well, 17 off 9. I particularly like the way those guys ran between the wickets, perhaps with the exception of the last ball. But you see there, no one really sticking out. Kuldeep, the top scorer, with 21 off 18, but he never really got going today. We thought when he left, it could be a bit of an issue for Gracia. Also, Mike Dayal, he hit a couple of nice maximos. That got him 15 runs off 9 balls. So it's all set up for a fascinating run chase here in match 3. In match 3 of the day, of course, we have 5 matches every day, Monday to Friday, this week and the 4 following weeks. So 5 weeks here in Barcelona, Spain. It's all set up for the Tigers to chase a total of 106 for victory against Gracia. We'll see you in about 10 minutes. This is Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo, as well as Rico, and we will see you shortly for the second innings on the European Cricket Network.
Bienvenidos and welcome back to the beautiful city of Barcelona, and this, the Montjuïc Olympic Stadium. What a match we've got installed here. Umpire Safwan Naheem and Nisar Ahmed are back out there, the men in black. And the Catalonia Tigers have a target of 105 to chase down. Now, some of you may think that's going to be quite easy. Bear in mind, we're talking about the same team that lasted 161 runs earlier today in the first match, but it's a different kettle of fish, different bowlers, different team. And Kuldeep Lal scored 21 of 18 with the bat, the national team player. Now he's got to try and do it with the ball, try and get some early wickets straight away. And we're getting ready to go, and Yasir Ali is the opening batsman this time. Yasir had good time in the field with the ball. He took 3 for 14, so we'll be hoping to add a few runs now onto his tally. Kuldeep Lal starting with a wayward one there, going very wide. Lal in once more. Again wide, but this one's okay. So wherever you are watching around the world, our European Cricket Series cricket family, welcome back. I'm Rico Fool, and of course, joined here, coming through the door now, back from the toss, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back, Vinny.
Yeah, it's great to be back. I'm looking forward to an interesting run chase here. Not going to be as easy, I think, for the Catalonia Tigers. It's a middle of the road kind of a target, Rico, but we did mention the toss of the next game, and Catalonia Tigers playing back-to-back games. Of course, playing Gracia here. They'll be playing the men in blue in the 4th game. It's actually their 3rd game out of 4 today, so I wonder if they might be a little bit tired, but the news there is that the Catalonia Tigers have won the toss and elected to bat first against the men in blue.
Running from Yasir.
So, yeah, we saw them bat first in the first match today, didn't we? Put on a colossal score. Guess we'll find out against the men in blue if they can do something similar. But men in blue, well, they just keep improving in this Vanco European Cricket Series, don't they? And, of course, they were the Golden Ball heroes a couple of days ago. So, another interesting match-up here on Friday.
That smashed away over the head of the man there at square leg. And it's Yasir Ali who hits the first boundary for the Catalonia Tigers.
Yeah, just too short from Kuldeep there. He was pretty good earlier in the over, getting a bit of away movement, and that time just too short sat up, and you really can't stray too short to either of these two. They will punish you.
What's the reply going to be from Kuldeep Lal? In he comes. He's going with outside that off stump again. The non-striker was Tansa Iqbal. Backing up, looking to get to the other end, and why not indeed, the kind of form he's in at the moment. 107 he scored in that game against the Stars, the first one up today, match number 21. And this time he does make Yasir get to the other end. Yasir won't mind that, because that is the end of the over. And it means he'll go back and strike the score. The end of the first over, 8 without loss. Now remember, Gracia, they've good tight bowling outfit. To remind you of Trilochan Singh. He bowled extremely well in the last game. He picked up 4 wickets with just 10 runs against Fateh. And it was a very sensational performance from him, which earned him the player of the match in that game. Change of pair now. It's going to be Hakmal.
Well, here's the Hark. Let's see if he can get some early wickets, and so important that these two are not allowed settled by Gracia. And he comes now. Well, that's just muscle down the leg side. In fact, that could go all the way. So a nightmare start. Well, the Hark, he always brings something, doesn't he? But this time he's brought a sack full of wides, and there's 5 of them to the total. And defending 104 against the Tigers, you don't want to give them 5 for nothing.
No, definitely not. That one just sneaking under the gloves of Manyang Dayal. And he comes again, needs to get his line right here. This time he's gone too far outside the offside, so the radar is all over the place here.
Yeah, but he'll pin the tail on the donkey kind of style here. Seems to be one way then the other. He just needs to average the 2 out and get it straight. We've seen straight bowling be very, very effective, but I guess against these two, maybe don't want to give them too much to hit.
Short, leg side, another wide. Well,
Wow.
this is a nightmare start.
It is, and we talked about wides earlier today, didn't we, with the 11 stars. They came back to rue those 30 extras that they conceded in their match, their second match against Fateh. And now Hakmal, can he get the radar right? 4th attempt.
Better, he had a better flow about him as well, delivering. Wicketkeeper's got to stop those. Got to be a little bit quicker getting up to the stumps. In the end, it was well backed up. We've seen quite a few overthrows in today's play already. It's been a little bit untidy sometimes out there. In comes Hakmal Singh. Trying to slow a ball as well. Try Kuldeep Lal gets down. Brilliant stop there from Kuldeep. I mean, he had some cover. A man coming, Gurwinder Bajwa, from a long way to back him up. He probably would have got there, but Kuldeep there making sure it ends up being a dot ball.
Yeah, and you know what? We've seen them give away a few runs this over, but also Kuldeep, there, the captain, saving a few. So a nice effort at mid-off.
Going down the leg. And well, he's lucky really, the batsman. Strikes him on his pad. If it missed, it would have been another wide. Maybe just trying to bowl a little bit too fast here. Hakmal probably needs to realise that the line and length, if you can get that right, is more important. More wickets have fallen off the slower bowlers than the quick. Once more banging that in, he sliced it away, it's in the air. It would be a great catch if it was taken, but in the end it's a little bit too far away from the fielders, giving that some chase.
Yes, and unfortunate there, and they need a bit of luck as well. And this one, it wasn't a slice of luck, but it was sliced away behind point, just getting over those 2 fielders on the offside. But nice effort, and Hakmal, after a very, very wayward start, almost creating a wicket there.
Yeah, it would have been a crucial one as well of Mustafa Iqbal. That's a little bit short. He's got hold of it, but he's going to go all the way. Oh, what a brilliant effort. That was sensational. Gurwinder there. Just absolutely brilliant effort, diving. And you saw there, even when he realised that the ball was going over the rope, he tried to flick it back, but wasn't able to.
Yeah, Gurwinder Bajwa, I should say. Look at this. It's a huge effort from him, and he's tried his best, but it still ended the other side of the rope. Almost could have stopped either 2 or 4 runs if he'd stopped it from going over the boundary, but fantastic effort, and that's the sort of efforts we're seeing from Gracia early in this chase. Wouldn't that have been a sensational catch if he somehow could have just held onto it and perhaps thrown it to a teammate as he fell over the boundary? So all action all the time. That's what we've come to expect in the Fan Code European Cricket Series. In Spain, beautiful destination for our first series of the year, but there's plenty more cricket coming your way. Of course, we've got the European Cricket League coming up starting on the 31st of May, and that is the champion clubs from 15 countries around Europe, as well as the defending champions VOC Rotterdam from the Netherlands. And then just announced today, we have the European Cricket Championship, and that is going to take place in September and October in Spain. That is the top 15 ranked countries. So the top 15 ranked countries in Europe, and they're competing in this T10 format over 4 weeks. So you certainly can't wait for all the action in 2021 here on ECN. Here's Trilochan Singh.
And it's a smash straight past the commentary station. Hit hard, hit flat, and gone for 6 runs. Well, welcome to the game, Trilochan Singh. Well, we're saying how about he's bowling and how he's been one of the pick of the bowlers so far for Gracia. Well, that one, the first ball, just a tad too short and smashed away. Where's this one going?
Well, no mercy.
Short again, and it's been picked up, smashed away. 6 more.
Well, Trilochan, he was very effective a couple of days ago for Gracia, but he's been greeted with disdain. As we see this one, well, it's too short, pulled away over the leg side, and after a pretty good start, Gracia in some serious trouble in this, the 3rd over of the power play.
Mustansa Iqbal has finally woken up the sleeping giant. The ton maestro. A different player the first few balls he's faced, and now all of a sudden somebody's pressed the button, charged the batteries, and he's back.
Oh, he's back. 3rd time's the charm perhaps for Trilochan.
That's wide. They do take the extra. Yasir Rally not afraid to get down to the other end.
He's not, is he? And then it's an unusual position behind the keeper there, but it's sometimes quite effective on this because the keeper's doesn't have the most sure of footing behind the wickets, and that one just only going for the 1 run by the batsman. Nice hands. See, look, Mayank Dayal, that's a lot better. He stayed low and not easy keeping up to the stumps against a medium pacer in these conditions. But I like it as a tactic, and also it just makes the batsman here, Yasir Ali, think about it. If he was to stray out of his crease and miss it, he could be in a bit of trouble.
Slow ball. Ali just trying to find that gap on the offside. 3 fielders or to get through there. We've got 5 in a line almost. We look down. Remember, this is the last in the power play, so only the 2 men allowed out. Those 2 straight at the moment. This is better from Trilochan after those 2 boundaries. He's focused on that offside line, not allowing the batsman to play that shot across the line and hit over towards the leg side, where he's got nobody there to give him any sort of cover at all. That one's a bit fuller. They're going to have to be quick if the ball was picked up straight away. And Vicky Sandhu there making the stop. If he picked it up clean and got the throw in, Mustansa Iqbal would have struggled. He's on strike now. Some of the dark clouds coming over now. Bit of a worry. There was a slight chance, well, forecast of slight chance of rain. We hope that doesn't happen. Smashed away. Fielder is there. Gets down low. Gets a throw in hard. Attacking the end that Mustansa Iqbal is running to. I think he would have been safe, but it's good to see that they're not afraid to have a shy. Another over comes to an end. So 42 the score, the end of the power play without loss. So far the Catalonia Tigers, they were roaring this morning and they're still roaring now.
Very expensive over in the end from Trilochan. Shows you how quick things can change here in the Fancode European Cricket Series. He was very dangerous the other day, but it's only the spectators in danger of that over. And they're going to go back to the Hark again. This surprises me a little bit, but he was wayward early in his over when he bowled the 2nd over, but maybe they think, well, he just got the radar right towards the end, and rather than bring him on cold again, let's get the 2nd over out of him now. Oh, that's a peach. And you see that obviously he's much better for the run. Maybe he should bowl 1 over off the field before he comes in, because that was a really good start. Much better than the start of his first over.
1 for delivery that. And, not too many have gone past the bat. The big man there, Mustansa Iqbal. Let's see. Here comes once more. Hit in the air over the top of the 2 man in the inner circle, and that'll make its way to the boundary rope. Now he is very strong. I'm not saying that was an authentic shot, but he knew what he was trying to do there, hit over the top. But he is strong on the off stump. When he started that innings in the first match, on his way to 100, he played some beautiful shots on the offside.
You can see Harkamal, what can he come back with this time? Well, this is up, it's very high in the air. I'm not sure it has the carry. It's Govinda, and he takes it. So Govinda Bajwa, that one was very high up in the sky, and the danger man was Mustansa Iqbal. Well, he might have scored 100 in the first match today, but he only makes 20 in this one. And the Catalonia Tigers have lost their first wicket.
Yeah, well held, and there's the player we saw earlier. He almost pulled off a sensational catch. Well, forget about the catch. If he stopped the ball going over the ropes for the boundary, it would have been sensational. Diving one-handed. Well, he's showing what he can do and why he's in these positions, these dangerous positions. A great catch there, and the first wicket goes down. So the big man, Mustansa Iqbal, he's departed. 20, took 9 balls to get it, which is probably pretty slow for him. Well, one big man goes out, and the Big Mac comes in. He's all smiles, always smiling.
Yeah, he's a great character, isn't he, the Big Mac? And of course, you might remember him from the European Cricket League in 2019, but this is a Hark. Well, eventually, you know, the Hark's going to come good, and he certainly got the big wicket, didn't he? Mustansa Iqbal, very high in the sky, and a good catch by Govinda Bajwa at long off. We saw him put in a very, very good effort to one that just got over him, got over the boundary by centimetres, but held on to that one. They need to take every chance given to them, Gracia, if they're going to be competitive in this match. And Big Mac, well, he's another top performer here in Barcelona. Took a first baller this morning. Let's see how he goes against Harkamal. Oh, he's lucky, he's outside edged, and it's gone all the way along the carpet. And there's not so much the fielder can do about it. So an edgy start this time for the back, but the Big Mac, he's away. Yeah,
he's away in fortunate circumstances. Harkamal there, well, bowls that one, and then halfway down the pitch just goes down on the ground thinking, no, I don't believe it. You got a feel for him there. To be fair, the ball didn't come up so much, but with the keeper standing up as well, you've got no slip in. It's going to happen, and of course, no third man on the boundary.
Yeah, not too much that anyone could do about that. And Harkamal, see what he comes back with here.
Full of ball, and that's gone through the gap there between the third man and backward point. 4 more, and that one more of an authentic shot.
Yeah, and you can see the difference here. Big Mac, the experience. He wasn't slogging across the line at this. He was playing a cricket stroke. He knew that if he could pierce the gap on the offside, it would run away for 4. So a handy bit of batting there. Catalonia Tigers, they've passed 50 already after 4 overs. They are 55 for 1.
Yeah, 55 for 1, and the rate required now under 9. And I think when you've got the run chase on, if you can achieve that to start off with, and they'll keep plugging away at that, and the only thing that will change it is a couple of wickets here. I mean, Yasir Ali, he's been kept fairly quiet in fairness, the man of his talents. He's almost going, well, just over run a ball, 14 of 13. But he knows now this is a key moment. He also will know, he's an experienced campaigner, that he doesn't need to do anything silly here. By just playing good normal cricket and playing authentic shots, that should be enough really. Wait for the bad ball. He's got enough to come in the batting department. He's got Mohamed Amagan Khan with him, who's on strike now, and between them they should be able to get to this this target.
Yeah, key time at the moment.
Amagan gives that the big hee-ho, and over it goes. Shaka, shaka. Wow, there's the smiles from the Big Mac. Doesn't he love it when the ball sails over the boundary ropes?
Well, you say he's always got a smile on his face, Rico, and he's got an extra big one after this. This is a great shot over cover, and is that just what the Big Mac needed to get going here in match 23?
What can he reply with? It's another one in the same zone, but this one just a couple of bounces over the boundary. Well, giving him too much room, too much width. And well, the Mac loving it there, and off it goes. Watch this, too much width. And that's easy pickings.
Lifted over cover again, and he just knows where those fielders are, and he knows if he can get over that fielder's head in the circle, there's a big paddock behind him. Can he go 3 in a row? And just a bit more respect this time. It was a better ball. And to say that run rate right under control, the only chance Grazia got, you think you got to remove some of these dangerous players. Yasser Ali and Mohammed Amgan Khan saw them batting together in the ECL 2 years ago.
Short and should be put away, and it is. There's the fielder there. It's going to go over him once again. Fingertips.
Wow.
And that's Hakmal Singh this time over there.
Yeah, Hakmal. He's had a bit of everything, hasn't he? This game, Hakmal. He's the man for the job there on the boundary. He's a big unit, and just touching his fingertips and going over the top. Not much more he could have done, though, you'd have to say.
This time trying to split the two fielders. Didn't quite time it. And Yasser wanted to come back. And I think he was well in there, Yasser doing what we were talking about. Gets to one end and makes his way down, looking to put pressure on the fielder. And when he realises that the single's not on, he's making himself in his ground. Nice and easy, comfortably in there. What a great over that was there. So the score moving on here to 73 at the halfway stage. So well on top, the Tigers.
Yes, and you would say so, especially with these two. They've got it all under control. But look, we've seen some funny things happen in the Fancode European Cricket Series. Rico?
We have indeed. And, you know, games can change in a moment, at an instant, as they say. Now, this man is capable of making those changes. Trilochan Singh. He comes through his second over. Pitched up, it's hit well, too well, it's over the top. Balle. Mohammed Amgan Khan, he wants to do it in boundaries. He's just standing and delivering and, of course, smiling at the same time.
Well, great straight hitting from the Big Mac. And I think as long as these two do it together, we could all be in for an early lunch, because that's a big Maximo straight over the head. And Trilochan Singh, well, just giving the Mac some length to work with on that occasion.
And then down the leg side, wide ball.
A nice bit of keeping by Dial to stop any extras. But yeah, you would say it's full-blown emergency now for Grazia. The Tigers, well, they lost their first match, didn't they, on Monday morning against Bengali. That was a boil-over. And Bengali will see them tonight in the last game of the week. That's going to be a huge match as well.
Ooh, missing out on that one. Well, he was trying to put this all the way over out of the ground into the road.
And Mackie knows it as well. Big grin. He's happy he got away with that. He mostly plays correct cricket shots. That time swinging across the line. And well, the Mac, it's great to see him in action here in Barcelona. Here's Trilochan again.
Slower ball. And he's just helping that along. There down to the boundary. That square leg. Takes the single. And Yasser Ali probably saying, thanks, mate. Thanks for giving me a chance. He's been there a while. Not had too much of the strike.
Well, Mac, he didn't get too many balls in the first match this morning, did he, the Big Mac? So he's trying to make up for lost time.
Yasser Ali, there he goes. Thank you very much. He said, I'm not going to sit around watching you hit all the runs. I'm going to play a few shots myself. 6 runs there, and well, it's all going wrong at the moment for Grazia. Trilochan Singh taking some punishment.
Yeah, ultimately, do think they're a few runs short. Grazia batting first. I like the confidence of batting first and trying to make the Tigers chase, perhaps trying to put them under a bit of pressure as well. But Trilochan Singh not really being that effective today.
Slow ball, hit hard between the two fielders there. A couple of bounces, 4 more. It's all happening in boundaries at the moment. They're just standing still and clubbing the ball all over the place. It certainly is party time at the moment for the Tigers. They've come out on a mission here today, and this is their second game, and they're going about things very much in the same fashion as they did in the first.
Yes.
Chasing these runs down.
Well, as you'd say, Rico, Chaka de Fatte, the party is on. Trilochan again.
Hit hard, hit straight. That's going to be a run. 4 runs it is. It's going to be a chase, I was going to say, for the fielder, but no chance at all. Well, Gurinder Bajwa.
Nice shot, wasn't it, down the ground? And great comments coming in on our YouTube chat. We've got Shashi Kumar Sharma saying, Chaka, 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 love your swag. We had some more comments Mohammed Ismail wondering who Catalonia's playing in the next match. Well, they're playing Men in Blue. They were the Golden Ball heroes the other day, weren't they? 95-1 the score after 6 overs. And Mahabubul Islam says the 6 is raining here, and they certainly are here. Now, hopefully that's all that's raining, Rico, because we've got a few dark clouds around. There was a possibility of rain this afternoon, but Big Mac, well, he was 31 not out of 8 balls at one point. Now he's 32 off 10. He's going to face Kuldeep here. Showing some respect. Pushes out for a single, but yeah, it's going to be a really interesting match. Men in Blue versus Caledonia Tigers. So let's see if we get a result there, because hopefully the rain stays away. Men in Blue, they'll be very enthusiastic. We might take a closer look at that game very shortly.
Oh, and there we go. That's a very ugly shot from Yasir Ali. So the battle of the national team players is concluded by Kuldeep Lal having the last laugh.
And I tell you what, this game might be somewhat of a foregone conclusion, but Kuldeep will absolutely love that against his national teammate, Yasir Ali. And just deceiving him. Again, hitting the stumps. We haven't seen enough of it from the Gracia bowlers. They've given a few too many away. But that's the end of the innings of Yasir. And look, he was a little bit starved to the strike, you'd have to say, as well, as the big MAK has done his thing since he's come to the crease. But Yasir, again, to think he's been there and seen the score all the way to 96, you'd say the job is almost done. So 96 for 2, the score here in the 7th over. Only 9 runs required for victory for the Caledonia Tigers. You have to say it's a pretty comprehensive victory at Kuldeep. Can he strike again?
Yeah, they're not there yet though, Vinny. Calm down. I mean, it's very, very unlikely. But as you tell,
I've already ordered my food. I've already ordered my food. This game is over. But you know what? If I say it's over, who knows? I might lose 6 quick wickets the way I've gone so far. Known for my predictions as well. That's what makes it so funny. Known for my accurate predictions. He's Kuldeep.
It's nicely played away. There's a chase on for the fielder. That's good timing. Too good. The timing was there from Latif. Well, he missed out on the first game, obviously through work. And you've got to remember that. A lot of these guys, they're not professional players, club players. All have works and jobs all over the place, so they're not always available. Big commitment from them, and many sacrifices as well to be here and play the game. But Saqib Latif, he's in for this game and he wants to make it count. And that's it Harper this time. Govinda Bajwa will get to the ball, gets it in, and we're almost there now. Kuldeep Lal, what I liked about that delivery with Yasir Ali is we didn't quite see it on the camera, I don't think, but he was saying to him, where do you think you're going, mate? There's only one place you're going. Let's back to the dugout. That's hit hard. Shout of catch. It's not going to be called, and it's not going to be stopped either. And well, I think that is it.
Yeah, that's the winning runs there, and it finishes on a missed field. Unlucky there was Vicky Sondhi. Well, he doesn't quite enjoy last balls of the game, does he? Because this is the last ball of this game. Looked like it should just be one, but just fumbling it and losing his footing and staggering away almost comically. And, well, you would have to say the Caledonia Tigers, they had to chase, and good on Gracia for winning the toss, batting first, trying to set a target. But Gracia just losing key wickets at key times in their innings. Although they had a late flurry to take them over the century mark, it wasn't anywhere near enough against this powerful Caledonia Tigers batting lineup. But you see here early after winning the toss and batting, Kuldeep came out. And Cameron Awasahi, well, was a little bit inaccurate early in the game. Getting some good movement, not always able to control it. Mohammed Kashif there, he brought things back under control. But again, the key wicket of Kuldeep, and it was Syed Shirazi, of course, one of our ECL superstars from 2 years ago, getting the big wicket. Too close to cut, bottom edge, and that was out. Good decision by the umpire.
Yeah, didn't he bowl really well?
That was a nice bit of bowling by Yasir. He gave away a wide, but he saw the batsman coming, and Govinda Bajwa, I thought he did very well in the field as well, and he looked like he stumped that time. Good bit of work, and well, then we saw a few come and go in the middle of the innings, didn't we? That was Kulwan Thakur. He wasn't able to add too many to the score. Duskier, well, he went for a couple of big ones as well. The Gracia batsmen doing their best to just keep the score ticking along. They were able to get over the 100 in the end. That was the end of Mike Dale, but he played a pretty good knock. And the Huck, well, we haven't seen the best of him yet today. He'll get another chance later on today. His stumps took a bit of punishment. And then it was the century maker from this morning in the bowling crease, Mustansa Iqbal. Well, he said, I wouldn't mind a few more to chase. And he served up a couple of licorice all sorts. They disappeared across the street. And that was enough to get Gracia up to a total of 104. But then 105, it looked like a middle-of-the-road target. But the Tigers, they did it in a canter, Rico.
Yeah, they were just dismissive, weren't they? They're on a different level at the moment. They come out here today on a mission. They were, and very, very disappointed losing that game to Bengali CC. And I think they've all regrouped. And what a massive effort that was. That would have been a great catch. He did take one earlier, or later I should say. But, well, the Tigers too strong. Well, this is the catch here. And look, that's the way to take him. Body in the right place. Absolutely spot on. And at that point, you just didn't know what was going to happen because they got the big man out.
Well, the MAK came to the crease, though. And he decided, well, I got a first ball duck this morning. I'm not going to make another one. And he raced to a total in the end of 37 not out of 12 balls. And wasn't it great to see the Big Mac in action? As Yasser Ali, he was deceived by Kuldeep towards the end of the game, but tell you what, the result was well and truly decided by then. I tell you what, Kuldeep might remind him about that one a little bit later. Of course, two Spanish teammates. Then the Big Mac, we finished the game off and it finished on a fumble. Vicky Sondi, wow, again, bit of an own goal there to finish the match for Gracia. So in this one, that was the end of it. And the Tigers getting over the line. They come up again in match 24. They're taking on the Men in Blue. Well, the Men in Blue have a 2-1 record. And of course, their dramatic golden ball win in match 12 on Wednesday. That will not be forgotten by anyone very soon. And Shaka Kalagutla, he's probably their best performer as far as Dream 11 points go. We're likely to see him with the bat and the ball. He'll open the batting, most likely with Shubik Deb. We've got Naresh Kumar in that lineup as well, coming in for the first time with Prasanna Jathan. So a couple of players coming back for the Men in Blue. And Catalunya Tigers, well, it's a very similar lineup to what we saw then. Players to watch out for, of course, the opening three. Yasser Ali, Mustansa Iqbal and MAK, the Big Mac, Muhammad Amgan Khan. They definitely all be in my Dream 11. Also, Saqib Latif, we saw him come back. He didn't really get a go that game. He doesn't always get a bat, depending on how the top three go, but it'll be very interesting. And Men in Blue, well, they had some good times on Wednesday, but they've got a huge challenge ahead of them against the rampaging Catalunya Tigers. Because, Rico, I think the Tigers are out of the cage here on Friday.
They're out of the cage, and they're wild. They're running wild. They're on a mission, and beware. But you know what? The Men in Blue may be able to tame them. They're a very, very good unit in the field, you know. So it's going to be an interesting contest for sure.
Yeah, before we go into the break, just answering a couple of questions on the YouTube chat. We have Mabul Islam saying, thanks for announcing your comment, and he loves our laugh. Well, I don't know if I always like the sound of my own laugh. And Mohammed Ismail says, if it rains, you have time before losing overs or lose overs straight away. We typically do lose overs straight away in this form of the game, but if we can get at least 5 overs in, we will get a game. But I can tell you that at the moment, the rain is staying away. Just confirmation there of the result of match 23. It was the Catalunya Tigers 106 versus 104, but they got those runs in 6.5 overs, so they win with 19 balls to spare. Rico, we've got a little bit of a break, but in about just over 25 minutes, we'll be joining you to introduce match 24 between the Men in Blue and the Catalunya Tigers. Until then, we'll have a little break. You're watching the Fancode European Cricket Series on the European Cricket Network. We'll see you soon.
Well, hello and welcome back to the Fancode European Cricket Series. There's 2 matches left today. It's almost time for match 24. This is going to be a very interesting clash between the men in blue and the Catalunya Tigers, and the match referee is with the 2 captains.
Head is the call. And it's head. So Tigers have won the toss. What would you like to do?
We will bat first.
Tigers have won the toss and elected to bat first. Have a good game, guys.
And no surprises from me that Gulam Sawa, well, he won the toss and elected to bat, and I'm sure he'd like a similar effort to the first game this morning when they posted a very, very huge total in the first match of the day against the 11 Stars. Well, men in blue, what a day they had the other day. Their golden ball hero, Abhishek Boraka, I'm sure he'll be wanting to make an impact. Let's see if the money man can bring it here against the highly fancied Catalunya Tigers. It's over to you in the box, Rico.
Thank you very much, Vinny. And welcome back here. Yeah, slightly longer break than normal. It gave us the opportunity to have a nice bit of lunch, which was very, very nice. So thank you, Roberto, Sara and Javier for organising that. And as we see some of the views overlooking us here, we actually look down on them at this Mount Dewey ground. Good opportunity to say thank you to the Federation of Cricket Catalunya for organising everything. There's the dashboard for the next game, men in blue, and we know all about them. A very strong outfit and very committed as well. They give 100% all the time, and there's some big names there. Shankar Kaligatlias, Shubdeep Deb, and I think they're going to be key. Sandapandian, Rico Siho, Abhishek Boraka, what about him? He's the main man there. The money man, as Vinny would say. The Tigers, well, don't need to remind you of their strengths. A good all-round strong team. And I was speaking to the captain, Gulam Sawa, just saying to him, well, look, you know, big strong team. He himself, a very, very good bowler. Hasn't even had a bowl yet because he's got all those bowlers in his side and batsmen as well. And what he was saying to me, he said, I've got so many players. He said, it's very important that I keep giving them all the games to keep them in tip-top condition and also keep them in form. And that's a very good point. So I think it won't be a surprise if we also see another change in the batting lineup here. And, well, that's very smart from him. He's making sure that the players that he's got are playing. Because don't forget, even though this series is coming to you live, the players themselves are not allowed to get together and do any training. It's so there's still quite a few restrictions on here. So the time to practice is out there in the crease. And, well, I'll give you the update to see if there are any changes to the batting order and see if Gulam Sawa is a man of his word. It looks like he is. Looks like the batsman on strike is Sai. We know him for his bowling. So Kamran Nawaz Sai is going to be opening the batting. A non-striker, Razakat Ali. So a complete change there. And the bowler, well, no change for men in blue. They know that they've got to be at their best to win this one. Is Abhishek Boraka, and looks like Vinny Sandhu has come back, and not only has he managed to do things like the coin toss, but he's also managed to grab a bit of fish for lunch. What a nice bit of fish that was.
That was nice, wasn't it? And we're very well looked after here. Thanks again to the crew for providing some wonderful sustenance for us to help us get through the day's play. But I tell you what, I know what Abhishek Boraka's got in his mind. He needs some early wickets because men in blue, they would be underdogs even though they've got similar records to the Tigers coming into this game. But the money man, Abhishek Boraka, he'd love an early wicket or two. So he's going to bowl the first ball here of match 24. Oh, it's a huge, huge trouble here. And it's a run out first ball. Rico, can you believe it?
Well, how about that? I didn't know where he was going. He hit the ball, went straight away. It wasn't really his call. Have to be fair. He didn't know where it was. In came the ball. Bowser taken off. Run out. Very first ball off these innings.
Oh, he'd be so disappointed there. Sahi, who was sent up to the top of the order, given an opportunity. And you think just a few nerves there early. And he's not in a normal position. And Razakat Ali, well, he didn't do much wrong. He sent him back straight away. It wasn't the call of Sahi, but he went off with a shot. And again, at this level of cricket, you've got to take the opportunities given to you. And there was one chance given, one chance taken to the men in blue. And what a start for them.
What a start indeed. Well, just going back to the conversation I was having with Ghulam Sawa. He said he wants to give everybody a chance, but he certainly gave a chance to Sahi there. Well, he's blown it, hasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And so disappointing. And Sahi will be absolutely kicking himself. It'll be interesting to see what kind of speed he's bowling at. He might have gained a yard or two in the second innings of this game. And Baraka, well, the wicket doesn't go to him, but he makes things happen, doesn't he? The money man. So another first ball wicket for Men in Blue. And look who it is. It's Yasser Ali. He didn't have to wait too long to get back out there, did he? Regular opener in this series. And he faces Baraka. Oh, that's well bowled. And Baraka's always attacking the stumps, isn't he? That one keeping a little bit low. And tell you what, it's going to take all of the technical competence of Yasser Ali to deal with Baraka here early in this match 24 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. Baraka has just delivered again and again and again for the Men in Blue, and we welcome you, our viewers from Europe and of course across Asia and America and everywhere around the world. We hope you're enjoying this European Cricket Series clash. It's great to have your company. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. Here's Abhishek Baraka. Oh, what a good seed that was. Again, a bit of movement away and that follow through all the way to the other end, and Baraka is fired up here early in the fourth match of the day.
He certainly is fired up. And yeah, I like to see that. I mean, Yasser Ali is a very, very competent batsman. Well, he's asking the umpire if he's allowed to have a bat change.
Well, he hasn't used it yet. They hit one ball, I think, Yasser Ali, and they're going to have a talk about it. Just watch this again on the replay. This ball is a beautiful outswing delivery. Look at this, and just luring the batsman into the stroke. And Yasser Ali, it just shows you, even these good players, you can put the ball in the right spot and move it around. No one is comfortable, especially early in your innings against that kind of thing. And Abhishek Baraka, for me, I think he's been the bowler of the tournament so far here in Spain. Just so reliable for his team, and what a boost for them. They'd be underdogs going to this match, the Men in Blue. They have improved a lot, but this is a stern test of their cricketing abilities. Here's Baraka again to Yasser Ali. Nice stroke this time. There's protection down there at long off. That's Shanky Kalagatla for the Men in Blue. Don't you love Baraka? And who will forget their golden ball win the other day, the Men in Blue against Gracia. What a game that was. Baraka needing to prevent the batsman scoring 2 off the golden ball. He was able to hit the timber and take his team to a memorable victory. Here's Razakat Ali. Well, he's been promoted to open. He's watched it all unfold from the other end. He faces Baraka now. Again, good movement. Too much movement that time. We called a wide, and Men in Blue, I noticed they've got their regular keeper back, Prasanna Jathan. Their captain was doing the job the other day, Sandeep Tiwari. I tell you what, he's still having flashbacks because he dropped the ball and allowed Gracia to tie the game. Luckily, Baraka saved his skin and won the game for the Men in Blue on the golden ball. Here's Baraka again. Razkat pushes that out on the offside, and well, I'll tell you what, if the Men in Blue, we know their batting's not their absolute strength, but their only chance is to keep the Catalonia Tigers under control. And we saw the Catalonia Tigers bat some opposition out of the game earlier in the day. But these first few overs so critical. You just think 1 or 2 more wickets, things will get interesting. Here's Baraka again. So he goes for it off the toe end of the bat. And that one's going to fly all the way to the boundary for 4. So luck's of fortune for the striker there. Razakat Ali. He's going to go all the way to the boundary for the first boundary of this one. He just threw his hands at it all the way through the offside, but still a pretty good over at the end of 1. It's 6 for the loss of a wicket. Catalonia Tigers.
Yeah, they desperately needed that boundary there. Otherwise, it would have been an absolutely marvellous start. Men in Blue, I mean, it still is. Just the 6 runs. Also getting that wicket. And that was courtesy of some bad communication between the 2 batsmen. Cameron Nawaz, he got his opportunity to bat up the order, and to be fair, the shot he played to the ball looked pretty decent, but he straight to the man. He wasn't aware of it. He went straight away, did not hear the call from Razakat Ali. run out first ball.
It's going to be Karupasamy Sandarapandian to bowl the second over for the men in blue. The bowl to Yasser Ali. Yeah, playing a miss. Not too much pace on that one from Sandarapandian. A bit of a warm-up ball, but Yasser not able to make any contact. And we've got some good chat going on. We've got 80-year-old woman and 80-year-old man in the chat. I don't know if they're the same thing. Abhishek Borika is actually me. There you go. There's a scoop. He's in two places at once. This one doesn't bounce at all. It's going to be called a wide. But we've seen some good chat there. So please, if you're watching on YouTube, or even if you're watching on FanCode, you can always log onto our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, and drop us a message or a question. We will get back to as many as we can. It's going off in there at the moment. We've got a lot of interesting comments, but this is interesting as well. Has this gone all the way? Yep. It's the first Maximo of match 24, and the batsman striking it is Yasser Ali.
Yeah, I mean, it was in the slot, and he wasn't going to miss out on it. Here we go. Used his feet well, got to the pitch of the ball, and sends that back in. He knows there's nobody out there. There still isn't, so will he be tempted to do it again? You
don't want to get on his pads, do you? Yasser Ali very strong in that area. Advances this time. Doesn't quite get in the middle, but it could run all the way. It went over cover, slowing up. And good fielding. They will get back for two. They weren't exactly sprinting through, were they, the two batsmen? In fact, it's one short. So poor running. Yasser Ali was the offending party. He wasn't running that fast to begin with. He did make it all the way. Have a look on the replay here. Yeah, the umpire signalling there. It's one short. There'll only be one run. Of course, Yasser Ali is still at the striking end. Long on and long off. Quite straight for Yasser Ali. Here comes Sandarapandian. What's up? It's in the air. It was catchable height, but it bisects the two men on the offside. It's the captain Tiwari who does the fielding, and they're going to run back for two. Much better running that time. And Yasser Ali obviously touching his bat correctly, so they will get the credit for the two runs. But Rico, this was almost a chance if it had just gone a little bit more sideways towards one of those two fielders.
Yeah, both of those shots he just played out there and on the offside hasn't quite timed it well. It's been uppish, so there's been a sniff there for the men in blue. Not this time. That's hit too well. That's going to bisect the two fielders. A nice shot. So nothing that Borika could do about that.
Yes, and you see here, he went very early, didn't he, Yasser Ali? By the time he released the ball, he was probably a good metre or two out of his crease. That's the time, I think, if you're Karupasamy Sandarapandian, you probably want to adjust your delivery, whether you pull in a bit shorter or a bit fuller, and just try and upset the batsman back. Well, this is an attempted slow ball, and I tell you what, there's nothing slow about it off the bat. That's gone all the way for a Maximo.
Yeah, got to be careful here, men in blue. They've made a really good start. Abhishek Borika, and then all of a sudden loose over here. Some loose deliveries. That one a real loosener, and well, like you say, the maximum taken from it. And all of a sudden, a lot of the hard work that's been done by this man, who's going to come and bowl his second now and bowl himself out, has been undone.
Yeah, and look, 20 off that over, and probably lucky, wasn't he, Sandarapandian? That wasn't no ball. It was perhaps waist high, but it was one of those borderline calls. He would have had to bowl another one, so that could have disappeared as well. So 20 off the over, 26 for one, the score after two. And it's the money man, Abhishek Borika, to bowl the third over, the last of the power play, and he's going to bowl to Razakat Ali. That's him on the pads, very optimistic appeal, but a vociferous one nonetheless. That one going down the leg side and brings Yasser Ali on strike, and this should be a good matchup, shouldn't it? Borika with his tail up against Yasser Ali, just coming off a Maximo.
Yeah, it'd be interesting how Ali goes about this. I mean, will he take him on, or will he be quite happy to play each ball on merit and say, well, once he's out of the attack, we'll just pinpoint it on the other bowlers. We'll see.
Well, he made him play miss a couple of times in the first over. It's a nice looking stroke this time, though, out to cover. Fielding done by Shubdeep Deb. Fires it back in, and just love the enthusiasm of these men in blue. And of course, they were thrilled to win that golden ball the other day, but they've got a great attitude, a great way they go about their cricket. It's true for so many of the teams here. We'll see 24 teams in Barcelona during this 5-week series. Great to see that kind of enthusiasm for the game. Here's Borika. This is well bowled, but it's well played as well. Razakat Ali alert to it because I think Boraker might have got a finger on that one as it came back down the wicket. And can only be out if the fielder touches the ball or the bowler touches the ball in this circumstance, but also the non-striker seemed to be back in his crease. You see here, Boraker perhaps getting a fingernail on it, but whether he did or he didn't, the non-striker stayed at home.
Straight.
Oh no, and a chance, and that would have been a huge wicket. It's Sachin Sudarshana down there at short fine leg. And look, it flew quickly, but they're the kind of chances that the men in blue are going to have to take if they're going to be competitive in this fixture.
Yeah, this went like a bullet, and Yasir Ali probably had no idea the guy was there, forgot all about him, played a very good shot, but straight to him. It went fast, it went hard. Well, that was Sudarshana.
Yeah, Sudarshana there, and look, you just play the stroke when you're batting there. You don't worry too much about that fielder. That one flying away. Extra spicy. Here's Abhishek Boraker. Yeah, that's well bowled. And again, you just wonder who men in blue will go to next. Boraker with only one ball remaining in his spell. He's bowled well, of course. No wickets to his name, but he's troubled the batsman and been dangerous. And he'd love a wicket at a crucial time for the men in blue.
Razakat Ali on strike.
Was a testing delivery again. It's kept out by Razakat Ali. So that's the end of the power play. And Catalunya, they're at 30 for the loss of 1.
Yeah, I think when we were looking at the team sheet of the Tigers the first time round, and I was saying they've got some big names in there that we know about, but this man, Razakat Ali, he's someone that I've seen on the circuit a few times, and he's a good little player. He, quite a clever bowler, and I've seen him play some good knocks with the bat. He normally likes to hit big and hit over the top, but so far they've pinned him down a little bit.
Yeah, it's a good point you make there, Rico. I've got a question for here from Naimal Burry. Says it's quite unpredictable to guess who's going to bat today. For example, a player that's batting today and making 50, very next match he doesn't bat, doesn't bowl. Hashtag ask the commentator. But I think what it is here is you've got to manage your players, and you mentioned it earlier, didn't you, Rico? We might come to it after the first ball of Sachin Sudarshana. He just put down Yasir Ali. Well, he has a chance to make up for it here at the bowling crease. His first ball is beaten outside off stump, but it's called a wide. Yeah, I think one of the issues here, and I know it can be frustrating for people, of course, if they're playing fantasy cricket or whatnot, and they would probably have Mustansir Iqbal probably in their fantasy team, and we haven't seen him so far in this game, but it's important that you do give all your players the exposure during the tournament. Oh, that's a beautiful shot off the back foot. Yasir Ali, well, he just let that come to him. Got in a strong position and stroked it through the offside. That's cuatro carreras.
Yeah, and you know what? When you know when you're up against a decent batsman when a shot like that is played, that is just pure class. What a lovely, elegant shot, and executed that beautifully. Yeah,
it was a beautiful shot, and Vintage Yes says La Manga Cricket Club in the YouTube chat. Here's Sudarshana. How can he reply? This is a nice correct stroke down to long offset. We were just saying before, Rico, that it can be a bit frustrating for the fantasy players because you might not have the same people at the top. But I think it's important from a team point of view, and remember that's the priority of these guys, is to give them the best chance in the tournament. And to do that, sometimes you have to change your order around and give other players opportunities, like you saw with Sahi opening the batting. Unfortunately, didn't go very well for him, but wide, just outside off stump. But you've got to give these guys opportunities, particularly with the bat, because you can't. It's no point if you have the same 2 or 3 guys batting all through the tournament. I'm sure they might be dominating. You get to a final, and if they do go, then the other guys haven't had a hit. So it's one of those things. You still want to be competitive in the game, and these guys have the license. I'm sure these non-regular top order players to play their shots. Well, this is very high, and I tell you what, I think it's got the distance. It's all the way over long off for a Maximo. And a nice shot there. It's Razakat Ali getting into the action. Just what we're talking about. He's been sent up to the top of the order, and that was a beautiful shot over long off.
Yeah, that's more of the Razakat Ali that I'm used to seeing. Just play some nice shots, And he's doing a good job here at the moment. He's just been keeping the other end going, playing a sporting role. As soon as he got his opportunity, took him on. Now he's letting to knock loose. He could be out though. Oh, it should have been out, I think. We'll see that one again. I thought the fielder made a mess of that.
Wow.
Maybe I'm being a bit unkind.
Well, I think Atul Kesa, I think he had a fair chance at this one. He looks like he made the ground. Perhaps a slow ball. You see, he came around to his right, but he's just backing off a little bit. Kesa is known for his bowling, not so much his fielding. And again, he drops Razakat. He's up in the air. This one definitely won't be caught. In fact, it's bisected the outfielders out there on the offside. That goes all the way to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, we've seen a few similar shots to this in that part of the ground. When they hit the deck, the ball slows up and doesn't go over the rope. But that one hit hard enough to go all the way over. It's nice to see also some of these dark clouds gradually disappearing away and some more brighter ones, and the light is a lot better now, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, so well done by Razkat Ali. Nice correct shot. Now put someone there now. Baraka himself, he's going to go to deep cover, so they've taken a man from the onside. This one's going to be too wide. It might get away and they'll get an extra as well, so 2 wides. And just a reminder, if you can enter the YouTube chat, we'd love to hear from you. Lamanga Cricket Club saying, wow, he hit that well. Tough chance. Well, I don't know if it was that tough. It might have been the earlier one at fine leg, which flew to Satin Siddhashana. This one's cut away, and Kesa does well this time to stop it. Going to be disappointed about dropping that catch, but made a good stop for his team there. So men in blue, not necessarily the strongest batting lineup, though they do have a couple of players up the top, Shanky Kalagatla and Shubdeep Deb, who can be good on their day. That's the end of the over. It is 51 for the loss of 1 wicket. And how many do you think men in blue would be comfortable chasing here, Rico?
Well, as little as possible is the answer to. I think knowing their own ability and knowing what they can do, I think if they can restrict.
It'll be a big effort to be able to do that. Of course, 51, 50 coming up there and only the 4th over. And it's Atul Kesa. After putting that chance down, he's going to have a chance to make up for it at the bowling crease. Here he comes. His first ball is a nice straight pull, and it's placed beautifully by Razkat Ali. He's been sent up to the top of the order, and he's doing it well at the moment. So 4 more runs to the Tigers.
Yeah, I think he's doing what he's been asked to do now. I'm sure a message has got to him to say, right, okay, go. Every ball, go ballistic. There's plenty of batsmen waiting to come in. Go out, have some fun. And if you're out, don't worry.
And this one is going to find the fielder all the way along the carpet, down to Soundra Pandian at long on. Bring Yasser Ali on strike as well. Yeah, they've got a bit in the shed, don't they? The Catalonia Tigers. Mohammad Amgan Khan back there, of course. It starts at Iqbal, yet to bat in this match. Saqib Latif, well, haven't seen too much of him today either. Okay, so this time it's up, it's in the air. Oh, and he just got a fingertip on it, and it's going to go all the way. Shanky Kalagatla, well, I hope he's okay, because that was right off the end of the fingers and just carrying over the fence for a Maximo, but some concern for Kalagatla at the moment, as that might have just got him on the end of the fingers in a nasty way. And you'll see here on the replay, thanks to our friends at Spring Production.
Looks like he's holding his hamstring here. I think when he goes down, I thought perhaps it's fingers, but it looks like it's more his hamstring.
Yeah, it could be, and that'll be a big blow if he can't bat for men in blue. Just extending himself. Yeah, it did flick his finger, so I thought that might have been what the concern was. But straight away,
let's hope he's okay and he's not done any injury. And it's nice to hear from many clubs up and down Spain that are sending their comments in. Costa del Sol Cricket Club and Sporting Alfest there. Remember the very first European Cricket Series was there. Hello guys. And of course Lamanga Torre Cricket Club as well. We all know the famous Lamanga ground.
Well, we had a great time there, of course, in 2019. And just a reminder, the announcement today on EuropeanCricket.com of the brand new European Cricket Championship, and it's coming your way here on ECN between the 13th of September and 8th of October in 2021. It will be hosted somewhere in Spain, and what that is the 15 top-ranked cricket countries in Europe taking part in a T10 tournament over 4 weeks. So it's going to be a very exciting 4 weeks in September and October. Make sure you mark it in your calendar, and you can see all the information about the European Cricket Championship if you log on to our website, europeancricket.com. So unfortunately, Shanky Kalagutla, he is off the field, and you have to say he's in some serious trouble. You hope maybe it might be cramp or something like that, but the way he's walking, you wonder if that's the last we'll see of him in this game. And the 12th man coming on for Men in Blue.
Yeah, that's
Certainly
nice
hope he's
to
all right.
see.
No one likes to see injuries, Rico, and of course, to such a key player as well. So, we'll see the resumption of play very shortly. Abhishek Borikar, the money man, is going to take over Kalagutla's position at long off. Kazar to continue. Just dabbed away delicately by Yasser Ali, and the chase is on. Siddheshana down there at third man. He'll get it before it reaches the rope, so it'll be 2 runs. And if you have any questions about the European Cricket Championship or anything at all, make sure you drop in the YouTube chat. We'll get to as many as we can during this game. Of course, this game and one other tonight. It's the final evening of play of the first week of the Fanco European Cricket Series. Well, you see there the batsman, Ali, just making his way to the offside, and Kazar wanted to follow him, but overdid it a little bit, and it's gone off the pitch, and that makes this a free hit. And Rico, Yasser Ali, I think he's going to give this one both barrels. Here we go, free hit. Oh, he's just hit that one. Fouled that one off, as we'd say in baseball, onto his foot. Yasser Ali be kicking himself about that one.
I think Yasser Ali was trying to get into line and do the scoop, and the ball wasn't there for it, so he had to change his shot. He likes to do a little bit exhibitional showbiz stuff as well.
Here comes Kazar again. This time he advances. It's up, it's in the air. It's not going to carry. Oh, and it looks like Ram there, the 12th man for Men in Blue. He'll do the fielding. So, just the single. Got another question on a similar vein. Bhupinder Singh, why is Mustanza Iqbal demoted down the order? Well, I think it's just a case of trying to get some batting into some of the other players. We talked about how it's important that all of your batting unit get opportunities during the tournament, and you can definitely say they're still scoring at a very good rate here. 66 runs after 5 overs. So the Catalonia Tigers looking to set something probably 130 plus, maybe even 140 plus if these two get going. Even higher depending. So they've still got him available, but that would be the reason. I think that's just smart play from the captain, mixing things up, having a good day. You want to make sure that all the players get those opportunities, and so come the finals, if they are to qualify from this group, that they're all prepared. New bowler, it's Naresh Kumar. Nice little start from there, Kumar. We haven't seen too much of him, have we? So he comes into the side and immediately starts with a dot.
Yeah, it's always nice to change it around a bit. So we got Kazar, who likes to push it through a bit, and Kumar just giving it a little more flight. Well bowled.
Yeah, it is well bowled, isn't it? And I like the energy about Kumar at the crease, delivering these off spinners. Again, taking the pace off the ball. I think it's a good option to these players. Well, there's a bit of pace on that. It's a quick ball and hit down to Borikar at long off. And look at that throw from Abhishek Borikar. He saw Yasser Ali just wandering down to the striker's end and just reminded him, you better run. You look at this throw. This is all the way from the boundary right into the keeper's gloves. Prasanna Jathan back for the Men in Blue today. And you see that Borikar, even from that distance, he's trying to spark his team. He knows how important it would be if they could get another wicket or two right now to keep this total under control. Naresh Kumar. The quicker ball. This is hit away nicely past Debit cover, and that will be another single. So Yasser Ali is batting pretty well. He's raced to 39 off 24 balls. Razakat on strike now.
Big shot here, I think.
Well, he called it. It might have carried. Almost. Wow, Sandra Pandian. It was a good effort from that man. He came in quickly. He was on the on the balls of his feet, ready to move, and he came in quickly, but it just didn't carry, Rico.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're at that stage now where the message I said earlier came across to certainly for Razgat Ali to get on with it. To be honest, it's Yasir Ali being on the strike most of the time. But I like this over from Kumar. He's kept his discipline, he's bowled a good line, he's kept it more or less on the off stump. And that's nice to see from him.
It was nicely done, and that'll be the end of the over. See, this is almost a something the keeper's back. And he just got his foot back in time to Yasir Ali for Sana Jathan having a shy at the stumps, but that is the end of the over. And after 6 overs, Catalonia Tigers, they're 70 for 1.
Yeah, so I was saying a hello to all the Spanish clubs. So don't forget, Vinny Lamanga Torre, they're still waiting to have that match with Minaj to see who will represent or be the representative from Spain for ECL 2021, and we're hoping that those fixtures, I think the plan is to have 3 T10 matches. We're hoping that will happen before the end of this month as Kesar.
Yeah, it has been difficult logistically, hasn't it? Of course, with the restrictions in effect in Spain at the moment. We had Vivek Kashyap asking who was injured. Well, it was Shankar Kalagatla, the Men in Blue opening batsman, but also he would have probably bowled a couple of overs, you'd say, as well, Rico, from the Men in Blue, so they'll have to cover those overs from somewhere. He does look in some serious trouble, so I'm not sure if we'll see him again during this game. It's a big blow to their batting and their bowling, but Kesar at the moment to bowl the 7th. Just a little bit too wide, and then we'll go through. And who do you think they might send up to the top of the order then? Do you think they could send, well, it could be Sandra Pandian to open even?
Well, it's another wide ball, so we haven't had a legal delivery in this over yet from Kesar, and that's not helping his team. You know, I'm going to throw the dice out there and say Naresh Kumar. I think he's going to, I've seen him bat before. He's made runs, and quickly he understands the format of this game.
Yeah, it's a big inclusion for them, so just the right time, I guess, with that injury to Shanky Kalagatla. This next ball will just be one. Yasir Ali just expending the minimum necessary energy to get himself down there, and well, we're into the 7th over here, and it's not going to be too long before we see every ball attempted to hit out of the park, and that's what you tune in for here on the European Cricket Network. You know, you're going to see some T10 action, some big hits and big swings. Yasir Ali, well, it's called a no ball, and again, clever batting because Kesar went after him, but there's a small margin for error because with the current pitch, it pitches off the pitch, it'll be a no ball and a free hit. So Ali, you get a chance to pin his ears back on this one. Oh, and again, they're trying to overhit it. He's down on his haunches, and well, Kesar gets away with it in the end.
That's 2 occasions Ali's been on a free hit and not managed to get bat on the ball, and a batsman of his quality, that's poor from him.
Well, another wide, and you see here Kesar, you see what he's trying to do, and it is smart. He's trying to keep it outside the off stump. But again, he's got to keep it inside that line. Yasir Ali, again, a bit inconsistent this innings. Well, nothing about this. Has it gone all the way? It's Borika, the money man. Oh, and he holds on. So, send him down there to replace the injured Kalagatla, and the money man, well, he's put another catch in the bank for the Men in Blue, and he removes the dangerous Yasir Ali at a critical time of the innings. Ali, well, he struggled for his timing throughout that innings, but he still put together a pretty polished 39 off 28 balls. He's a quality player. And I tell you what, they had a good battle between bat and ball when Borika was bowling earlier this innings, but I guess that Abhishek Borika, the money man, has the last laugh over Yasir Ali as he catches him for 39.
Yeah, a big wicket, but as we said, the Tigers are plenty in the tank, and it's still not the big man coming out. So Ghulam Sarwar is quite happy, obviously, in the dugout with the way things are going at the moment. It looks like it's Latif, Saqib Latif, that's come out. So he's come out before Iqbal.
Here he is now, and he starts with one. Oh, this one is huge. This one might bring the rain. It's gone all the way over the boundary. And what a way to start. That's 6 runs.
Well, I think he's been sent out with a message. What do you think, Vinny, that message may be?
Yeah, well, we saw him. He missed the first game, didn't he, Saqib? And starting with a huge one. That one was really high, and it's really clever because the wind is taking it that way. If you get up there in the slipstream, and not many are coming down before the boundary line. So, Kessar going the journey. Saqib will probably try again. This is nicely bowled because it didn't give him any length to work with. And Tiwari there, I like him as a cricketer, but he's thrown it away. Oh, Sanjeev Tiwari, and he's the captain too. So, Prasanna Jathan, I think we've seen him captain from time to time, but Tiwari captaining this tournament and didn't know his own strength, did he? All the way from the boundary, went over the bowler, gave away an overthrow, but that'll be the end of the over. So 83 for 2 at the end of that over. There's 3 overs remaining in the innings.
So 3 more overs, and it's all about where they go from here. I mean, they're into the 80s. 110 has to be the minimum. But, well, they'll be wanting to start a few fireworks going here now. I think they've been ticking the scoreboard along, but not at a rate that they'll be happy with.
Well, this is Naresh Kumar to continue, bowl his second and final over. Again, Borika showing off a very good arm, and I like that about the money man. Inspirational kind of teammate, charismatic young man. And he's obviously trying to fill that position that's been left by Kalagati due to that injury. This is Naresh Kumar.
Hit hard, just over the man there. It's going to bring up another boundary.
Yeah, that's 4 runs. You said it's just off the end of the bat, I think. Saqib Latif. And he swung hard at it. He was reaching. That was just away behind the point fielder. Sachin Sudarshana down there and all the way to the fence. So again, 4 valuable runs. The Tigers will be looking for boundaries here late in this innings. This is on the legs and nice stop that time. And that looks like Atul Kessar there. Struggled a bit in the field from time to time. He's more known for his bowling than for his work in the field, but did well to stop 4 runs there. Saqib, oh, I think he's got Maximos on his mind. He swings hard. Oh, and what a catch. Was it a catch? Oh, no. And it's given run out. So there was all happening on that ball. Wow, it was so cleanly picked up by Shubnik Deb at cover. I thought it was caught, but I think it might have just reached him on the half volley. Oh, it might have just popped out actually, but he quickly recovered. Got back quite a quick throw to Prasanna Jathan behind the stump. So the result is the same. The result is a wicket, but the batsman is different. That has been dismissed. And Razakat Ali, well, he'll be filthy with that. He batted through to the 8th over, but he's removed for 25 off 14 balls. Didn't get too much of the strike, to be honest, Razakat Ali. But still a nice little contribution from him. And those are runs which I'm sure he will find to be a good experience here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain.
That was good from Deb because the ball was travelling hard. All right, the catch went down, but rather than mope about it and put his head down, he kept his eye on the game, got the throw quickly, and still resulted in a wicket. So Razakat Ali, the little cameo there coming in up the order.
Well, look who has come out to bat, Mustansa Iqbal, and he starts where he left off. This one's gone all the way. In fact, that one's gone into the food tent. So someone's having cricket ball for dessert. That's 6 of the best from Mustansa Iqbal. And what a shot to start your innings.
And, well, what a player also to be coming in at this stage of the match. You need runs, you need it quickly. Hit another one. This is coming our way. And that's 6 more.
Well, you're in the game there, Rico, weren't you? If you weren't plugged in, I think you would have taken 2 steps and pounced on that one. So Mustansa Iqbal. And you see here the danger of the guy. He's coming in with no pressure at all. He can play his shots freely. That's the end of the over. And after 8 overs, that brings up the 100 for the Catalunya Tigers. They're 100 for 3.
Well, there's a few people on the chat asking where he is and why he's not coming in. Well, they won't be disappointed. Here he is now. And he's not only has he come in, he's coming with a bang. And he's going to hear the fielder saying, put somebody back. Well, you can only put 5 men back. You can't all go back.
And this is where Saqib Latif, he's quite a dangerous player as well. But with Mustansa at the other end, he won't be wanting to chew up too many dots. I think he'll be looking for boundaries or at least to turn the strike over to Mustansa Iqbal. Here comes Chowdhury, the new bowler. They're not going to get a run here, as that was a bit late in the pull shot, was Saqib Latif. Nikhil Chowdhury, we've seen him in the bowling crease a few times, just pushes the ball through. He's a whippy kind of customer. He's going to continue to Saqib Latif. Wow, this one has absolutely been dispatched. It's gone up, up and away, all the way. Now, Rico, that is what we call a Maximo.
It's a Maximo big time. It's a Bizaway Super 6 as well. For one moment, I thought it was going to go all the way over the netting that we got there, but just hitting the top, coming down. Big hit.
We got all of that, didn't he? And you see here the depth of this Catalonia Tigers lineup, and that's why they're chopping and changing a little bit in this match 24 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. We didn't really require anything from Saqib in the match before as they chased down that Gracia target with ease, but you see here the ability he's got to clear the boundary. And he'll go again. This time we'll go offside. This is a lovely shot over cover. That's all the way. So back-to-back Maximals for the Catalonia Tigers.
Yeah, super hitting. And, you know, look at this. 2 batsmen out there. And, well, most of the runs they're dealing with are in 6s. What an awesome batting lineup this is at this stage of the game. They've lost 3 wickets and there's still 2 guys out there smashing the ball out the park.
So .66, what's next? Well, I don't know if this will go all the way, but it's well placed. And the fielder can't quite cut it off there. It was a nice effort from Karupasamy Soundarapandyan, but that's going to be 4 runs and 4 more to Saqib Latif. The score now up to 116 with 8 balls remaining in the innings.
Well, it's boundaries, raining boundaries all over this Montjuic Olympic ground in the Fancode European Cricket Series. Chowdhury comes in again.
Well, trouble for Chowdhury. Comes up again, and this is going to be 6 more. Oh, and it's dropped. It's dropped in the spectator tent. Well, he's not a spectator. He's just one of the officials having his lunch, but still had the chance to take it. It's gone down, so, oh, more trouble. Trouble at the old mill. It's been another boundary, so 4 consecutive balls leaving the field of play. It's 122 with a ball to go in the 9th over. Tell you what, Mostanza, he won't be required in the near term because Saqib finishes with a single. He'll return to the striker's end for the start of the 10th over. End of the 9th. It's 123 on the board. Loss of 3 wickets and 23 off that over, Rico.
Yeah, magnificent hitting there. Just pure timing, hitting the ball over the top. And, well, even the umpire couldn't give that one out, could he? Rauf Zaman dropping the catch.
It was Ralph, was it? Just on the edge of the field of play. Now, there's a question here. It's a good question. Is Caligatla able to come out to bat? Now, because it's an internal injury. Is that right? So you're the expert in this department, Rico. Maybe you can explain to us?
Yeah, I mean, it's a genuine injury that has happened. And because of that, yes, he can. And I don't think they will also take into account, like sometimes, well, he's been off for this amount of overs. That's when he can come back. As we see this delivery, this start of the final over. Slashed away, shot a catch. It should be caught. In the end, just out of reach.
Yeah, he couldn't quite make the ground, could he there? Yeah, but yeah, one thing if he can, he's allowed to bat. But the other thing is,
if he's able to.
I'm quite sure that the way he was walking, bearing in mind you can't have runners in this form of the game, so I'd be very, very surprised to see Caligatla batting for the men in blue, but I guess you never know. This is Soundarapandyan, 5 balls remaining in the inning. It's just going to pop over Shubdeep Deb at cover, and so just the 1 run there to Iqbal.
Tika is what they're shouting out, saying, it's all right, it's all right. Well, yeah, when you're used to seeing the ball going over the fence for 6, 2 singles, so the first 2 balls, they won't mind that at all.
Big effort from Soundarapandyan required. This one is going to be too wide. They won't get an extra. You can see what Soundarapandyan is trying to do. He does bowl like back of the hand slow ball pretty effectively, and he's just trying to take all the pace off the ball, forcing the batsman into a mistake. Seen Saqib Latif sometimes using the pace of the bowler against him. Here comes the bowler again, and he doesn't give him much pace to work with. I think I might have carried all the way. Yeah, it's all the way over mid-wicket for another Maximo. And the Tigers, they're into the 130s.
Well, they're into the 130s, and well, what about Latif? That 6 from him takes him into the 40s. He's on 42. He's only had 13 balls.
Yeah, you said it there. He's going at quite the rate of knots, Saqib Latif. This one's hit flatter, and I think it's going to be just a single. Looks like Chowdhury out there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So more likely than not that Saqib Latif will be stranded in the 40s as time's running out in this innings. 133 with 2 balls remaining. Here's Mustaza Iqbal. Well, this is hit, but not all the way to Borika. Again, Mustaza Iqbal, maybe late in the day, just feeling a little bit. So we'll go to the last ball, and 134 with a ball to go. Latif on 42. Looks like he'll fall just a little bit short of his half century, but a good knock nonetheless. Well, this is up, it's in the air. I tell you what, don't think it's going to get caught. The batsmen, well, they obviously think they've got enough on the board because they just jog through for a single. So that's the end of the first half of this match 24 of the Fancode European Cricket Series. The Catalonia Tigers, after winning the toss and electing to bat, they finish on 135 for 3. The target for the men in blue will be 136. And as always, Rico, in the Fancode European Cricket Series, you're guaranteed some entertainment. But we also got a pretty good contest early between some quality bowlers and batsmen.
Yeah, we certainly did. I mean, this Abhishek Barakat bowling that first ball, I mean, he wasn't involved. He won't go down to the wicket, but it was off his over the very first ball and a run out. And what a start it was for the men in blue. And how about that for a delivery? You can watch, as a bowler, you can watch deliveries like that over and over again. It was absolutely beauty, a juicy one, but failing to find the edge of the bat of Yasir Ali.
Yes, and then you saw that early wicket Sahi sent up to the top of the order, ran himself out first ball. And Sandra Pandian, well, he's always an entertaining cricketer to watch, but we saw some big hitting, didn't we, throughout the innings. Yasir Ali, of course, coming in number 3 today. Razakat Ali as well. He's a bit starved with the strike, but played some nice strokes. But those two kept things going for a while. Some nice correct cricket strokes. That was a moment there where Borika, again, almost making something out of nothing. Might have got a fingertip on that into the wickets, but the non-striker was alert to it. Yasir Ali was dropped by Sudarshana, that fine legger ball that flew away. And he made him pay to an extent, although Yasir Ali wasn't as fluent as we've seen him sometimes in his innings, and that was Kassar. Again, a chance going down. But Yasir Ali's quality play, and we saw some quality strokes on occasion from him. Some good straight hitting as well. And you saw that was the moment. Kalagatla, well, we think he's in some serious trouble. Unlikely to see him bat. Borika replaced him and fired one back to Prasanna Jathan, just showing the money man's got a few muscles of his own. He's a match winner for the men in blue on his day. Yasir Ali alert, getting back there. Potential stumping, an unlikely stumping from Jathan, but you saw here, Borika again, taking a catch when it counted, but the Tigers, well, you just think they might have got out of the cage. This is Deb. We dropped a catch but got the run out. So at least one of them was dismissed on that delivery. Chowdhury, well, he came in. We've seen him at times do some good things, but he disappeared for a few big hits. So after winning the toss and batting first, like I said, the Tigers have finished on 135 runs. And Rico, we have an interesting chase. I think the men in blue, well, they're a bit short of batting, and I think they'll struggle without Kalagatla, but nonetheless, they'll be trying to get as close to that target as they can and pulling off an unlikely victory against the Catalonia Tigers.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's one of those, I mean, Kalagatla, he is so key to them. He's been the batsman in form. And the question is, are they going to try and strap him up and get him out there and maybe do what we saw Prince Naman do earlier in the week, go out to bat with an injury? Is it worth it? Is it worth the risk, or is it worth, like you said, they've got a week off now, haven't they, after this group? Is it worth taking the time now to be fit and come back fit? But otherwise, yeah, who else is there going to score the runs for them? Well, they've got to find somebody from somewhere. But one thing before we move on, you've got to highlight the bowling of Abhishek Barakat. You look at all those other bowling figures up there in the 20s, some in the 30s, but Abhishek Barakat, 2 overs, didn't get any wickets, but 2 overs for 9. That is magnificent.
Yeah, one of my favourite cricketers to watch here at the Fancode European Cricket Series, Spain. So just a comment from Mohammed Ismail. He said he thought that the Catalan Tigers would make 130 to 135, and he said, I was right, they made 135. Well, it's great that you're with us, Mohammed Ismail, and all of you guys here in the YouTube chat or wherever you're watching around the world, whether it's on FanCode in India or on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. It's great to have your company. This is Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, and along with Rico Full. We'll be back in about 10 minutes to see the resumption of this match. It'll be Men in Blue chasing 136 for victory. This is the European Cricket Network, and you are watching the FanCode European Cricket Series Spain. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back to a match where the men in blue got some work to do here. Catalonia Tigers showing their strength once more, scoring big runs, this time 135 off their 10 overs. It's mainly thanks to some very good hitting at the end there by Saqib Latif after Yasir Ali scored 39 of his 28 balls, which means the men in blue have to try and get to a target of 136, which is not going to be easy against a very good and strong team, and that will be made more difficult because they are missing, of course, their key player through injury. Shankar Kaligatla there, we saw him in that first innings while trying to stop a ball, just looks like he tore his hamstring. We'll give you more news on that when we have it, but at the moment the man who's going to take strike in the first ball is the gentleman I suspected would come up the order, Naresh Kumar, and he is going to be facing the bowling of Karman Nawaz, who, when he was given the opportunity to open the batting, was run out very first ball. Here he is with his first ball. It's in the air, sort of lofted up towards the square leg boundary, but there is a man back there. So Naresh Kumar off the mark with a single. So Jatan, the wicketkeeper, gets ready to receive his first ball. A little bit wide, probably would have ended up being a wide, but Jatan sticking out the bat, still gets a run, one to his name. Would have got one either way, and an extra ball as well. We've seen this from Sahi in all the games that they've played. He has struggled occasionally with his line, not that one, that was an absolute beauty. We may get a chance to see this again, and I'm pretty sure that we will see some good movement here, similar to that of Abhishek Boraka. Yeah, what a lovely ball. You just think that one a little bit fuller. It's going to be a magnificent delivery. This time straight to the fielder. The non-striker wanted it, has to hurry back, but well, the fielder holding on to the ball. Looked like possibly Razagat Ali there, making a good stop, getting down low. Keeping Jatan at the non-striker's end. Kumar chips that one again, similar to the shot he played earlier. Seems to sort of swivel that around as opposed to hit it, gets low, and it's almost like he's doing a little bit of digging. We know that this is a shot that's called the sweep in cricket. Well, he's creating a shot of his own. It's called the digger. Some field changes being made. You can see Mr. Maximo is on his way back from He'd have some information for us, no doubt, as we see another one played out towards the offside. Oh, risk of overthrows here. But well backed up. And doing the backing up there was Saqib Latif. Well, what about his innings, eh? Came in, faced 15 balls and made 44 not out. Well, that is the end of the first over, and it's 4 hits the score. No wickets down, but they've got to get a little bit of a move on. And talking about move on, he's made it back a little bit late, as he always says.
Well,
Vinny, welcome back.
Nice to be back, Rico.
Thanks for the coffee, mate.
Yeah, you were more than welcome. I actually almost missed the toss because I was getting a coffee and practicing my Spanish, but I do have some news from the toss, and that is that Grazia, They have won the toss against Bengali, and they have elected to bat. Their captain, Kuldeep, he thought that he's going to have a bat. Hopefully he can get a winning score against Bengali, and I'm looking forward to seeing Bengali. Could they possibly get an unbeaten week? It'd be beyond their wildest dreams, wouldn't it? That to go 5 for 5 in their opening week. Of course, only won 1 out of their 7 matches and finished bottom of the table in their previous ECS. So, huge game to finish the week. I'm looking forward to that match 25. But right now, Mohammad Kashif to open bowling. Bowler second over and starts with a dot.
Yeah, you got to be careful playing that sort of shot to Mohammad Kashif because, well, his radar is very, very good, and as soon as he sees that the batsman is trying to hook him down the leg, he gets it right in. He's got a very good Yorker, and if you go across the line like that, well, he's either going to get through you and knock the stumps over, or you're right in front for an LBW appeal. Let's see what he does here.
And comes in again now, and oh, this was very close to the stumps, and good work by Shahzaid Akram behind the stumps to stop that. We've seen a few get through the keepers today. It's interesting that they've gone with Prasanna Jathan to open the innings and Naresh Kumar holding Deb back slightly. I think they like him in the number 3 position. Obviously, Shanki Kalagatla, we saw him sustain some sort of leg injury, perhaps a hamstring injury in their fielding innings. So I doubt we'll see him, and that's going to affect the Men in Blue's chances of chasing down this target. You see there, Jatan pushes that away for a single.
Yeah, so the only problem with that, Vinny, is if you do keep back some of your good batsmen that can play good shots, if you get a start like this, the runs aren't flowing.
Yeah.
When you do get in, there's a lot of pressure on you, isn't there? Because all of a sudden, what worse the rate is now even higher.
Yeah.
So you've got to start playing your shots straight away.
Well, that's right. You're holding him back, but holding him back for what? becomes the question. Here's Mohammad Kashif again and beats him outside off stump. So you do say the Men in Blue, they're more of a fielding team, and you wonder about their ability to chase these totals that are over 100, especially without one of their star batsmen available. So Tigers, assuming they can hold on here, they've had a great day. On Monday, their first match was an upset. They went down to Bengali, and then their second match was washed out. They didn't play on Wednesday at all, so they've gone all the way to day 5 without a win, but they've picked up 2 already and look on their way to a 3rd here in the Fancode European Cricket Series. This next ball, cut down to 3rd man. Be just a single there for Naresh Kumar.
Yeah, it also underlines the confidence that the captain, Ghulam Sawa, has in his squad. I mean, I know the game's not over yet, and we could be totally wrong, and it could have been a big mistake he makes, but he's got confidence in his squad. He's able to change it around. He's able to mix and match the batting lineup. Some teams may do it with the odd player now and again, but he's done it using 1 or 2, shifting around, and so far it's worked.
Here comes Mohammad Kashif in again. And the batsman shapes to off and then whacks it all the way over the fence. That's a huge Maximo. And Prasanna Jathan, well, we thought he was there to work the ball around, but this one has disappeared over the wall, and that's another one to feed the snakes with.
Certainly, he stepped right the way across, almost outside the off stump. The alarm that he had set has finally gone off. He's woken up, and he's hit that one big out of the ground.
Yeah, that was a pretty impressive finish to that over. At the end of 2, they are 12 without loss, so you can see already the rate kind of spiralling out of hand. But that one's going to help a little bit, as it's 15.5 and over required, so not too much time to muck around. It's going to be Ghulam Daskia to bowl his left arm spinners. He's going to bowl a 3rd over, the final over the power play. Be bowling to Naresh Kumar. This one's tossed up and he goes for it. It's very high. I don't think it's going to carry to the outfielders. Have the 2 back straight. They're going to come back for 2, and they're going to get there. So, well, if you get the elevation, it will carry the boundary, but there was just not enough on that. It was very edgy. In fact, he was quite lucky it didn't go straight down to one of those 2 men positioned on the boundary. Straight for the Catalonia Tigers.
Yeah, captain waiting to pounce there. Ghulam Sawa, he's got a very safe pair of hands.
Well, this is short and some nice footwork there. Nimble footwork from Naresh Kumar as he was quickly back onto the back foot and pulled that away. There's no one out there, and that's 4 runs for the Men in Blue.
Yeah, too short. We've seen that a few times from Gulam Dastgir. I do think he's a good bowler. He does think about what he's doing, but every so often he just drags that one down, and when it does, he gets punished. Well, he's bringing Sarwar up here and pushing the man back to give him a little bit of support, I suppose, in the field back there, but I don't know about that decision.
This is up in the block hole, and Dastgir, you say that he thinks about his bowling, and that was clever bowling that time. He was too short last time. This one was right up in the block hole. Not wanting to give Dinesh Kumar any momentum in this innings. This one is pulled again, and it's going to evade the fielder. But that is Mustansa Iqbal, man of the moment today. He's going to do the fielding, and it'll just be the one run. And what a display of hitting that was from Mustansa Iqbal in the first match of the day. The first century for the Fan Code European Cricket Series in 2021. What an innings that was. And go back and see the highlights of that on our YouTube channel tonight, ECN European Cricket Network. But for now, it's Dastgir. And the batsman, Jatan, well, he tried again, opened himself up. But of course, our YouTube channel, not only can you watch the games live stream, but you can also check out the highlights from each match and also have some man of the match videos. And there was no doubt about the man of the match in match 1 today. He's going to have skates on here, Kumar, but he's going to get home. It's a direct hit, ball bounces away. In the end, it'll just be the single. Yeah, there was no doubt in that match. It was match 21 this morning, who the man of the match was, and I'm sure that's a very long highlights package, Rico.
Well, I tell you who will be watching it over and over again, and why not indeed, and showing it to whoever you can. And if you didn't see it, I thoroughly recommend that you have a look at it as well, because it was just awesome hitting. And well, we like finding true, genuine master blasters as we go on these European Cricket Series tours, and well, we found another one here in Barcelona.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was on some official business, but I was watching from a safe distance. But I tell you what, I could hear it. The ball's landing all around me. I was just outside the ground at that point. And wasn't it great to see a batsman in full flight? And of course, this format of the game giving them the freedom to express themselves. So here we are on the 4th match of the day, and this is going to be Saeed Shirazi.
He's had a good day, hasn't he, with the ball? He bowls very well. I do like the look of him.
Again, right up in the block hole, and this is driven away, but their field set well now. Of course, the end of the power play, they can have 5 outfielders if they wish. And it looks like they've chosen to have 4 outfielders. Now they're pushing the 5th one back, as we see the captain himself, Gulam Sarwar, going back to deep cover. So here comes Saeed Shirazi again. And he just seems very good at getting the ball in that length, doesn't he? Just an awkward length to hit. And we saw him, he was very effective on the big stage in the European Cricket League back in 2019, playing for Catalonia CC, who was the leading wicket taker for the tournament with 9 wickets. And go back and watch all the highlights, of course, on our YouTube channel. If you haven't seen that tournament. And this one's lifted, and it's going to go all the way. And it's gone all the way over that man, Mustansa Iqbal, for a Maximo.
Top shot. The bowler tried to put a little bit more into this, but the batsman was equal to it. Once again, that little shuffle across, and you can see the bowler trying to get him to do that and wrap him on his pads. But that was well picked up, and the timing there, beautiful.
And you see the margin of error there. I was giving a wrap there, Shirazi, but it was just a little bit short of the length he was going for. It was picked up by the batsman. This one's more like it. It's up in the block hole, but it's a nice shot. He's made room, and he's somehow squeezed that ball away on the offside. And 4 more runs, valuable runs for the men in blue.
Yeah, so Jatan, he's doing what they need to do now. I mean, I think he's probably got to move on because of the glares he's getting from. If you look over towards the men in blue dugout, it looks like Shubdeep Deb is there, standing there with his pads and his bat on, literally saying, look, get on with it, guys, otherwise I'm coming out, whether you like it or not.
Tell you what, I don't know if we'll get a shot of that in a second from our cameraman, but seems Jatan push that way for single. I've never seen this before. Shubdeep Deb, he's lined up on the edge of the boundary and he's ready to bat. And so you don't see this very often in cricket. I'm not sure if you can see the men in blue, if we can get that with our roving camera. But then behind him is obviously who's coming in number 4. So they've formed an orderly queue. And it looks like Tawari who'll be coming at number 4, and he's a few metres behind him. His next ball's up in the block hole again. It'll just be worked down for a single. Yeah, I wonder, it really does add another element of pressure. It's bad enough you get it from 11 fielders around you, telling you why aren't you playing your shots, and you've got your teammate on the boundary line saying, can you hurry up because it's my turn to bat. That's the end of the over. It's 34 for 4. 34 for no loss, I should say. 34 runs after 4 overs. And yeah, Catalunya Tigers well in the box seat in this game.
Yeah, better over there. 14 runs from it. A couple of boundaries as well. A little bit more oomph. A little bit more boom boom. So far been a fair bit of tiki-taka. Well, boom boom is what they need. And well, they've got to go after this man, Ghulam Dastgir. Now he is going to bowl the odd loose deliveries that you're going to be able to latch onto on the legs. And you really got to make them count.
He comes in now to start a new over. And the batsman does go after it, Kumar. Don't know if there's a little edge on that, but it's beaten everyone. He's going to pull up just inside the boundary. We're waiting the umpire for a signal.
Looks like that was Yasir Ali giving it chase, got the foot on it.
Yeah, I think so. I see a little edge here, just taken away from the keeper. Can't really call that a chance. Or flying away, so just, yeah, I think it'll be an interesting over anyway. They're definitely going to go after him. They have to. Here he comes now. Beats him outside off stump and dot ball. So the Tigers, they were in the cage on Monday. Couldn't get a win on that day. Didn't play on Wednesday, but looks like they're going to come away with 3 wins here on Friday. This ball, oh, it's a lovely shot. Oh, it was a stand-up slog sweep. And Kumar coming up with the goods. A big Maximo on the leg side. Watch this. Yeah, he was just ready, then ended up down on one knee. Smashed that one. You can see there Shubdeep Deb going, well, that's fine. Either keep doing that or give me a go, will ya?
Did you notice he didn't even move to get the ball, did he?
No,
Just,
he's
not interested.
Feels like it's his turn in the nets and this person's taking too long. He's going to try it again. I don't think he's got it this time, but it's Iqbal, and he spills the chance at long on. So, tell you what, he was very impressed with the bat, but he'll be disappointed with that effort at long on. Just coming in and spilling the chance. And you know who the most disappointed person is on the ground about that? Shubdeep Deb.
Yeah,
He was halfway. He was over the line, I reckon, by the time. Oh, Mustance Iqbal puts that one down. Dastgir not happy either. This one, he's going to get another chance. Comes down to it long on. This time he holds on to it, but yeah, I like Deb. I like the way that Shubdeep Deb goes about his cricket as well. He's a very enthusiastic young man. Loves playing, and so true for all the players here in the Fancode European Cricket Series. They just love getting out there, playing this exciting form of cricket. And it's great that we can share it with you wherever you're watching around the world. Here comes Ghulam Dastgir again for the Tigers. This is pulled. Not sure if it has the legs. I think it's just gotten over. Yeah, just beats Syed Kawai Shirazi down there on the boundary, and that's gone all the way for a Maximo.
Well, this is good. I mean, every time they're hitting a couple of boundaries and over, especially the Maximos, they're keeping themselves in it. And another good over there. I did say that Dastgir, he does give you a few loose ones, and you do have to capitalise on them. And they've done that.
Yeah.
And they've done it well, so the score moving on to 50. So the 50 at the halfway stage.
That's right. Yeah, Rico. So you just see they're on target for something like 100, which, you know, ordinarily would be a pretty competitive score. But against this strong Tigers lineup, they just weren't able to keep them under control for long enough.
But the thing is, the last 3 overs they've accelerated well. Remember, the first over 4 without loss, the end of the second 12 without loss, and now all of a sudden 5 gone 50. So the acceleration is what they need. But hey, here's a top player now coming on to bowl. Yasir Ali. He can really turn the screw, and all of a sudden, when in games like this I've seen before, where the team's making a comeback and you think, well, you know, they're on, and he just all of a sudden just turns the screw and makes something happen.
Well, and it's not quite game 5, so it's not quite time for MMBC. You know what that is, don't you? Mr. Maximo's big call. But I reckon Deb will be batting by the end of this over. This one is blasted though outside mid-wicket. We've still got 5 chances. And that one's a great shot by the batsman there. He stood up. Yasir Ali was a little bit short, I guess. Gave the batsman some length to work with. And the fielders were helpers as that one went away for 4.
Well, they both just stood there watching it go by, as if basically to say, well, if you're going to bowl that, we're not getting it for you.
Well, Tiwari's creeping up at number 4 now. He's a little bit closer to Deb, so I think he's pretty keen as well. He must have heard me. But yeah, the MMBC. Stay tuned in Game 5 today. Definitely worth sticking around for. Saw my MMBC, Mr. Maximo's big call last night. Well, this is up and it's high and it could be a chance. It's Iqbal under it, and this time he pouches it. Actually, no, it isn't him anymore. It's Mohammad Kashif who's moved into that position. And Mohammad Kashif has held onto the catch. So, safe hands from the fielder at long on. And would you believe it? What's more surprising? Mr. Maximo's big call being right. Here I'm pretty smug. I'm not going to lie to you, Rico. I said that we might see Deb before the end of the over, and he sprinted out there. Shubdeep Deb, he wants to get at this. Yasser Ali. Well, he's quite an effective bowler in this format of the game and come out with the goods. Wicket second ball. Next ball pushed through. Good delivery and worked away for a single by Naresh Kumar. What do you reckon? MMBC, I think that's going to catch on.
I'm trying to understand what it means first. I'm going to have to write it down. You know me, I've got to write it down before it registers.
Mr. Maximo's big call. I'll write it down for you. Here you go. Mr. Maximo's big call. Well, I said last night that Mohammad Jaffrey would score 100 when he was flying, and he got out very next ball. What's a shaky start for my big call? Well, Dab, he's been waiting patiently, but it almost had to walk back there as he tried to heave that one out of the ground. It turned back, and we've seen Yasser Ali get some good turn today, haven't we, off this wicket? Just spinning the ball left to right out of his fingers, and Dab, well, not really connecting with that one. This time, he does connect with it. This is going to go all the way. He gets the height. He gets the distance. So, Deb, he's waited his turn, and now he's ready to go. It's a Maximo for the men in blue.
That's a lovely shot. We watch this again. It wasn't a big hoik or a swing. Watch this. Gets into position beautifully and just helps it along. Good use of his wrist. Good wrist speed. Hand speed, as they say. That's a nice shot.
Yeah, I think this will be one way or the other now from Yasser. He'll either toss it up and try and lure him into another stroke, or it'll be pushed through really fast. Let's see what he's thinking. Well, it's pushed through fast and just sneaks down the leg side for a wide. So, yeah, he just felt there one or the other. I wouldn't mind seeing him toss one up and seeing if he wants to take the bait again. Shubdeep Deb is clearly trying to keep men in blue in the game. They need 3 a ball at this stage. Just going to get one off that one, and Syed Kawai Shirazi will do the fielding. Yeah, that'll be the end of the over. So 62 for 1, or 12 off that one with a wicket.
Yeah, keeping it interesting, aren't they? You just think one magical over. Now, it's going to change this game, and well, at the moment with these two are batting well. Shub's just gone in there, of course. He's seen what he can do. We know what he can do. Naresh Kumar, he's made a slow start, but he knows himself now. He's got to start throwing the bat a bit at the ball. It's Deb at the moment on strike, and he's up against Shirazi, who's bowling his second. I don't think he bowled at his best that first over of his, so is he going to come back strong? If he gets the ball in the right place, he's a difficult character to deal with.
Says Syed Kawai Shirazi to continue. Oh, that one's gone backwards. Not quite backwards, but it's been called a no ball because it's gone forwards, and that's the decision from the umpire in the end. So this will be a free hit. And this is one of the most unusual things you'll see. I'm not sure about that one. We've seen some big wides. That's not going to be a wide, it'll be a no ball. Not sure if that got quite to the point of release, so I might have been more inclined to call that one a dead ball. And here we go now. Obviously my voice is carrying, and it's going to be called a dead ball. So nice sensible umpiring there from you might have to, if you do the free hit backwards, is that the way to reverse the free hit signal? So we're going to start the over again. Pretend you saw nothing of that. It's a nice shot from Deb. I think it's going to get over the cover fielder. It's going to run all the way for 4. And Deb, I like the way he goes about his cricket. He's come out. He's no nonsense. And 4 more runs to the men in blue.
Yeah, I think this is, you know what, I think this is going to get close. I think Deb is a man on a mission. I think while he was standing there, he's been thinking about this. I think he's pumped himself up. I know you're looking at me with that funny look, but I think one big over here will make this game very interesting.
Well, Rico's bet his house on the men in blue here. Going to call the bank. This next one is up in the air. Oh, and he's gone. Oh, and Rico, it's your turn to taste it. And he has absolutely put the kibosh on Shubdeep Deb, just as Rico was saying he's going to carry him to a memorable victory. The next ball, he has holed out to deep cover, and I tell you what, the fielder didn't do you any favours either. He looked safe as houses, and you might have lost yours. It was Yasser Ali out there, perfect man to be under the ball. And Shubdeep Deb, well, it was an entertaining little cameo, wasn't it, from him? He can be proud of his efforts in this game. It was 11 off 5. Also got a pretty good run out as well. But, yeah, men in blue look to be struggling. Tawari's going to come out and immediately, but he will be at the non-strikers end. And this is a terrible misfield. Mohammad Kashif, well, he looked good earlier in the over, taking the catch. But I tell you what, he tripped over his shoelaces this time, Rico. Watch this on the replay. Just...
Oh dear, oh
Oh,
dear.
I tell you what, the knee's locked up, and it's been a long day for the Tigers, hasn't it? They've played 3 games. I think Mohammad Kashif is feeling every one of them right now. So Syed Kawar Shirazi not particularly impressed with that. This is in the air, should be taken, and it is. So another wicket goes down, and they've lost the man there. Kumar, he tried his best.
Gone, yep.
Yeah, look, he contributed 30 odd there, and Kawar Shirazi again. Just finding the knack. He picks up wickets. He puts the ball in dangerous positions for the batsman. And again, we've seen a misfield, but not costing him too much as Naresh Kumar falls the next ball.
This is where the fielder says, look, I knew you were going to get him. I just wanted to keep him there for you. And let's clarify something. I did not go on to say that the men in blue were going to win this game. What I did say was that if
we all
Deb,
heard you.
It's going to get interesting if Deb stays there. And, well, the big man again. Like I say, big players make a change in the game, don't they?
I can tell
And
you
Yasir Ali taking a great catch.
Rico, we've got over 1 million viewers around the world. I'm not sure all of them speak English, but those that did, they all heard you say you thought the men in blue were going to win, and you thought the Shubdeep Deb was going to score 200, and he got very next ball. So
Come on, guys, let's prove him wrong again. Get on that chat and prove him wrong. Come on.
this is Shirazi again. This is going to be tucked away behind square leg. It's just nice to see you be wrong for a change, because you're this golden boy.
You know what?
You speak 37 languages, and you're one of the nicest people I've ever met.
You
And
know,
it's just
what are
nice
you after? What are you after?
It's just nice to see you come back
He's-
to earth now, and then everyone's, oh, Rico's so great.
Guys, he's bought me coffee, he's bought me grapes and everything today.
not
He's
gonna
after
disagree.
something.
Oh, here comes Shirazi again. It's short, it's very high. I can't see anyone getting near it, or is he? He's come all around. Oh, almost made it, didn't he? Wow. A fine leg, trying his hardest. Once he got going, looks like Saqib Latif down there. That short, fine leg. His old Catalonia CC teammate. Forcing the sky ball. And this is a baseball field originally. Needed a baseball glove there to have a go on that one, didn't he? But ultimately, it fell safely. So the batsman survives. And that will be the end of the over. It's 74 for the loss of 3. And I think we're going to see Yasir Ali bowling the 8th over. And the rate now over 20. So you do think the game's gone for men in blue. Heading for the next game, of course, match 25, the 5th and final game of the day and the last game of the first week here in Barcelona. It's going to be Bengali versus Gracia. You can see that on social media at European Cricket. So both those teams will be desperate to finish the week with a win. And this is bowled. Sandra Pandian, well, it's a short stay for him. He just plays all around that one from Yasir Ali. And another wicket goes down from the men in blue.
Yeah, I mean, that was nice and easy. I like this little skip he does there. He just missed it there when he's coming in to do his bowling. That's a little skip and then releases it. So another wicket going down, and here we go, Vinny. Let's talk us through this.
Yeah, well, I think this will be a really interesting game because Gracia, they're often highly fancied. They've underperformed for the most part in the European Cricket Series. Bengali, well, no one picked them to be undefeated at this stage of the tournament. And Omar Ali Musharraf is saying likely to open up for them. But look at those Dream 11 points for Bengali. Also, Rahman and Riyaj Halada, they all have over 200 points. So you have to find a way to try and sneak them into your Dream 11 team. Gracia, well, Kuldeep Lal, he is a big one for me. Harkamal Singh as well. Are we going to see something out of the Hark? Trilochan Singh, a bit disappointing last game, but let's see if he can come back. It's going to be a cracking game. Don't go anywhere. We have the 5th and final match coming up straight after this on the European Cricket Network. Back to live action. Here's Yasir Ali. Oh, and that could be out as well. Well, I think it's given. And we've got Yasir Ali on a hat-trick. This is a nice bit of wicket-keeping. Went between the batsman and the leg stump. And we'll see here.
Yeah, but that was a lazy-looking shot, wasn't it? So lazy,
Well,
so lethargic.
It was, and well, you can't blame him. You know, that was Shanky Kalagatla who's come out. And credit to him because he is injured. And you wondered about how sensible a decision that is to send him out at this time of the game when the game does seem beyond them. But he unfortunately goes for a first ball duck. What do you think they're thinking there? Rico setting out Kalagatla at this stage? I don't see anything to gain in that decision.
No, I mean, that makes no sense to me at all. It's you know, even if you, let's say you stuck out there and it's instincts, isn't it? You play a shot, you go to take a single before you even realise you've got an injury. You could have made it 10 times worse. Anyway, hat-trick ball here.
Well, we're going to see our second hat-trick of the week. It's Yasser Ali. Here he comes on a hat-trick. Oh, it's up there. And it's going to get over the fielder. So the batsman's saying, well, I'll see your hat-trick and I'll raise you. And I tell you what, that's a great shot. It's Rinku Sehol, who starts his innings with a Maximo. Yasser Ali. Well, he's on a hat-trick, but he got a rude shock. Rinku said, I've been waiting for this. And I'll give you some of it.
That's well hit indeed. Well, what's the reply going to be from Ali? He wouldn't have liked that.
Tell you what, he would have liked his chance of a hat-trick as well, wouldn't he, there against Rinku Sehol? Good on the batsman having a go as well. But he was equal to it. So we've seen some big hits today, haven't we? And looks like the rain has stayed away, touch wood. We'll get match 5 in. Oh, again.
That was fantastic work from the keeper.
Wasn't it? And, you know, if you see this one, yeah, he's right up. And I think he might have had a chance, but he might have missed the stumps here. Watch this. He almost had a go at the stumps, but he just thought, oh, I missed him.
Yeah. I mean, it was a great take, but unfortunately wasn't able to dislodge the bails.
Shazib Akram's been pretty good. And keeping it, I will say it again, and I know I'm biased because I'm an old wicket keeper myself, but a good wicket keeper in this form of the game can save you 20 to 25 runs. And they can also pull out a dismissal that can save you plenty more. So, nice work from Shazib Akram there, except for, of course, missing the stumps. But it was a nice take, and he's done some good things today in the Fancode European Cricket Series. That's the end of the 8th over. It's 82 for 5. And you can see here the kind of score that Men in Blue are headed for. Probably something in the order of 90 to 100 probably in the end. It's not a bad score, but against this Catalonia Tigers, it's not really enough to challenge them. And we're going to have a change of bowling. It's Razakat Ali who opened the batting. Gets go with the ball. Starts with a leg cutter. And again, nice wicket keeping from Shazib Akram. And this is one of the things, not just the stumpings, of course, and they're very handy if you pick them up, but even keeping back, just stopping the balls, because if you can stop 2 runs and over, a nice bit of wicket keeping there, just kept his toe down. If you stop 2 runs and over, those ones, you know, they might be wides that you're able to stop going for extras, or those balls that bounce in front of you. If you can get a wicket keeper to stop 2 of those and over, 20 runs, we've seen plenty of close games, and every run counts.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, that's well bowled. I'm wondering here, I mean, there's after this and over to go. Will the captain, who's been so unselfish, I think, I really do have a lot of time for Ghulam Sarwar. I think he's an excellent chap, does really wonderful job leading his team, also part of the federation. Will he give himself a bowl? I hope he does.
We'll see. You haven't seen the Big Mac bowl this game either so far. Mohammad Kashif does the fielding down at Long Island. Got the Big Mac just in front of us. We're certainly looking forward to seeing him in action. We won't see him again until week 3, of course. Group A and Group B will come back in week 3, starting the 22nd of February. You might get a chance to do the fielding. See that leg-cutting kind of delivery from Razakat Ali. Again, taking all the pace off on this surface. It can be difficult to make your own pace. Next week, we'll get to see Group C and Group D in action. So 12 new teams to the tournament. They will be playing next week, starting on the 15th of Feb. And again, you see the beauty of taking the pace off the ball. The batsman technically cannot get in the right position. They end up just dragging it away and not getting too many runs. And that's the thing. That's the difference between these players with more correct cricket techniques. They're able to then extrapolate into big shots. They can get down and hit those powerfully back down the ground. But you can see here the Men in Blue just struggling to make that adjustment. It's a little bit quicker from Razakat Ali, and that'll be worked away for a single. It's the old Spanish drive behind the batsman. But that will be the end of the over. It's 86 for 5. And as this one winds down, well, I think it's going to be a great game coming up between Bengali and Gracia. Gracia, they've underperformed, and I would like to see them, you know, firing some shots against Bengali, and I think they will. And who's your tip in that last game, Rico?
Well, I think Bengali have had a good run. I like them, so I don't like to bet against them. But I think Gracia have got it all to play for, and I think they'll know the importance of it. So they're going to be my tip. I think they're going to just sneak it.
Well, it's a nice shot off the back foot from Rinku Sehol. He's come out hitting the ball very nicely, and Rico's just mentioning that I said that the rain is holding off, and it's just starting to rain here, of course. Hopefully it's just a passing shower. There is some blue sky in the distance. So I'm back to my old tricks. And we see this game winding down. So yeah, it's a little bit of rain, and there's every chance that they might just bring the covers out in the break, but hopefully it's just a passing shower, like I said. Mohamed Kashif to be dragged down for a single. So it's the end of this game. It's been an exciting week of cricket. It's of course our first week of the Fangcode European Cricket Series for 2021. We know we've got many viewers from last year, and that's fantastic. And many new ones as well this week. More every day. Next one shoots on the ground. Shazib Akram really enjoying that one. That might have got him in this side of the knee, so that's no fun. But we would say, look, if you've got anyone in your circle, any family or friends that enjoy sport or enjoy cricket, or any sport really, especially if you're isolated around the world, it's a great thing to watch together with friends, and you can chat in the YouTube chat. Plenty of great cricket entertainment for you wherever you are around the world. Now this one is off the toe of the bat. Rinku Sehal. Big fan of him as well, like the way he goes about it. The men in blue, well, they had their fun the other day, didn't they, with their golden ball, but they're back to earth a little bit today against the Tigers. The Tigers have had him for a late lunch, and they're going to fall quite short here. Just a couple of balls remaining. A bit of an appeal. Well, in fact, that might be the last ball actually, and it is. And so they'll finish on 91 runs. So in this match, it is the Catalunya Tigers 95 defeating the men in blue 91. And in a game which, started in some sunshine, it was the Catalunya Tigers who ended up putting enough runs on the board to take care of the men in blue. Take us through the highlights, Rico.
Yeah, some good work. We've just seen the very first ball off the match with the promoted up the order man, Cameron Nawazi Sahi, being run out without scoring, and then a beautiful ball there from Abhishek Borka. He's one of Vinny's favourites. Good bowler, getting the ball to move around really well.
And look, Borka, he's been one of the money man players, as I've said, all through this tournament. It was a good contest early, wasn't it? And the men in blue, they looked in touch, especially with that first ball run out. The batting order changed somewhat, but Catalunya Tigers, well, they got plenty of firepower in there, and they weren't afraid to use it. Yasser Ali came out and played some expansive strokes. Struggled at times for his rhythm, but ultimately put together a well-polished 39. You see there Borka again almost making something out of nothing. Razakat Ali was alert to it, getting back in his ground. But as the game went on, although they held him in the middle somewhat, there was a few big overs at the end. In fact, the last 3 overs going for 17, 13 and 12. Catalunya Tigers finishing with a bang. Saqib Latif, well, once he came to the crease, he was very destructive. Atul Kaysar, well, he's known more for his bowling. But you see here, the Catalunya Tigers, and that was the moment. Shankar Kalagatla, well, won't the men in blue miss him? And we did see him bat, and we wonder about the wisdom of that decision. The Catalunya Tigers, some of their stroke play today has been amazing, and I know so many of our viewers everywhere around the world have enjoyed seeing these big blasts. We've also seen the first century of the Fangcode European Cricket Series today.
This was some great hitting with him. I mean, Latif came in, and out of nowhere, out of 15 balls, he muscled 44 runs.
Yeah,
some of this hitting.
Some of this hitting, I tell you what, that ball came back as a cube. That's how hard he hit that one. It came back with corners. Saqib Latif, well, he's waited to get an opportunity today, and he definitely didn't waste it, did he, on day 5 of the Fangcode European Cricket Series. Some good hitting, but then the men in blue, it was their chance, and look, to their credit, they came out, they gave it a shot as Deb waited patiently. Kumar sent that one over the leg side boundary. And Yasser Ali, well, he's gets it done with the ball more often than not, and this was a nice piece of fielding. Mohamed Kashif holding on at long on. And then you see again Yasser Ali doing it. He was a very important player to have in your fantasy team because he can deliver in all 3 facets of the game. This is one that the fielder needed a baseball glove for this. Saqib Latif. And Sandra Pandian, well, he came and went pretty quickly. The wickets kept tumbling as that rate spiraled out of control. Some nice keeping there from Shazib Akram again. Too quick, and you wonder about Kalagatla batting. He'll have a week to recover after this, and that's one. He's just out of reach of the stumps. So in a very entertaining game, the result was beyond doubt. Catalonia Tigers, well, they scored 135 and only 91 for the men in blue. Looking ahead to the next game, and it's going to be a very, very entertaining game. The last game of the week, match 25 of the Fan Code European Cricket Series. We're going to see Bengali taking on Gracia, so don't go anywhere wherever you're watching around the world. Bengali, can they make it 5-0? They're the story of the week one in Spain here. They've got Omar Ali again. And those three players I mentioned, Hussain, Rahman and Howlard, are all over 200 points. Gracia, well, you can see how much they rely on Kuldeep Lal. And again, he can go to another level. We've seen him make some very big scores in the European Cricket Series. Also, Hakmal Singh, he is someone who didn't have a great game early. I'm sure he'd like to make up for it. Likewise, Trilochan Singh. So that is going to be coming your way. We'll be back in about 20 minutes to bring you into match 25. So please go make yourself a cup of tea, but make sure you come back and join us. See if Bengali can stay undefeated here in the European Cricket Series. So Rico, all set. It's been a great week of action so far. 24 games down in week one to go. And I can't wait for this final match of the week, Bengali versus Gracia.
It's going to be a fabulous game. Bengali, if you remember their last game, was against Fateh. They made 98 and restricted Fateh to 84 for 5. And they're just a team that they always make something happen. And I think, well, I predicted Gracia here. I just think the likes of Kuldeep Lal, and I also think in this game that your man, the muscle man himself, Hakmal, is going to produce something.
Well, stay tuned to find out in about 20 minutes. We'll be back. This is Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandu with you, along with Rico Full. This is the European Cricket Network. You're watching the Fan Code European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. Mr. Maximo with you here. It's almost time for match 25. It's the final match of the week and of course the final match of Friday between Bengali and Gracia. The match referee is with the two captains.
Head is the call. And head is it. Gracia won the toss. What would you like to do?
We will bat first.
Gracia have won the toss and going for bat first. Congratulations, guys.
Well, no surprises from me. Kuldeep Lal, he won the toss and elected to bat. He did that earlier today and it didn't quite come off, but I do think he will be keen to get some runs on the board in the final match of the week. They'll be looking for him to score some big runs. He's a key player for them. Well, Bengali, can they make it 5 in a row? That's the big story of the week. They've been very impressive so far, Rico. Let's get ready for the last game of Friday night.
Yeah, Friday night it is. Thank you, Vinny. And, well, let's hope as this wind is picking up. I must admit, it is starting to get a bit dark here. You could probably see from Mr. Maximo himself, Vinny Sandhu, that the wind was howling around him. I think, I mean, it's quite interesting. I mean, when you're having a look out there, you can see brightness at the moment. You can see the dashboard. Let's have a quick look at this. Gracia, yeah, they'll want to make sure that the big gun Mukhtar Singh back in. That's big for me. Kuldeep Lal is in there as well. Hakmal Singh, he will have to perform. Bikramjit Singh, we know that he can hit the ball well as well. Tilachan Singh, I don't think he was at his best with the bowling. Bengali, well. Amar Ali, is this going to be his day? He's sort of hit and miss. And we know that their captain, Rais Halada, he leads a very tight outfit there. He makes sure that the team are well disciplined. And we were talking about them earlier on in the week when I think Vinny was saying that perhaps having had 1-2 and then 1-3, that perhaps they were going to slip up, perhaps they weren't going to continue and win 4 out of 4. And at that time I said, well, you know what, I think because of the way the captain is and because of the way he sort of runs his team and keeps them in order, I didn't see it. And well, so far all that we've seen with Bengali is that they keep coming up with the goods, you know, and Mushraf Hussain has been good, Wakar Hussain as well, and Shafiqur Rahman, he's been in fantastic form. But you know what, I just think the way things have gone, I think the rub of the green, if you like, has not gone Gracia's way, and I just believe that perhaps in this match that is about to change. So I'm still sticking with what my feeling is, that Gracia will on this occasion put enough runs on the board, and one of those batsmen, so whether it be Kuldeep Lal or whether it be Mukhtar Singh or Hakmal Singh, will score some big runs and help them post to quite a healthy total, which Bengali will get close but not close enough. Well, that's my prediction as Vinny Sandhu makes his way back to the commentary station. Well, Vinny, I think you just caught the end of that, so I'm going with Gracia.
You going with Gracia? Well, it's interesting there. I heard you mentioning then their captain Riaz Halada and the kind of leader he is, and he seems to just be able to get the best out of his team and keep them motivated. So I just reckon, okay, my instinct would say Gracia are due to pull something out, because we know that they've got a lot of potential. But just to make it interesting, let's go MMBC, Mr. Maximo's big call. I'm going to stick with Bengali to make it 5 in a row, make it a perfect week.
So, okay, well, let's see. We got a few drinks to play, as it is the weekend. A few glasses of wine to play for, I think. Okay.
Okay, it is Friday night, and here's the first ball of match 25, Fan Code European Cricket Series. Well, it's not a ball, it's a no ball. Rico.
Yeah, not the best of starts. We've seen a lot of, you mentioned it in the last game, Kookaburra balls, these new balls, certainly early on, are swinging about a fair bit, and that one swung a long way as well. Let's see if you can get it right this time.
Free hit.
That's better. Latched onto that and latched onto it very well. It goes all the way over. Well, we've seen the free hit go for a 4 a couple of times, but this time it's the Maximos. 6 carreras, que fuerte. Como gusta este partido de cricket aquí en el campo de béisbol en Barcelona, en Montjuïc. Yo gusta. Yo tengo mucho amor por cricket.
Wow, how about that? And you talked about how important he is as a leader. And he's made a nightmare start, though, effectively 7 off the first ball. Just wiping it. We did have a bit of rain come down in the interval, but it's stopped now, and hopefully we can get this game in uninterrupted. Here's Howlader again. This time comes back with something a little bit quicker. Good wave movement again. No way through to the keeper. So, yeah, these two are so important, aren't they? Opening up the innings, and Govinda, I liked his work as well. Left-hander, stylish player. But Bengali, typically their batting's not a strength, so we're trying to keep things under control. Much better bowling from Riyaz Howlader after that shaky start. And Omar Ali, well, we'll see him come into the action, I'm sure, with the bat and the ball later in the day, Rico. Very good young player.
Yeah, very good indeed. And when we spoke to them before they left after playing their last game, they were all upbeat. And Omar Ali, he was, even though they'd won the game and he'd bowled really well at the death, being given and being relied on, I have to say, by the captain, Howlader. He was quite disappointed with his performance, mainly with the bat, but it was nice to see how supportive all of his players were, saying, you know, giving him good encouragement, and that's so important to do with your young players, with your juniors. Well, that's picked up beautifully. He's literally rocked around, picked that up, and that's gone all the way over the square leg boundary there. 6 more, and this time here's the left-hander, Gurwinder Singh, who's in on the action. That's a big shot. Gurwinder Bawaj.
Yeah, and how about this? Riyaz Howlader, come around the wicket. We said this before this week. If you're not careful to that left hand, he can get right in there, hitting zone, and it was an easy shot for Govinda. Just what he wanted to get off the mark. 6 off his first ball.
He's clubbed that through the gap as well. 4 runs, and this is good batting inside the power play. The young man we're talking about just there before that big 6 and that boundary, back-to-back boundaries. Omar Ali on the field here in front of us.
Well, I'll tell you what, this power play, this could be anything from Gracia. We've seen them let a couple of games get out of their grasp, but Bengali have a serious challenge here. After their giant killing of the Tigers on Monday, they'd love to finish the week with a win against this strong Gracia team. Oh, this one's lifted up.
Oh my word, he has lofted that all the way out of the ground. And that was like a golf swing, wasn't it? How? What a shot that was, all the way out of the ground. Looking good. There's a little bit of drizzle around the ground. The sun is trying to come out, but there's still some dark clouds hovering around us. Let's hope they stay away, because this match has started off like lightning.
Right, certainly has. And expensive first over. There were 24 off it, so 24 for no loss after the first. And Gracia, they do have a point to prove, don't they? A bit of sun poking out during a shower. We used to call that a monkey's wedding. The monkey's getting married somewhere. Is that an expression? I think it's a South African expression I picked up somewhere along the way. And I might just go to the YouTube chat here. Vikram Patigala talking about Brno in Czechia and what a beautiful ground it is. We did see some cricket from Czechia on ECN last year. We'd like to go back there. We're going to be in Prague for a European Cricket Series a bit later this year. There's Aladdin Siddiqui to take up the other track. And good piece of fielding, a direct hit, but I think Kuldeep's safely home. And Kuldeep, you did mention before how he's been a bit inconsistent in the European Cricket Series, but he's made some big scores, and tell you what, if he gets going, you'd say he's due, wouldn't you, Rico?
Yeah, definitely. He always does get a couple, but with this tournament being quite a lengthy one, I would expect, and I think his team and he himself, very critical of his own performances as well, would expect much more from him in terms of the batting and scoring runs.
Tell me about his opening partner. I'm quite interested in him because he started very good. Govinda Bajwa, left-hander, powerful player, looks very good on the leg side.
Yeah, he made a subdued start, didn't he, in the last game? Just watch this one. Wow, there's nothing subdued about this one. Once again, hitting this one against the wind on this occasion, but still got enough on it. Goes all the way over. Says Guerrero's Mas. Well, he made subdued start. He was almost just sticking around in the first time we saw him opening the batting with Kuldeep Lal. And then when Kuldeep was out, he decided it was time for him to play a few shots and got himself, I think he was stumped. That's right, came down the track, stumped. But this time, no mistakes. He's out with intent, out to play some shots. As this rain just starting to get a little bit heavier. And there's another one. 6 more. Balle, balle, balle. Out of the ground it goes. This is super batting. Super batting inside the power play We're dealing in sixes. I know there's a little bit of rain around the ground, but it's raining sixes here as well.
Well, how about that from Gracia? And we know that they can break out. They actually hold the European Cricket Series record score of 198 for an innings. I tell you what, I feel a bit guilty about putting the kiss of death on Bengali here on the Friday night game.
That's beautifully timed, and this time the fielder making a very, very good stop. Acrobatic there in the end, and that was Tamid Bapari, and what a key player he is for them as well.
Yeah, Bapari, nice bit of fielding away to his left, and very fast start here from Gracia, as Luke Belgium says in the chat. And yeah, Bengali, they've impressed so far, but you wonder how they might stop these two if they get going. They look very good at this stage.
Short, and he's missed out on it. He will get another chance. It's a wide ball, but you could see very angry with himself, missing out. It was a long hop, should have been put away. Nice shot there off the bowler coming in. Nice camera angle with the umpires in play as well. Nisar Ahmed and Abdul Khan.
Over cricket here, wasn't able to get away to the boundary, but they'll get a single. A lot of questions in the YouTube chat about the weather. Well, we'd like to tell you, but it seems to be changing every minute at the moment, doesn't it, Rico? We've had some showers, a bit of sunshine poking through as well, and the ball a little bit slippery, and a little bit of covering of moisture on the field and the pitch, but we've got a fair bit of sunshine now and fairly confident, although I better not say it out loud because everything I say seems to be wrong, but looks like the conditions are drying up. Yes. And we might have Omar Ali to bowl the third over of the power play, and after 2 overs, Gracia already 40 runs, so very, very fast start, and Omar Ali will try and stop the bleeding here in the final over of the power play. Just a reminder to you guys, the European Cricket Championship coming to you 13th of September to the 8th of October. It was announced today. And if you go to our website, europeancricket.com, you'll find out all about that. 15 countries, the top 15 ranked countries in Europe will all lock horns over 4 weeks in Spain. We bring you the action right here on the European Cricket Network. It'll be the exciting, fast-paced T10 format we're accustomed to here on ECN. So we see Omar Ali starts with a wide, and Rico, Omar Ali does get that good movement into the right-hander, doesn't he? But he sometimes struggles with control. He bowls a few too many balls down leg side.
Yeah, we're having a chat with him, like I was saying when we talked to the Bengali guys. And one of the things that Omar was saying is that he's confuses himself about what to bowl, where to bowl from, which end. One of the advice that some of the players were giving, and I would agree with them really, was to say, look, you know, you can't keep chopping and changing. Sometimes he likes to come around the wicket, sometimes over, sometimes off, 20 paces, then he changes to 10. You literally got to have, work on a run-up, which you just stick to. Because sometimes, if it ain't going right, if you are being hit, then it's easy to find excuses. Oh, it's because I'm doing this run, I need to go to this. Stick to one and stick to it.
This one's on target, just up in the block hole, and Kuldeep will get that way for a single. Now, this is a little tip that I used to bowl swing in high school, and Johnny Inverarity, my old headmaster in Perth, he said, if you're a swing bowler, it's not a matter of just aiming differently, because what happens is when you aim differently, your arm angle changes and you lose your swing. So I think that's what happened there in that ball that went the offside. He kind of aimed more on the offside. So what you need to do is adjust your angle of approach. So Omar Ali, if he's going too far down the leg side, he should probably start his run up perhaps 1 metre to the right, and then he's still approaching at an angle that he can have the same arm action, and he'll naturally be facing a bit more to the offside. So that might be a little tip for him if he's watching this back. He's coming around the wicket now to the left-hander, Govinda. And this one, well, it's gone very, very high, and I think it's going to go all the way, yes, onto the marquee. So that one not hitting the ground again on the field after it left Omar Ali's hand, and that's 6 more to Gracia.
Yeah, it was a full toss, a gentle one. Hey, look, he's put it away, and I have to say, a lot of batsmen have found a fielder when they've been hitting the full toss and getting themselves out. So, though it wasn't a good ball, you still got to put it away. Yeah, and this has been the weakness this time around of Omar Ali, just not getting consistency in his bowling.
I have the right of reply here.
So a bowled, slower one, and for one moment I thought the batsman would win the Bajwal. Probably thought it's another full toss coming his way, but that dipped quite quickly on him, just managing to drop the bat. But well, The weather here just can't make up its mind. Glorious sunshine here now.
Isn't it? Look, that ball brought up the 50 for Gracia halfway through the third over here in Barcelona, Spain.
Running again. Of course, in that match that you referred to, Gracia set that historic total of 198. That also was the game where Kordip Lal scored his 110 he scored that day. And a fantastic knock it was indeed. I remember seeing it.
You're not wrong about the weather not making up its mind. The sun's right in our eyes at the moment here in the commentary box. O'Malley's lost the handle here again, and it's a no ball. And Govinda Bajwa, well, he doesn't need too much of an invitation to launch himself into it at the moment, does he?
No, and Bajwa did well there. You know, it's he knows that the young man's struggling with his line and with the bowling, and as he's coming into bowl, he's moving around, walking into him, trying to put him off more, and it succeeded that time around.
Free hit and free miss.
Yeah, he'd be disappointed to miss out that. Any left-handers watching will be looking at that and saying, mate, he should have put that away. Us left-handers, we love those. And I think, yeah, he knows that too. Maybe just trying to hit that one too hard, knowing it was a free hit, but lost out, ends up being a dot ball.
It's funny, isn't it, how many free hits we've seen really contacted by a batsman in form, and I think, yeah, it's a matter of over-swinging.
He's hit that well and hard. There was a chase on. I don't think the fielder's going to get to that. बहुत अच्छी timing से गई fielder ने बड़ी कोशिश की थी, but चौका हो गया. Nicely played, 4 runs.
Yes, and this is more of a correct cricket stroke, and maybe off the outside half of the bat, but Govinda just keeping it on the carpet that time. And that ends the power play, and it was a very destructive one for Gracia. They end the third over. It's 56 for no loss. Yeah,
good power play. One of the better ones that Gracia have now. This is a little bit ominous here for Bengali CC, because usually with Gracia what we've seen is their power plays, they don't take full effect of them, but then they do build up the runs as the innings develop. This time round, they've made a good start to the power play, and if they continue the way they normally do with their innings, this could end up being a big target.
They have to do something. We have seen already in the Fancote European Cricket Series, though, Rico. Batting teams lose their way after a strong power play start. It was a very strong start, though, for Gracia, with 16 off the second and third overs to go with the first over of 24.
Keane bolts his first ball. It's in the air. I think he slices. It's not going to go all the way. O'Malley, he makes up for not a great over, taking a great catch. Now that's a sign of a good cricketer. Didn't he do well? He's under pressure. He's not had the best of overs when he's bowling. And I said to you before, he's very critical of himself. So that would have been bugging him in his mind, but not enough to put him off what his task was there. He made up a lot of ground. Took a very, very good catch there, Vinny.
Well, he did, and you could tell he was a bit upset with himself after that third over. A couple of boundaries getting away, but Omar, he had to switch on again because that was a good 10, 12 yards to his left, and he went over there like a panther. He got in position, he judged it correctly, and that was never escaping his grasp. So the young man, he sets high standards for himself. It's great to see young players like Omar Ali here in the Fancote European Cricket Series, and an important wicket, important breakthrough for Bengali.
Yeah, well done indeed. He's right in front of us here, Omar. Great catch, good work.
Hassan bin Hakim, the bowler, with immediate success, and I've liked his work so far in the Fancote European Cricket Series. He wears that number 75, and in Bangladesh that's a very famous number, of course. Shakib Al Hassan, the international, wearing that number, so it's a big responsibility wearing that number in this team, and he's been very good with his spinners, just coming on and strangling the opposition in the middle of the innings, and it'll be interesting to see if that is a turning point of this innings for Gracia.
Mukhtar Singh, if he can get going, he can be just as destructive as any batsman we've seen in this European Cricket Series so far.
Interesting to see how Bajwa approaches this now as well, Rico, because he was going all great guns, but we've got Mukhtar Singh coming in, and we've talked about an accomplished player he is as well, so very strong top three. Interesting to see if Mukhtar can get going today.
Probably down the leg, if you ask me. There was some noise which sounded like, I'm not sure, I mean, once the bowler bowled it, it was covering my view. We could see it on the replay. Did he get a bit of bat on this as well? But certainly for me, it's pitching outside the leg.
Yeah, I think probably hit him outside leg as well. As Next ball squared away for a single, but Mukhtar Singh, you said Spanish international and quite an experienced player. We haven't really seen the best of him this series, but tell us a bit more about Mukhtar Singh, Rico.
Yeah, he's a very good cricketer. Very sweet hitter off the ball. Hits the ball very cleanly. Great guy, batsman to be coming in around 5 or 6 for me, I think. Oh, my word. And what's he done there? He's played that on. It was wide. Stayed a little bit low, perhaps, but he's just hit it into the deck and back. So, yeah, you're asking me to tell you a little about Mukhtar Singh. Well, right now, he's going to be very, very unhappy with himself. Chopping that ball on from wide outside the off stump. And it's a second wicket from Hassan bin Hakim. He's done very, very well indeed. And all of a sudden, like we said, though it's been a brilliant power play, those 2 wickets are certainly going to change the context of this game unless somebody else stands up now. Gurvinder Bajwa, as you said, last time round when those wickets fell early, he got a little bit rattled himself and got himself out. Now, these 2 here have to bat really well and sensibly.
Would you believe it? Rico and Mukhtar Singh couldn't believe it himself. He was short and wide outside off stump and no real footwork to get across to it. He threw the hands at it and a little bit unlucky, I have to say, but he dragged that one onto the stumps, and Hassan bin Hakim, he was so thrilled about that. He knows that's a big wicket. As a rainbow appears behind us, I don't know if that distracted the batsman because it was right behind the bowler's arm, but Mukhtar Singh, wow, there's no pot of gold at the end of that rainbow for him. All the spoils went to the bowler, Hassan bin Hakim, in a big over. Of course, they were 56 for no loss, and after that over, there were 3 runs and 2 wickets, so 59 for 2 after 4.
Yeah, it's not just any rainbow, Vin. It's double rainbow as well. It's absolutely magnificent. Anyway, back to the cricket. Fateh have made a good start and now have to, well, regroup. Well, that's a bit dangerous. They're trying to run himself out now.
Double rainbow for 2 wickets in the over, perhaps, Rico, and it came just at the right time. And Hassan bin Hakim has been a reliable spin option for the Bengali team. They're trying to go 5 in a row. The only undefeated team left in Group A. Of course, we'll see Group C and D next week. We won't see the teams from this week until week 3, which will begin on the 22nd of February, but after the weekend. We hope you tune in on Monday, the 15th of February, 7:30 a.m. GMT. That's 8:30 in Central Europe, to 1 p.m. in India for all the action of week 2.
Nicely played. This is what they have to do now here a little bit. Okay, it may be a little bit of tiki-taka and the earlier boom-booms disappearing, but they can afford to maybe 6 to 8 balls just doing this. As long as they're rotating and scoring at the same time in singles or twos, they don't have to go mad and be swinging and lose any wickets at this stage. Yeah, that's good. Be interesting here how we'll see the batting of Mayank Dayal once more. He's up
Impressed
in
me.
the
He's
order.
a powerful man, isn't he? And he can hit the ball correctly. He keeps his shape. Musharraf Hussain, very important player for Bengali. We'll probably see him open the batting a bit later today. I just flicked the pad on the way past, so not sure if this will be given a wide. Yeah, good call from the umpire. Nothing wrong with his ears. That'll be a valuable dot for Bengali. Bengali, sun poking through the clouds now.
Well bowled. This could be close. It's straight. He's gone. The finger goes up. That's brilliant bowling there. Well, no doubt about that for me. Musharraf Hussain. It was full and straight. He's walked straight into it. Yeah, it's got to go.
And Mike Daly knew he was in big trouble. Big trouble there. Even though he's on the front foot, it hit him low. It hit him in front of middle and off, and no hesitation from the umpire. Good decision. We've seen a lot of good umpiring this week, and again, the wicket's falling, and after a very strong power play, Gracia faltering here in the middle overs.
Yeah, and well, you can never write these guys off. That's what we said before. I mean, every time we talk about them, it's almost like we think, well, no, they can't do it. They can't win 5 out of 5 and 6 out of 6, because you're just almost expecting there to be a blip in the performance, but they keep turning up and proving us wrong. And again here, even though the power play 40, it was without loss, we thought, okay, maybe this is going to be But it just keep going. Sorry,
40 off
56.
2 overs. Yeah, 56 off
56,
3,
yeah.
wasn't it? So Musharraf Hussain just shows you the twists and turns in this 10 over format. Even though it's a short game, we've seen the pendulum swing one way and then the other. Here's Musharraf Hussain. Can he follow up?
Well bowled, a great ball to the new batsman, and so often I'm critical of bowlers not doing just that. Bowling a loosener when the new batsman comes in, well, that's where you need to be, right on the money. Top over.
Bikramjit Singh, and he will retain the strike, I should say, and that's the end of the over. 63 for 3, so another good over. So after these, listen to these overs in order. The first 5 overs of the inning, we had 24, then 16, then 16. Since then, we've had 3 and 4. And during those last 2 overs, 3 wickets have fallen. So large momentum swing. And it's going to be the dangerous Hassan bin Hakim to continue the 6th over. Be Bikramjit Singh on strike.
Well played. Just got to watch the spin on the ball. And we have to go back to a very important play. Remember, all of this starting with that great catch being taken there by Omar Ali, and we just goes to show you get 1 wicket no matter what the match situation is, and all of a sudden one brings another, and they're in a good position now all of a sudden. That's hit in the air, but that's it too well. It's gone all the way, crashes into the boarding here by the scorer's tent. So that's 6 runs. That's a big hit. And well, did they need a boundary there? So is this man going to deliver now? The left-hander, Gurinder Bajwa, well, a lot relies on his shoulders. He's got to really bat all the way through the innings here for me.
That's it. He can't go to his shell either. Still has to be aggressive. And this is aggressive. Has it got the legs?
Omar Ali, oh, just out of his reach. And that would have been a fantastic catch on his toes, jumping up and maybe just skimming his fingers as this goes over for 2 consecutive 6s. Hit it hard.
Well, Omar Ali not the tallest of men, and tell you what, he could have used probably another 6 inches of height there. He might have just been able to cut that one off. Bin Hakim needs to come back with something.
Whoa! Balle, balle, balle. That is big. That is massive. That's 3 in a row. Shaba, shaba, shaba.
And who was that? One of the Gracia players caught that one. Was that Kuldeep? Have a look at this in the dugout. Hope they can feel like that later today. He's very happy with his efforts, and you don't mind catching him when they're that far over the boundary from your teammate.
Well, I thought that was going to be another one there. It couldn't even be a run out.
And all the craziness we missed, that Govinder's well past the half-century mark now. He moves on to 63 off 21 balls. So is he in the hunt for a century here? Could it be the 2nd century of the day?
You had to ruin it, didn't you?
Well, shades of 24 hours ago.
Should we apologise to him before this ball comes to him? You know?
Yeah, yesterday, if you missed it yesterday, I predicted the batsman would make a century when he was on 37. He was out very next ball, Mohammad Jaffrey. Sent him a message about that last night as well.
It's well played down the ground for a single. Had to be quick, very sitting back on his bat there, Bikramjit Singh. And I tell you what, the ball before that was surprising because it was short, it was slower, and it was a little bit down the leg, so I don't think LBW was in the equation. And the way that Gurinder Bajwa played it, it just sort of tickled it rather than trying to hit it. And that I thought was going to be the fourth, 6th in a row, and in the end didn't get nothing from it.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's one way to think about it, but also I think he's thinking, doesn't want to get out of control and trying to hit every ball. He might just thinking, look, unless it's really an obviously bad ball, I'm happy to take one here, get down the other end. And that is the end of the over, Gracia. Wow, it's been very expensive or very cheap so far. There were 20 off that over, and after 6 overs, it's 83 for 3.
Yeah, we had a pattern of play there over 3 overs. Hardly any runs being scored, only little runs, and then all of a sudden big runs. Now this is a very, interesting throw of the dice. The ball has been given to Omar Ali. Didn't have the best of overs, his first one, so he's putting his trust in the young bowler here to bowl to the left-hander. And that's been hit hard. The fielder probably will catch it, but he's going to be outside the field of play. He doesn't in the end. It's 6 more. So Omar Ali coming back for his 2nd over, and straight away Gurvinder Bajwa making no mistake, hit it big. Now, I did say before this game that really one of the players in the team has to go big and score runs. That will be the deciding factor. Well, is it going to be this man, Gurvinder Bajwa, who's done that for his team?
Certainly looking good at the moment. Let's have a look at Omar Ali's reply.
Short again, and he's hooked onto it again. It's in the air, two fielders going across. And as he's had a catch, well, he took the catch, and then he's thrown it over the boundary. Well...
Oh no, disaster for Modelab, and you can see there's slight miscommunication. You can see what he was trying to do there, Modelab. He was under a lot of pressure on the boundary line.
I think he was still in. I didn't think he went over the rope. Let's see this again. He's catching it.
He was worried about... You see, he was going to fall over the rope, and he did fall over the rope, and he's trying to throw it to his teammate. He was trying to throw it to Aladdin Siddiqui, but he just missed him. And I think he actually threw it for 6.
He did. He threw it over for 6. That was amazing. I've never seen that before.
Omar Ali, well, he's a bit disappointed.
And short, and 4 runs this time. Not missing out on the short ball, moving into it. And what an expensive over this is turning out to be, Vinny.
Well, isn't the gamble not paying off at Raj Howlard? He backed the young man. He was a little bit unlucky not to take a wicket. But they're the kinds of things. And I'll put the kibosh on Gurvinder, didn't I? But it looked like he might have holed out. But look, you can't really blame Tuhin Modelab there either, because he did actually... He was losing his balance, he was falling over the line, and he tried to just kind of throw it to his teammate, who wasn't really expecting it, over his shoulder for 6. Oh, I'll tell you what, this is a chance.
It is a chance. Will he take him this time? No, he doesn't. He gets another chance to take his man after catching it and throwing it over for 6. This time it could have been retribution. Now, what an interesting shot this was also. He'd stopped his shot.
Well, yeah, it just didn't come onto him, and he kind of stopped it there, and... Oh, Tuhin Modelab, he's had some adventures in the field, hasn't he, this week? And that one, again, he had a chance to get his revenge. He had to make some ground. It would have been a good catch. And just eating grass there was Tuhin Modelab. And now he's got some cramp issues and having an interesting conversation with Siddiqui, who was the man he tried to flick the ball to. What an over that was. You want action here? Not even close to the end of the over.
In all that excitement, the 100 has come up as well.
Yeah, the 100's up, and... Well, you'd have to say, Bengali, they're trying hard, but there's some class batting going on as well, and hope you're enjoying the action wherever you're watching around the world on the European Cricket Network. Kush Brabat said, wow, great catch, but the end result wasn't good. Well, that's the understatement. I'm surprised he almost threw that one over the fence, didn't he? Poor Modelab. You can see he just panicked, because as he hit the ground, I think he saw the rope, and as he saw the rope, he decided to try and throw it to a fielder, so you can't blame his mindset there, but the fielder, 1, wasn't expecting it. Number 2, the throw wasn't very good. In fact, he threw it over the rope for 6, so again, something you won't see anywhere else in the world, I'm sure.
Wide ball, having to adjust now, Morali to the right-hander. Well, in his mind, he'll be happier bowling to Bikramjit Singh.
Well, I was going to do my 6-over check-in where I normally see what kind of a target is possible, I should say. Here's Omar Ali. That's been totally thrown out, though, because since then they've scored 17 runs. So normally I would say no, 83 after 6, and maybe you're eyeing off something, 123 would be 10 and over, but maybe something a bit higher in the 130s, 140s, because with Gurvinder there, Gurvinder Bajwa is hitting the ball very well. So maybe we'll check in at the end of this over, if it ever finishes, from Omar Ali.
Hit straight to the fielder, and this time the catch taken. No mistakes from the fielder, so that's Hassan bin Hakim taking the catch. He's making an impact on this match. Remember earlier taking those wickets and now taking that catch. So Omar Ali breathes a sigh of relief and looks up to the sky and says, well, at least I've got somebody in the team that can catch.
Well, Hassan bin Hakim, Omar Ali, who takes a wicket off his final ball. He's quite expensive today, going for 34 runs off his 2 overs. And that man, Hassan bin Hakim, well, he's got a catch to go with his 2 wickets. So he's contributed, but this Gracia total already, you think it's a bit out of control. And I tell you what, it's not going to get any easier for Bengali, because look who's striding to the crease. Yes, it's the Hark. Hark Hogan, the incredible Hark. And this guy, if he hits them, I tell you what, he can bang them across the street. And he's not shy. It's a perfect situation with 3 overs to go for Harkamal to make his way to the crease. He'll be at the non-strikers end, because Gurvinder, who's on 80 runs off 26 balls, and you would say I don't mind saying it, because he's already been lucky with that catch and throw for 6. Got to be on for 100 here.
Well, he needs another 20. And this is a very, very important stage of the game. The captain coming back on needs a good over in here. Bowls a slower ball and gets punished. 6 runs. Out of the ground it goes. Gina Bada Shaka. ¿Cómo se gusta este partido? Que vaya. Gracias. Aquí está un equipo muy fuerte. Con batadores muy fuerte de momento. Vale.
Oh, what a shot this was. He kept his shape, didn't he? And just waited for it and he hit it straight down the ground. 86 now for Govinda Bajwa.
Just going down the leg for me.
Well, the umpire, he did not move at all. He took a long time, didn't he, considering that? I think this was very close. Had a good hard think about it.
Yeah, good decision.
Yeah, good decision in the end. I think it was definitely going down the leg side, but it was a big appeal. And, geez, you get nervous as a batsman, don't you, when the umpire doesn't take a step sideways, getting in position for the run out. Just stood there. Oh, my heart would have been in my mouth. Leg bye called, I think. I think he remains on 86. This is the hark for the first time.
Walking into that one, hitting it straight, flat, takes a single.
He just loves to hit the ball hard, doesn't he, Hark? Doesn't he? It's his number one thing he's thinking. I like that aggression. Even when he hits it on the ground, there's some force behind it, isn't there? So it just reminds you of the Incredible Hulk. You old enough to remember that, Rico?
Don't make me angry. You won't like it when I'm angry. Well, is he angry? We'll see. Well, he's hit that hard. He is angry. Hit it all the way out of the ground. He moves into the 90s now. 92. That's a big hit. Well, again, Race Hadler is fancying bowling the slower ball, but it's not working for him.
Yeah, you see what he's trying to do here, taking the pace off. But again, that angle from around the wicket, if it's too short and if it's a slow ball, it just sits up and asks to be hit. And with this kind of form, Govinda Bajwa, like you say, he's into the 90s. He doesn't look that nervous to me either in the 90s. Rico, he's on 92.
Well, I think you can add another 6 to that. Balle, balle, balle. 98 is on. Are we going to see the second batsman here at the Fancode European Cricket Series, Spain, Barcelona, score 100? Well, all eyes are on him. All the viewers around the world that are enjoying this, our global cricket family.
Here we go. It's on 98. Can he do it this ball?
He just chips that up. He'll take the single. He'll get more nerves now.
Well, he's going to have to sit on 99 at the non-striker's end at the moment. Is that the end of the over? Oh, he does retain the strike, does he? So there we go. It looks like 122 for 4 then after 8 overs. And I can't remember too many 99s in the European Cricket Series. There might have been one last year that I remember, perhaps in Romania. To look that one up if you got a bit of time on your hands between innings. But I tell you what, he'd be very, you might have to owe Tuhin Modalab a soda water or two over the weekend from a safe distance because, look, Modalab, he's an entertaining cricketer. I like his attitude. Sometimes he does some special things. And let's go back to that moment where he took the catch on the boundary, but as he was falling, he realised he was going to fall into the rope. So he tried to throw the ball to his teammate. He kind of rushed the throw because it was only a split second to decide to throw it and went straight over Alauddin Siddiqui's shoulder. So here's the man. He's 99, Govinda Bajwa.
Like I said, he's going for the single. Well batted indeed. There we have it. Another 100 being scored. Take a bow, that man, Govinda Bajwa. 100 of 32 balls. Absolutely fantastic. A frenzy of explosive and action-packed entertainment. That's what you're seeing here. T10 at its best. The form of cricket taking the world by form.
By storm. You're absolutely right, Rico. Here's Mosharaf Hussain. The hark. This time he swings and misses. But what an innings it's been. Like you say, scoring that 100 off 32 balls with only 3 fours but 13 maximos. Scoring at an incredible strike rate of 312.5. So 78 of those runs, 78% of his runs coming in sixes. What an innings it's been. And Gracia, well, we haven't seen the best of them so far, but they are posing a formidable total here in the final match of the week in Barcelona.
Mushraf Hussain. And Hakman just doing the right thing. I mean, the way the Centurion is seeing the ball, you might as well give him as much strike as you can.
And, you know, Mushraf, he bowled a very good over. He bowled the 5th over, only went for 4 runs and took a wicket. And instead of bowling him again in the 7th, they bowled Omar Ali, and they took a bit of a gamble, didn't they? And it didn't pay off, although Ali got a wicket off his last ball. But Mushraf's been held back, and I feel like the damage is done for Bengali.
Hitting that straight and hard down the ground. Omar Ali gets down, gets the ball in quick. Well, किन्ना सोहनी इनिंग्स तुहानू किद्दां लगी सन दसो YouTube ते चैट ते आ सकदे आ अपना मुन्ना गुरविंदा बाजवा बड़ी अच्छी इनिंग्स बोलो शाबाश 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 100 बनाया आज party time for Govinda. Of course, no matter what happens here, who know that the job's only half done. They've got to still go out and defend this, whatever the total ends up being.
Here's the Hark. Is he going to go big? Well, he hits it straight back past the bowler, and they'll just get a single on this occasion. Luke Belgium with his congratulations. He said, here, where does it say? It said that he thought it was a very good innings. Congratulations, Govinda Bajwa. Well played, sir. Also, Kush on the chat saying ECN T10 is an entertainment, fun cricket. Great commentators, interesting format. Well, thank you very much, Kush, for those kind comments. We do agree the cricket's entertaining. Or is this the end of him?
Oh, well taken indeed. That's a very good catch. Once more, Omar Ali, the young man, he gets into position and takes a catch, cushions the blow. Well done indeed. That's a brilliant, brilliant catch. But, well, it had to be a good catch to take the wicket off the Centurion. And what a knock he's made, and what a ovation he will get. And that's nice to see also from the Bengali players, all giving him a clap and appreciating what he's done here today at this Montjuic ground, at this Olympic setting.
Well, you have to say it's been very, very impressive display of striking from Govinda Bajwa. He falls for 101 off only 34 balls. We mentioned those 13 Maximos scoring almost 3 runs a ball in the end. And, well, not too long to go either now. Just the final over, actually, and the Hark's going to be on strike. Aladdin Siddiqui will be the bowler. It's going to be wide down the leg side, and they might get an extra, and they do. So it'll be 2 wides, and it'll have to be re-bowled.
Well, the umpire's not signalled anything, which is interesting. So,
oh, I think he's just getting, I think his phone's buzzed saying he might have forgotten something. No, he's just turned it off. So we'll have that one again. He's just call me later.
Obviously caught something on the way through.
Or maybe. This is Omar Ali. Look, gets across the ground quickly, and he's good in the field as well. Omar Ali really taking 2 catches in this innings, and he'll have an important role to play with the bat in the second half of this game. We've seen him go big before as well in the European Cricket Series. Hasn't really fired this year. That's classic Hark as well, and look, he only knows one way, the big man.
Yeah, he wasn't interested in taking the run, you would think, at this stage. I just think he's trying to rush some of the shots even he has hit. He seems to be moving around too much, seems to be walking into the ball rather than waiting for it.
I think it's a fair comment. He likes the pace coming on, I think. This is blasted back down the wicket, and Omar does the fielding again. Very safe down there at long on. Luke Belgium says, I still give Bengali a chance, but they will need to bat really well. Their highest score this week so far is 108, so will not be easy. Yeah, I couldn't agree more there. To be heading for a chase of something in the 130s here as we see Siddiqui continue. He's well struck by Kulwant, who's come in after the fall of that wicket. So, last ball remaining, and it's the Hark. Well, the Hark hasn't quite shown his best today. He's got one more ball to swing at here from Siddiqui. And swing he does. There's no contact from there. To tell you what, if that had been connected with, I don't think the ball would have stayed in Europe, even though we are at the European Cricket Series. That's a bye, and they'll end up on a total of 131. So the target for Bengali, if they wish to remain unbeaten, they will need 132 runs in the second innings of this game. And well, Gracia, they won the toss and elected to bat here in match 25, and they certainly got things going. In particular, this will be remembered for the century to Govinda Bajwa. Rico.
Yeah, what a fantastic innings from him. And that catch, what a great catch from O'Reilly. He took some stick with his bowling. His head would have been down. He would have been feeling it, but he came back and took a good catch. And that then led to a sort of mini comeback there from Bengali. It was a strange game early on there. We saw quick runs mounting up, an excellent power play, 56 from it. Then those wickets, Mukhtar Singh, well, unlucky he would say. Maybe he was thinking the ball was going to come up higher, playing onto his stump. Look at that, the beautiful rainbow. And that rainbow, well, that was shining there for the ton maestro, Gurvinder Bajwa. He'll remember this day for a long time.
Yeah, that was Musharraf Hussain. He got that wicket. That was plum LBW Mike Dale. But then it was the Gurvinder show. And there were a few interesting moments for him. But I'll tell you what, when he hit it in the middle of the bat, and I particularly liked it when he kept his shape, that was a beautiful 6 over cover. You saw here, nice little bit of fielding from the Bengali. They tried hard, but when they got down, this is the moment here. So he's just falling over the line, and he's like throwing it over the fence. Almost there. And I tell you what, Alan Siddiqui said, I'm just here. You could have given me the ball. But then Watalabu's had more trouble. Oh, and I tell you what, he had to pick the grass out of his teeth after that effort. Then the Huck, just applauding his teammate, saying congratulations to him. It's their first century of the Fan Code European Cricket Series in 2021. Omar Ali, well, didn't have much luck with the ball. He did pick up a wicket off his last ball, took 2 good catches and tried hard in the field. But again, the scene is set for a very good run chase, and they do have some players up the order that are capable, Rico.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with some of the comments in the chat there. If this score was 150, 160, okay, it's you're probably thinking it's out of their grasp, but this Bengali CC team, they never give up, and we've never seen that attitude from them. And a good example of somebody who sums up the team for me is Omar Ali. So I think they're going to come out there, and I still believe they'll get close.
We saw there on the scorecard a moment ago that Govinda, he scored 101 out of their total of 131. The next best was Kuldeep with 11. So you can see how important that innings was in the context of this match. So 131, only 8 extras. So although we've seen some teams struggle today with the extras, only 4 wides, 2 no balls there. So 6 given away from the bowlers. 131. It's a pretty good score to say the least, but I think the scene is set for a very exciting chase here in match 25, the final match of the week in the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. Don't forget, we have the weekend off, but we will be back Monday morning, 7:30 a.m. GMT. That's 8:30 in Central Europe and 1 p.m. in India for another week of action. It'll be Group C and Group D in action next week. And until then, we will see you in about 10 minutes for the final run chase of the week. This is Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, along with Rico Full. We'll see you shortly in Barcelona. Welcome back to Barcelona, Spain, the Montjuic Olympic ground. This is the Fancode European Cricket Series match 25 clash between Bengali and Gracia. And it was Gracia that won the toss, selected to bat. They were able to post 131 off their 10 overs. And so Bengali will be chasing 132 for victory. And this is the final match for the week. Joining me in the commentary box is my colleague Rico Fool. And Rico, everything's set up for a very interesting end to the first week here in Barcelona.
Buenas tardes. Yes, it is. And well, what a week we've had. Plenty to reflect on as Kuldeep Lal bowls the first ball to Omar Ali. Omar Ali off the mark straight away.
And Ali, very capable with the bat, isn't he, Rico? He seems to score an 80. That was very impressive in the series last year, and needs something similar if Bengali are going to get close to this target of 132 set for them by Gracia.
Yeah, Lal in to Mustafa Hussain. So both these batsmen off the mark the very first ball, and that'll make them feel good. And I think for most batsmen, that's the first thing, isn't it? Get off the mark. And once you're off the mark, they're right. We're set. We're ready to launch.
Yeah, that's right. And they have to keep in touch with this rate. 13 and over required, so that's something they're going to have to keep pace with during the innings, you have to say. It's Kuldeep.
Oh, that's well bowled. Interesting weather we've had during the course of this match. We've had it all, sunshine, a little bit of rain. It's got very breezy. We even had a beautiful rainbow. Now it's getting a bit dark again. Some of the floodlights coming back on here. Well bowled, it's lifted straight, fielder coming across, and that's a very good catch indeed. Very important, they needed that, and it's the man, it's the Huck. The Huck does the fielding, takes the catch, the wicket down.
Well, the Huck, he's got buckets for hands. You got a feel for Omar Ali. He's a very, very talented player, but just not having much luck at the moment. Slippery conditions. The ball perhaps just got a little bit of water in it already from going across the surface. He lifted that one. He didn't quite have the power to get it over the long off. The Huck takes the catch, Hakmal Singh, and well, a disastrous start for Bengali. Trying to go 5 in a row and remain unbeaten, but they're in some serious trouble here in match 25 of the Fancode European Cricket Series.
Yeah, losing a wicket early in the power play. It's not what they wanted. And Omar Ali is a batsman that could give them quick runs in that power play. It's the way he bats. He did go for it. He knew he had to. He knew he had to play a few big shots. But in the end, Hakmal there. Hakmal so making good ground, getting underneath it. Well, never looked in doubt, did it?
Well, look who's coming to the crease. It's Shafiqur Rahman. He's batted very well so far in this tournament. He faces Kuldeep. A bit too slippery for him. That's a dot. So yeah, like I was saying, 13 and over required, or just touch over. And so they'll be wanting to get something like 40 in the power play, and can't be too concerned with that early wicket. Still plenty of balls remaining for the batting unit of Bengali to get the job done here in match 25. And it's tucked away off the legs, and Shafiqur Rahman is off the mark. Nice over though from the captain Kuldeep Lal. Only 3 conceded. It's 3 for 1 after 1.
Yeah, the perfect start for Gracia. They'll just want to keep turning this screw. Hakmal, after taking the catch, is going to bowl the second. Yes, Shafiqur Rahman, he's certainly been the pick of their batsman, but he's going to have to play a few shots here now. It's hit well, but there is the fielder out. It's Kuldeep Lal, takes the place of Hakmal Singh there doing the fielding.
There's some light rain falling around the ground at the moment. The wind picking up as well, so of course minimum 5 overs required for this to be registered as a result.
That one might be wide.
And Gracia, they'd be very keen to get through these 5 overs quickly as well, to hustle through their overs. I mean, I think the rain's going to hold out, but you don't want to take any chances.
Yeah, so
Here's the Hark.
Well bowled, just better. Batsman rocking back, just managing to get back onto it and playing it out there on towards point. Single taken by Mushraf Hussain. Rahman on strike.
Already you can see the rate creeping up. It's already past 14 and it's climbing. Hakmal Singh.
It's well bowled.
An extra bounce there, didn't he, Harkmal?
Yeah.
He bent his back. You've seen a lot of balls keep low, but occasionally bowls will be able to get something a little bit extra out of this wicket. Of course, it's a wooden base with a carpet overlay here. There are some plans for a permanent pitch here. Hopefully we see those at some point in the not too distant future.
Full of ball. Oh, was there an edge there? I think there probably was.
Yeah, definite outside edge, and it flew quickly to the keeper, Mayank Dayal. Look at this. You see it flew and didn't have much time to react. The big swing from the batsman. And unfortunately, Mayank Dayal wasn't able to hold on. So a chance goes begging for Gracia.
Well played. Oh, well, tried to use his feet to stop it. Maybe needed to get down low and stretch out a hand. It's gone all the way for 4 runs. Important boundary.
Yeah, and a nice shot. It's just a little bit on the leg stump. Didn't try to hit it too hard. Just try to make good contact. Listen, look at that good footwork as he got across and got in good position to flick that off his pads. So a good back and across movement. And he was able to get that one away to the leg side boundary. Sorely needed boundary for Bengali.
This could be dangerous here. Oh, a better throw. And I think he would have been struggling.
Yes, and they'll make it in the end though, but they were 8 off that over after 2 overs. Bengali 11 for 1.
So Kuldeep Lal looks like he's going to continue and get his spell done and out of the way.
Looks like Kuldeep is going to bowl out here in the 3rd over.
Well bowled. That's the line, really, isn't it? I think Shafiqur Rahman, he does like the ball coming in onto his legs. He gets into position very quickly, flicks it away, and he'll be looking for anything in that area to loft it over the one man that's there on the 30-yard circle. There's nobody patrolling the boundary. That's the shot he's looking to play. This one is lofted up. Akmal going across, will take it on the 1 bounce, will cut off the 2, gets the throw in quickly. There is somebody backing up. Kuldeep won't like that throw very much.
You can see the slippery conditions though, can't you, at the moment? That ball skating off the surface and just a bit of rain falling, though it's holding off for now. And we had our rain problems on Monday, but we've had a full schedule since then, all the matches in, which is fantastic. Kuldeep continues.
Well bowled. And well, they're not content and just giving the singles. They're still going for the shies at the stumps. And you can get you an indication of how the weather changed. The wind is blowing quite strong. Just look at Kuldeep Lal's locks blowing around, and he comes in again. Lofted this time. It should be a catch. He's getting there. Is he going to get there in time? He does. Gets hands to it. Has to stop and go back. There'll be 2 runs. He couldn't put the brakes on quick enough.
Well, the Hawk, when you're moving a truck, it's hard to hit the brakes and the Hawk. He had to put in the big ones to get over there. And like we said, slippery conditions at the moment. Let's have a look at this on the replay thanks to our partners at Spring Productions. And he's put in the big ones, but there was no stopping the truck. In fact, I was worried they might run 4 or 5 here because it took him so long to turn around. But that chance goes begging, unfortunately. But Bengali get away with the one. They've got to make him pay now.
That's safe. It's over the top. That's going to be 4 runs. Sort of inside-out shot.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it? And that's the advantage of the power play. Nobody back there on the offside. So Bengali, and they would have hoped to be something like 40 in the power play. Looks like they'll end up with about half that. So they're well behind in this match, but they do have 9 wickets in hand. We saw what's possible. If you can string a run of boundaries and string some maximos together, they could get close to this, but it looks unlikely at the moment. Here's Kuldeep, last ball of the power play.
It's well bowled, it's well hit as well. There is a fielder there. Shaba. Gupta Singh getting the ball in quickly.
So, end of the 3rd over. The score is 20 for 1 for Bengali. And just reflecting on this first week, Rico, one thing that I have definitely noticed is how much the standard of cricket has improved here, even in the space of, I think it must be about 3 or 4 months since we first played here in Barcelona for a European cricket series. I know these players have worked very hard on their skills, particularly their fielding skills, and sure, there's still some improvement to be done, but I think some of the cricket we've seen has been absolutely sensational. This is what's so great about the Fancode European Cricket Series, going all around Europe, playing these kinds of matches, putting players in pressure situations, and you can see the talent there that's being developed.
On the leg side, they'll go through for and take the leg by. So Mushraf was saying we're going to strike. I don't think that's too much of a bad thing for Gracia at the moment. They'd be quite happy the way things are for the moment for Mushraf Hussain to be on strike. He's just going one a ball of the 3 balls he's got so far.
Here comes the Hark again. Can he deliver for Gracia?
Down the leg side. Oh, well, I can't believe he's appealing for that. In fact, he's got away with something that would it have been wise, but I think the wicketkeeper would have probably struggled to stop it.
He's got a good point there, but how could you not be swayed by the Hark? This is going well down the leg side, but it's going to be pretty intimidating having that big man staring at you.
Just flicking that there. Oh, I thought they would be running the first one quick, trying to look for 2s, trying to get Shafaqir Rahman back on strike.
So again, just falling behind the rates, already over 16 and over, I can see. They need to do something quickly. And this will be the end of Harkamal after this, so there'll be some new bowlers to target.
It's more into the body. Here comes the throw.
And they'll get there in time. That is Manoj Kumar doing the fielding at square leg, but yeah, Bengali, they've been impressive so far, of course, with their 4 wins on the trot. They only won 1 game in their previous series back in October. So it's been a much improved effort. I know they're one of the teams been working very hard on their cricket.
Oh, that's a very wide ball, but what a fantastic one-handed take that was, because that was going all the way to the boundary. You like that one, Vinny?
Yeah, I did like that one. I bet he traded in, though, for holding on to the edge. As a keeper myself, it's always good to get those spectacular moments, but I'm sure he'll still be thinking about that one. But hopefully it doesn't cost him. Nice take, though, from Mike Dale. I have liked his work today. Also with the bat, played some nice shots.
Got that one out well. Akmal. Well, where's he thrown this one? We've already seen one being thrown over the fence today, and Akmal, well, throwing that one away. Luckily, no damage done.
The things you see in the Fancode European Cricket Series. Yeah, Harkamal, he had a fair margin of error just to get that down the other end, but throwing it wide, luckily it doesn't cost him a run, and he's been pretty important as well. He hasn't taken a wicket, but he hasn't been expensive either, so he's only gone for 12 with the ball to go. And this one, outfield's going to have to do some work, but they'll still keep it to a single, so that's a good opening spell from the 2 opening bowlers for Gracia. Harkamal Singh just going for 13, Kuldeep for 12, and there's been an extra, so the total at the end of 4 overs, it's 27 for 1.
Yeah, just wondering here if Bengali are, if they keep going at this rate, going to put themselves in a pickle. This game is not beyond them at the moment. The rate around 17, but we've seen that change. But they've got to play their shots now. They've got guys out there. I mean, even the captain, remember Rise Hadler, the innings he played when he hit the ball all over the... They have got batsmen that can hit the ball big. If these 2 can't do it, we'll have a go back in and let somebody else. Otherwise, this game is going to go away from you. You've got to start playing the shots.
Well, Trilochan Singh, the bowler.
And shots will catch it, but he's not going to get anywhere near that. One bounce, going for 4, and that's a little bit more likely. You've got to take the bowlers on now. Trilochan, he took a bit of stick. His bowling did the last time he bowled. He's normally one of the most effective bowlers. Not quite being at his best today, being a little bit too short. The same again there, too short, and the ball being punished. And this is what they've got to do. They've got to really start playing some shots. Take a chance or 2 now. They've only lost the 1 wicket. Plenty more wickets waiting to come out. He's get away with that one.
Yeah, Trilochan Singh, he's been one of their outstanding performers with the ball, not only in this series, but in the series we played late last year in 2020. But he took a bit of punishment earlier in the day. He's outstanding with his 4 wickets in that performance a couple of days ago. So it's a great chance for him to get back amongst the wickets and build his confidence once again. He's a talented performer. Mark Lovell saying the wicketkeeper is ever hopeful with sun cream on. We did have a bit of sun poking through the clouds, but the sun is setting in about an hour in Barcelona. And the sun is setting on a week of outstanding cricket action. As we reflect on this week, I think obviously the golden ball and some of the close finishes we had on Wednesday, matches 12 and 13. If you want to catch up on them, if you're just joining us, then we do suggest you look at the highlights from those matches on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. Plenty of content for you to check out.
That's well bowled and good keeping. Be nice to see that again. Obviously, it's all about the foot and where the toe was. Let's have a look at this. Probably need to see it from side on as well.
I think so, but look at that nice fast hands, and he thought he might have lifted his foot. You see here, yeah, it was always down. I think what he saw the foot come back a bit, but it was never really off the ground, was it? So that can happen as a keeper. You see the foot moving, and you think, well, was it in the air for a second? But nice sharp work though, Mike Dayal behind the stumps. Here's Trilochan again.
Well, nobody's getting the ball. They're going to run 2 here at this rate.
Well, again, the umpire had a long, hard look at that. I mean, it felt like it was a little bit leg side, but with the movement of the ball that Trilochan gets, it does straighten down the line. I don't think that was doing quite enough to come back and endanger the wickets. But you see here, Trilochan just finding his length and line again. Can he break through?
Might be wide. Yes, it is. Giving us a wide ball. Yeah, I mean, they started the over well with the boundary, and then Trilochan has brought it back in again. They need a big shot here now. Otherwise, that rate is just sneaking up all the time. Yeah, just taking the single will keep the strike, and that's good from the fielder. No point throwing it away. Nobody backing up. Held on to the ball. So Trilochan, boundary off the first ball, I think it was 2 shots, smashed away for 4. Then after that, he's done well.
Yeah, it's the end of the over. It is 36 for 1. And run rate just over 7 and over. It's not quite enough, is it, from Bengali? But that wicket hurting them early. But some tight bowling as well from Kuldeep and Harkamal in the first 4 overs, putting the brakes. And of course, with that 5th over completed, this now will definitely be counted as a fixture, and there will be a winner in this game, so that's the absolute minimum required for a completed match.
Karanthaka coming on to bowl, and it's a good shot. There is a fielder out there though.
Yeah, and Bengali just struggling to get going here, aren't they? And just missing that play. And Omar Ali, he can be that player for them, and he's just had a run of outs, hasn't he, during this first week? He'll go back and think about it, come back in week 3, I'm sure.
There we go. That's what we need. That's been sent to orbit. That's massive. Says Guridas, and they need a few more hits like that.
Well, right on cue, wasn't it? Mosarraf Hussain, you see this is on a length, and this one's gone the journey. And I tell you what, that one might bring rain. That's gone a long way across the street. That one might have knocked out the communications tower. I'm a little bit worried if that hit that up there, but what a shot that was. And like you say, Rico, that'd be plenty more of that if they're going to get back in this match.
And he smashed another one. That's 2 out of 2. 6 more. Not as big, but just as effective. Well, they've been waiting to launch on somebody. And is it Kulwant Singh? First 2 balls, 2 sixes. Pressure is on now.
Yeah.
The first time Gracia in the field under any sort of pressure.
That's right. Well, Mosarraf, he was 10 off 10 balls, but now he is 22 of 12. And that's bang, bang. Can he make it 3 in a row? A batter's hat trick? Let's have a look.
Sliced it over the man. Third man, he's got a chase on. He's not going to get to it. It's gone for 4 runs. So this is the over they needed. 1 big over gets them back in the game. It's not over yet either. There's still 3 balls to come. Yeah,
and it's exactly what Bengali needed. They were just struggling to find any kind of fluency during this innings. But then there we go, 6-6-4. A little bit fortunate with that one. Had enough bat to get it over that fielder in the circle.
There's going to be another one. Nobody's going to stop that. I think it's gone all the way as well. Ginna Sona Shakka liking this now. It's taken a while. I was wondering to myself, scratching my head thinking, well, why weren't they doing this earlier? Have they left it too late? I don't know. Let's see. We'll soon find out. 6 more.
Yeah, well, cool one. Just a comfortable pace. And Mosharraf is saying we know he's capable, but he was feeling a bit sluggish early in this innings. He's breaking out with 22 here.
And didn't quite time that one. It was short. It deserved to go.
Yes, and that'll be the end of the over. The 6th over comes from an end. There were 24 off that over. And after 6, it is 60 for 1. So you can see the difference. In 1 over, the run rate's gone from 7.2 and over to 10 and over. Now, of course, they need to get it somehow up to 13 for the innings. So it shows you how quickly it can turn around, though. One of those big overs. And here we are kind of taking for granted that they're going to fall short in this chase. But they do have 9 wickets in hand. And they've got 2 players at the crease that have batted pretty well this week. And they're both capable of clearing the boundaries.
Ball being given to Mukhtar Singh from the captain, saying, OK, I've had enough of this. Get it back on track. He's going to... Run rate is going back to more or less something which I do think is achievable. Another over like that and they're back in this game.
Well, it's a crucial over. They need to take all that momentum. It's still the man on strike that had the hot hand. It's Mosharraf Hussain.
Well, he's launched this one as well. Well, another one that goes out of the ground. It's right there for the picking. Well, he's doing a wonderful job here. If you're going to bowl it short, it's going to go.
Well, I'll tell you something, Bengali, they won a game coming from the bleachers the other night, didn't they? We thought they were no chance, and they were able to come back from a position that seemed hopeless, and that seems the situation today, as they required 3 a ball before this over. And you've seen here, after struggling through the first half of their innings, Mosharraf is really giving it a shake here in match 25.
This could be a chance. Kuldeep Lal doesn't normally drop him, and he's not going to drop this one either. Mr. Cool himself takes the catch. Is that it? Well, who knows? Maybe that's what the plan was. Well, he's going to go ballistic, and then Shafir Rahman now. Still there, remember. 20 of 18. Maybe it's his turn now to put his foot on the pedal.
Yeah, you've got to take your hat off to Mosharraf Hussain, ending up with 39 off 17 balls, but he scored 10 off his first 10. He scored 19 off the next 7, including getting dismissed. So, yeah, so 29, I should say, off his next 6 balls before being dismissed on his 17th delivery. So, Mosharraf Hussain, a nice effort from him, and we saw him lift a few balls out of here. But yeah, I think you're right. I think Shafiq Rahman needs to step up, because it's now or never really for Bengali if they're going to challenge this total, needing 3 runs a ball effectively. But we've seen with those 6s how quickly things can change, and look who's striding to the crease. It's the captain, Riyaj Howlatter. We've seen some good rearguard actions from him so far in this series. Also Bapari to come. He's an important player in the middle order, so they do have some batsmen that are capable, but the rate does seem out of hand. Mukhtar, he'll be happy to pick up that wicket. First ball's short, and Howlatter, he'll pull it away for a run, and that's the thing. Every time there's no boundaries at the moment, every ball that's not a boundary, that rate's going to creep up, and it's just going to keep creeping. And it shows you how important that knock was from Govinda, because he scored 101 out of the 131 runs scored for Gracia. This one's a bit quick, and Mukhtar, I think he's ready for business, Rico.
Yeah, that's well bowled, isn't it? I mean, he's making sure he's not putting anything that's in the arc of the batsman, or he's just going to swing through it and hit it straight over the top. Good ball, good delivery.
Warming up now. Nice take by the keeper as well. This one's a slower ball, and again, when you've got the batsman covered, you wonder about that variation on that occasion.
Yeah, sometimes it... Oh, well, this is really, really poor. And they're still going. Will they take another? Well, they could have done, really, to be honest, and perhaps they should have done.
Well, you weren't expecting this, and cue the circus music. Wouldn't be the fan code European Cricket Series without a bit of entertainment. You can see here, well, Howlatter's going with the balls there. If no one wants it, I'll have a go.
Well, if that had hit, though, for Mukhtar Singh, Howlatter would have been on his way back. He was well out there. And, well, he wasn't out, but there is a wicket down at the other end. And not only has he done damage to the stumps.
There's a free hit because the ball before bounced off the pitch. I know it seems a long time ago, but you see that. I don't think anyone remembered because so much happened. The last ball, it was pitched off the pitch. So this is poor mate Dale. He's taken the stumps. He had to fish one of the stumps out of his leg. And I tell you what, he's happy. And he's like, yeah, well, it was well bowled, but it'll go down as a dot. So I think it had everyone fooled there, didn't he, Rico? And we're
Certainly
pretty excited
did.
here in the box as well. But a lot had happened since that ball had bounced off the pitch, the last ball, to be fair.
Certainly missed that. I think everybody was so surprised. The delivery, considering the one before, was so good. Well, there you go. Everybody confused, so it just ends up being a dot ball.
It does end up being a dot ball. Here's Mukhtar again.
And this time it's a dirty ball, Gandhi ball, Siggy, and that's gone all the way. Shakan, did they need that?
Oh, well. Mukhtar, he's getting the good, the bad, and the ugly this over, isn't he? This one was 2 shots, gone all the way over the fence. Haven't seen many flying over that fence. It was a really good shot from the batsman, Shafiqur Rahman. And that is the end of the over. It's 76 for 2.
That just keeps it interesting, doesn't it? Every time that boundary's hit, it's sort of a couple of boundaries and over. It keeps that run rate more or less stable. Just that one big over. If they can get one more big one in, like the one against Kalwan Thakar, well, anything can happen. Are they starting to panic a little here, Gracia?
Well, you wonder, don't you? And Mark Lovell saying about Kuldeep, doesn't drop too many, but he spells Kuldeep Kool, because he is a pretty cool customer. He's right in front of us right now. One of the most popular players here in the fan code European Cricket Series, Spain. And you're right, it's Trilochan here. Very important over. Howlader on strike.
Hit hard towards Kuldeep. They've just got to keep their cool here, Gracia, haven't they? They're starting to throw the ball away, starting not to back up. Completely different to the way they were the first 5 overs.
Yeah, so Trilochan be backing his skills here. 55 off 17 required. It's a big ask for Bengali.
That's for a ball. They're asking the question, and the finger goes up, and he's got to go. And that's a big wicket. They needed that. They were under the cosh a little bit there. Bengali CC was starting to play some big shots. That's a prize scalp.
Yeah, and how's the take here from Mike Dale? He had to stay low. And Shafiqur Rahman going for the big shot. Mayank asking for it. Umpire, no hesitation, up went the finger. So an important wicket, an important player goes back to the pavilion. Shafiqur Rahman wasn't able to be dismissed in this tournament except for being run out once. So it's the first time a bowler's been able to have his measure, but it was a great bit of keeping. Again, keeping up to the medium pacer.
Yeah, that's a fantastic take. And, well, there's only one man really for me that can be coming in at this stage. It's got to be Bapari, hasn't it?
Well, you'd think so, wouldn't you? And we've seen some things from Riaz Howlader and Bapari this week, but they don't have much time, and the score is very, very high that they require at this stage. Still 55 runs required. And so Gracia, well, it's taken them a while to get going, but this is an important win for them if they're able to secure it. Of course, we'll see Group C and D from Monday morning here on ECN.
Well, that's put away. It was a full toss, and there is a man out there jumping high. Can't get to it. We have seen a few taken there. Kuldeep Lal himself was caught there earlier on in the week, but this has gone all the way over the fence. Just keeps it interesting.
Yeah, doesn't it ever? And Bengali, we talked about them winning games from impossible positions already, and this would seem impossible, but you wouldn't put it past them because they have shown a lot of heart, and these two have done amazing things. Coming in 11 for 3 the other night, got them to what ultimately was a winning total against the 11 Stars. Here's Trilochan again.
That's hit well, but straight to the fielder would be a dot ball. Well, they also like finishing in the games off the last ball as well, don't they? The Bengali Cricket Club.
Well, I'll be thrilled to take this game to the last ball if they can manage. Rico, if they're still in the game, even if they need 6, it's a long way off at this point. But Trilochan. Nice bit of keeping again. His confidence is high now, Mayank Dale behind the wickets. And let us know if you're in the chat right now, what are your favourite moments of the first week here in the European Cricket Series? It'll be the 8th over comes to an end and the score is 83 for 3. Well, I've really enjoyed being here, sat next to you, Rico. My first week back on the job after being stranded due to travel restrictions for a while last year. But yeah, it's great to be here, and we've seen so much good cricket. So let us know out there what you think of the first week, and maybe if you haven't watched before, let us know. And a thank you to all of our subscribers. 160,000 subscribers on YouTube and growing every day. A couple of thousand new subscribers every day. We thank you. It starts with a wide. Does Mukhtar Singh and I'll get an extra.
Well, that's not what the captain wants. He's been talking to his bowlers, and you can see Mukhtar Singh saying, yep, I'll bowl this one. They agreed on it, and it's not a reward. Now, Vinny, you're a keeper. How difficult is it keeping now in this light?
Quite difficult. It's up in the air, should be caught. It's the Centurion, Govinda, and he takes the catch. Yes, does well. Come around to his left, and that just caps off what's been a very special game for him. He's scoring 101 with the bat, and Mukhtar picks up a second wicket. He can be very happy with his efforts. And Bengali, well, with Bapari, I think, walks off any hope that they will get anywhere near this target of 132. But yeah, it's a very important point that you make there. We see the floodlights coming on here, providing a little bit of extra light for the players. But you're right, and not just the light actually on this. What I haven't experienced before is playing on a pitch like this, which is laid. It's the wooden base with the carpet overlay, and the pitch stops at where the wickets are. And there's only maybe 6 inches or about 15 centimetres of pitch behind the wicket. So where the feet are as a keeper, and you can see there on the side on that he's actually on the grass, and it's quite slippery, so difficult to get your footing. Here's Mukhtar. Yeah, so it's quite difficult because it's really important to have good footwork as a wicket keeper, especially if you're up to the stumps. You need to make quick sideways movements. So if it's a little bit slippery, which it is back there, of course, all the keepers are standing in the same spots. So there's not too much grass. It's more kind of soft mud that they're keeping in. This next ball is dispatched by Howard. It's a little bit short. Mukhtar's very, very angry with himself. That one's on all the way for Maximo. Great shot by Howard.
Yeah, very good shot. Held the pose as well for the cameras. You need the flashes on your lenses or the special lenses that take the pictures in the dark. Because I tell you what, I mean, where we are now, especially with the floodlights on that are in our eyes as well as we're looking out there, it's quite difficult sometimes for us to see where the ball goes. But that was a top shot. And that's followed up by another one. Wow, that's fantastic. I thought for one moment it was going to go all the way. So that's 2 consecutive boundaries, and well, Mukhtar Singh may have taken a wicket, and we thought, well, is that it? But then 2 great shots from the captain. Yeah, this guy we know, sorry Vinny, sorry to cut you up there, but this guy we know never gives up.
Yeah, look, it's carved away expertly by the captain, and maybe he still believes. Mukhtar again. This one is just dragged out. It'll be just the single. Just something to let you know in the chat that the recap of day 5 is on EuropeanCricket.com, and the link is there. You can click that if you're in the YouTube chat and take you to our website, EuropeanCricket.com, and the specific article that refers to Luke Belgium commenting that, well, this result will throw this group right open again. And I do agree with that as well. We saw the Tigers make a run here on day 5 with their 3 wins from their 3 games.
I think, well, I know that sometimes you say it's maybe a smart thing to not take the single to keep the strike. I'm not sure there. The captain, Rays Halliday, deciding he didn't want the single, he wanted a strike.
Well, the reason is, Rico, they need 36 runs and there's 6 balls left. So I think that's Riaz thinking, well, if it's very unlikely as it is, but he thinks that he's the one that can do it. So 6 sixes. We've seen it before here at the Fancode European Cricket Series. That'll be a story. I think Mark Love will be rewriting his report if it happens here. As we see Manoj Kumar is going to come on for the first time. He's going to bowl the last over of the week here, but we hope that you join us again on Monday morning in European time, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 8:30 Monday morning in Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India. We have 5 more days of cricket. In fact, we have plenty more days of cricket. This is only the first week of 5 weeks in Barcelona for the Fancode European Cricket Series Spain. And we thank you for your company wherever you're watching around the world. If you're one of our 160,000 YouTube subscribers, then welcome. And we hope you invite your friends and family to join the experience, which is the Fancode European Cricket Series.
Kumar. It's very important that he makes sure that every ball is a legal delivery. Well,
I think Riaz, they should maybe get 1 for that, because 1 batsman's run 2 and 1 batsman hasn't run any at all. So Aladdin Siddiqui's come in, but Riaz, I think he knew as soon as that ball bounced in the field of play that this match is effectively over as long as there's no extras from this point.
It's in the air, shallow catch. There is a fielder under it, and it's Mr. Cool himself taking a catch. And well, we said earlier in some of the other games with the likes of Yasir Ali, I suppose, and Mohamed Ishan, it's the big players in it that step up the mark. And well, here the big player in this team is Kuldeep Lal, and taking the catch, well judged. Yes. And the captain goes captain to captain there.
It was, wasn't it? And Riaz, well, you can't blame him too much. He tried his hardest, but he wasn't able to get the maximos when they're required. He would have needed 6 of them off the last over, so he's disappointed, but he can be proud of his efforts in week 1 of this Fancote European Cricket Series, leading his team to 4 consecutive victories, including that big upset over the Tigers on Monday morning. So they'll go in 4-1 as they take their week off. They'll return in week 3 of the Fancote European Cricket Series. Here's Kumar again.
Kumar to Shakil Islam this time. Too wide.
Yes, and Bengali, one of the hardest working teams in the tournament, and you see them paying off with some results this week, but in this game, next one swung and missed. Enrico, it's been a wonderful week of cricket. Luckily, we've got all the cricket in. That's the main thing on today's schedule, because there was some scheduled rain, potential rain anyway.
Swing and miss, and
poor Alan Siddiqui, he's been stuck down that end. He finally wants to go. This one was definitely out of his hits, and over he goes. It's a bit slivery, and I tell you what, Shakil Islam, he's wishing he had some padding on his backside, I think, because that won't tickle. He's just wondering if that was seen. I think everyone's seen it. You see here, whoa, over you go. Yeah. Banana peel.
It's been a wonderful week of cricket, and you know what? Sometimes we just see this delivery. Yeah, sometimes people ask me, Rico, you know, you're there every day, a lot of cricket, you never get tired, and my answer to that is simple. You know, when you love this game as much as a lot of us do, well, sometimes it's not even work, is it? We're here, we're enjoying great cricket. And not only are we enjoying the cricket, but Vinny, we're meeting up with great players, great people, aren't we?
Definitely. Well, this one, that's high, it's very high in the air. It's not going to carry to the outfield. Watch your hat. That was almost, could have been some more penalty runs. Shooting at the stumps of the bowler's end was Mukhtar Singh. They'll get back for 2. Yeah. And 1 short in the end, so they won't get it. And yeah, so I think they'll end up on 99. And Rico, that brings to the end a very entertaining match, match 25, the 5th match of the day in Barcelona. Just a reminder to all our viewers, make sure you tune in, 7:30 a.m. GMT, that's 8:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India on Monday, because you have 5 more great days of cricket coming your way next week on the European Cricket Network. But quickly, let's go over what happened in match 25 here of the Fancote European Cricket Series.
Well, I mean, we're seeing the highlights first here of the first innings, and it was an innings of almost 3 sort of what's the word I'm using? 3 modules of play. The first 3 overs, the first power play, the ball being smacked around all over the place. Kuldeep Lal there played some good shots again, and once again he's got started, hasn't gone on to score big, but once he was gone, the wicket went quickly. Mukhtar Singh there once more. He's a good player, just not getting used to maybe the pitch, maybe the bounce, and he was delighted, the bowler, to get that wicket. And well, then we had a little bit of rain. It's a beautiful rainbow, but what that rainbow did, it well, after that LBW, that was absolutely plumb. So that was that the blip over. So we had a good start, the blip in the middle, and then it all went good again, and it was all thanks to the Centurion. And isn't it wonderful? We're just talking about being here and watching cricket. It's a joy to watch, it's a pleasure to watch, it's a pleasure to be involved with these teams and these players. They're a brilliant bunch of guys, and to see them perform and to see them making history, and well, there we go. There was a bit of history there, because that's the first for me. I could see what he was trying to do, but the throw over the fence.
He just, it's like he'd been spun around in the washing machine, wasn't it? And he didn't know where he was throwing it. And then he had some more issues, didn't he? Poor Tuhin Mudalab. I have enjoyed watching him though, and this is a Hark, another player that I enjoyed watching. He's just congratulating Govinda on his century. And what innings that was proved to be the difference between the two sides, as no other Grancy batsman scored more than 11. And Kuldeep and Harkmal, they came out and they were pretty solid. And Omar Ali, well, he's a talented player, and he just hasn't been able to get anything going, and he was so upset with himself there, but you can't really blame him. The Hawk, well, tried to stop the truck there, and it wasn't easy as he overran that one. And we had Bengali just keeping themselves in the game through the middle overs. Mike Dale, this is one he thought he almost had a stumping, but the batsman just keeping his foot behind the line. He did well to do that, and some good keeping shown in this game. We have seen some good wicket keeping all week, actually, and some indifferent wicket keeping, to be fair, but you saw this is the part of the game where Bengali just had a little bit of a sniff. Mosaraf was going well, but then, of course, Mr. Kuldeep taking care of that. This was a free hit. No one remembered. And then he's going, how are you not giving that out? And if there's ever an obvious, for Mike Dale, he was covered in stumps. He'll have to be sanitised, I'm sure, after he was covered. He loves it, doesn't he? And then he's umpire's going, yeah, well, I remembered, and that's the main thing. And a nice take from Mike Dale behind the stumps as well. And that was the end of Shafiqur Rahman. So we saw some great cricket again. Match 25. And we've got 25 more matches coming your way right here on the European Cricket Network next week. It's been great to have your company through this first week in Barcelona. You saw here, this was the icing on the cake for Govinda as he came across to his left and took that catch. And then another one, Mr. Cool. Wouldn't be surprised if he's wearing the sunglasses even though the clouds. And that was a moment as well that Shakil Islam won't forget in front of millions of television viewers going over. But yeah, it does leave things quite interesting and open in this group. We had Rain intervene in their first match, but of course you can always get all the full standings and all the statistical information, the scores, the fixtures. It's all on our website, europeancricket.com. Also, don't forget to follow us at European Cricket because there's plenty there. Of course, all the fantasy dashboards, they've been very popular this week as well, and summaries of all the matches, and that's helping out people who are interested in the fantasy aspect of the competition. And Sku Duvitz says, great to hear you back in action, Vinny, Mr. Maximo. It's Kidders here, if you don't remember. Yeah, of course, I know you know Kidders. It's great to see you, of course. Great memories of the European Cricket League as well. Yeah, it's great if you're still watching with us because we are just winding down here on day 5 and we'll be back Monday morning. We hope you've enjoyed the first week of the Fair Code European Cricket Series in 2021 as much as we have.
Yeah, it's been absolutely wonderful. You're seeing on the screens there, the guys out there doing a great job getting the covers on the pitch, and we have to say a shout out to the ground staff because they've worked tirelessly. We get here very early in the morning, they're here before us, so Roberto, the man who keeps them all organised with Javier, Devinder Singh Kaur, Kushveer Singh Kaur as well, and Ranjit Singh doing a great job. Thank you to our partners, so Kookaburra, Bizway Travel, Locker Lifestyles and Spring Productions, the title partner, Fancode. It's wonderful to be here, wonderful to be in Spain, Barcelona, and also for me to say a very big thank you to our Mr. Maximo himself. It's been an absolute pleasure doing this first week, and I'm certainly looking forward to working with you further for the next couple of weeks, and also looking forward to seeing some new teams next week when we invite Group C and D.
Yeah, definitely. Likewise, Rico. Well, you stuck with me for a while because no one's coming in and no one's coming out as far as we're concerned here. We're lucky to be here in Barcelona putting on this cricket for you. And just a reminder, go to our website, europeancricket.com, for all the latest and the news, and especially all the previews on the new teams. If you haven't seen the new teams before, then it will be very interesting to read up on those teams and get a better idea of what we can expect next week.
Yeah, and before you go, can I just say a big shout out to, once more, to the La Manga Torre Cricket Club. Now, these guys are doing a fantastic job. Remember, I mentioned already that they're looking forward to playing the ECL Eliminator with Minaj. And while they're waiting for that, because they can't train in Murcia, they've been coming up with great ideas to keep fit. And one of those I think is fantastic. They're raising some money for charity, and what they're calling it is from La Manga to Lords. They're basically the number of kilometres that it is to go from La Manga all the way to Lords. They're going to cover that by doing walking, running, cycling, and in fact they're doing so well they've already raised over €700, and because they're right on track, there's only halfway through, they've decided they're going to go there and back. So look that up. Just go on to the La Manga Cricket Club Facebook page, and you've got all the information there, and you can help them out a little bit. Why not? It's all for 3 very good charities. So well done, guys. Keep going, keep walking, keep cycling, keep running. You're doing a grand job.
Yeah, it's very good cause there, and we applaud those guys. Here's what's coming up. As you can see, on Monday we have Group C, Raval Sporting versus Minaj. We can also see the Bangladesh Kings Skyways. Well, they're a new team to the competition. We'll also see a couple of new teams as well in the Barcelona Gladiators and Karian. So, this is the end of the road here in week 1, but there's plenty more cricket action coming your way here on the European Cricket Network. We'll see you on Monday morning. It'll be the beginning of week 2 of 5 here in the Fan Code European Cricket Series Spain. On behalf of Rico Full, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, saying have a lovely weekend, stay safe wherever you are in the world, and we'll see you on Monday morning on the European Cricket Network.